with Tourism of Government of India. More than 200 participants from 18 countries and 12 Indian states, and more than 3,000 delegates who have registered from India and other world. Welcome you all to this first virtual Travel Trade Expo, International Travel Trade Expo from India. Before we could start meeting again in person, we thought that this is the right time to assemble virtually online and talk about what we are doing in the wake of this rather strict and unfortunate lockdown for more than 6 months now. So it is really indeed a pleasure in extending welcome to all of you, and it is very heartening to note that looks so many of us are assembled here. You can very well understand that due to this, rather, I would not call it overload, but rather good response. We may be facing sometime technical glitches here and there, but despite that, we would try and connect as much as possible and to basically reboot and rejuvenate such a vital industry we are a part of. It is very, good news that in India, unrestricted domestic travel has been mandated, has been ordered by our federal government, the central government, the Home Affairs. And I'm very happy to report we have been keeping a constant watch on this. More than 15 million states have already allowed unrestricted access. So, the Indian citizens can travel to these states without any test, without any other restriction like quarantine, etc. And I'm sure all other states are going to follow it within this month, because this is the mandate from the government, and also our magnificent constitution demand that the unrestricted travel within India is restored now sooner rather than later. I hope and wish that as we open domestic travel, the international travel also starts with equal confidence and with boldness, which is now required, isn't it? Because 9 months have passed since January, and we know so much more about the pandemic, and I'm sure it is stabilized, and this bad news which keeps coming, the number of people who are affected or unfortunately die as a result of this pandemic is very which is right now operating at a 1/3. Of course, in many other countries, it has reached more than 50 million. China, it has reached more than 84% level. And even WHO has given advisory that lockdowns are very blunt tool, and widespread travel restrictions are no longer required. So we are very much looking forward to the opening of travel, also as a bellwether of the economy and society as a whole. A typical traveler is a very informed, educated person with the right means and insurance. Is not likely to travel is sick or is infected. All upon all states and countries to not be very suspicious and allow travelers to allow travelers without any or without restrictions would actually benefited themselves, because travelers are likely to take destinations which do not have any restrictions or have little restrictions. Travel and tourism industry, as you know, is a very big driver in the national economy and employment. It is more than 10% of the economy as well as employment pie. So it is very important for the very poor and so industry getting more opportunities and so to balance the needs of the economy and the subsistence and dependence on economic activity due to tourism. It's high time opened up, and that is the objective of this virtual expo. So before we meet again physically and in the first quarter of next year, we thought that it's a good idea to assemble virtually and prepare, reconnect, divide, and see how we can do business going forward. With these opening remarks, I very much am looking forward to the proceedings going forward. Looking forward to meeting as many of you as possible, despite the constraints of this virtual platform. And I welcome you once again, and thank you for being here. And look forward to also meeting you in person very soon. Thank you very much, and welcome.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji, for those words and for spelling out this whole concept of reconnect in these times where the industry is gearing up to unlock and go forward. As the other panelists are joining, and even the Honorable Minister will join in a few minutes, Minister of Tourism, Uttarakhand. So I would request Mr. Abu Tahir Mohammed Jabir, who is the Director and Joint Secretary of Bangladesh Tourism Board, to address us on the occasion. And I would request all the other panelists to please mute themselves to avoid interference. Mr. Abu Tahir Mohammed Jabir, Director, Joint Secretary of Bangladesh Tourism Board.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. It is my great honor to be here to join this wonderful event of the Tourism Virtual Tourism
an issue that progressively we will see how it's being dealt with. But what is important, meanwhile, as we were waiting for all this, of course, as the humanity, we had the time to try and improve the product offering that we had. We used the time to connect with the trade, to train, to build capacity. We engaged the trade immediately after the announcement, or started picking up after the announcement by the president of the first approach to opening up the economy. What, in the meantime, we have taken strict measures of preparedness, what you call preparedness. And one of those things is developing protocols for safety and hygiene, in terms of just making sure that when people travel, Kenyans and residents here, and visitors who will come, that they are safe. They can easily access the destination. They can easily access experiences and products. They can easily go about their businesses. This was also recognized by WTTC, that was able to endorse it by giving us a stamp of safe travels. So a number of measures have been taken towards this end. So as we are going forward, we are hopeful that things will be certainly much better. I also need to emphasize that India still remains is a very important market for us, as my friends have said, and it's a key market for us. We have deep links, historical links, and cultural links that go a long way. So when the right time comes, we are certainly will be waiting for Indian visitors also to come and to join us and to experience what we have been preparing and making ready for all our visitors and all our Indian friends and brothers. Without taking any more time, I just want to take this opportunity on behalf of my CEO and the entire Kenya Fraternity Tourism Trade to wish you a very successful event, and we hope that we will be seeing you even physically in the very near future. Meanwhile, we will continue engaging the industry in India and other parts of the world as magic awaits. Thank you very much for the time you've given us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Okeyo, for those, again, very reassuring and friendly words from Kenya. And with this, I would now like to invite Mr. Arvind Bundhun, who is the Director of Mauritius Tourism Authority. Mauritius is the premium partner country for ReCONNECT. I welcome him to speak a few words. We are also joined, we are extremely privileged to be joined by the Honorable Minister of Tourism of Uttarakhand, Shri Satpal Maharaj ji, and he will speak, give the inaugural address. But for the moment, I invite Mr. Arvind Bundhun to speak on behalf of our premium partner country, Mauritius. Mr. Arvind Bundhun. So you'll have to unmute yourself, sir. Yes.
Very good morning to all of you. A very warm welcome from sunny Mauritius. You know, it's extremely pleasant during this time in Mauritius, and but we are living in unusual times. What was taken for granted as routine has completely changed. In normal times, we would have met, we would have discussed, but unfortunately, times have changed. But we are very confident that, situation will come back to normal. We will bounce back. Our whole industry will bounce back very soon, and I'm very confident. Actually, let me just briefly give you some information about Mauritius. As you know, our skies are still closed till the 31st of October. However, we are gradually starting the tourism industry for the first phase, and we've been opening in phases. During these past 3 months, what we've been doing, we've been repatriating all Mauritian nationals, citizens of Mauritius, holders of resident permits and occupation permits, who were stranded abroad. So gradually, we repatriated during the past 6 months around 9,000 persons under strict quarantine rules, so that they are quarantined in a hotel or in a government center, government program center. And then after 14 days, if they're negative, then they can mix with the population. As from 1st of October, we start opening the tourism industry gradually. So holders of resident permits, occupation permits, and tourists staying for more than 14 days in Mauritius will be allowed. So upon arrival in Mauritius, at the airport, there's a lab that has just been implemented. So you do your testing there at the airport, then you go through all the channels, immigration, health, and then you go to a hotel, you book your hotel, you go to a hotel, and thereby you stay for 14 days there, inside the room, strictly quarantined, whereby the hotel staff will give you room service. There is no contact between the staff and the guests. You stay strictly in your room for 14 days. And then after the 14 days, then you can mix with the population if you're negative. So this phase will start as from 1st of October. And on the basis of this success, or if we find that right now, I mean, there are certain discrepancies or something which we have to amend, then we will do the needful. So for the first phase, October phase, this would be a pilot basis for a month. And hopefully, if we see the situation is fine for us, then we would contemplate at opening a little bit more. It could be that quarantine period is shortened. It could be that we shorten the quarantine period from 14 days to 8 days or 9 days. But this is a government decision, and this will be based upon this pilot month of October. But one thing about Mauritius is that, unfortunately, all our key markets are also very affected by COVID right now. France, being the primary market of Mauritius, is affected, and this will have a lot of repercussions on our arrivals. That's why we are cautious, and right now we are COVID. Mauritius is COVID safe. All cases that we have are imported cases. And what we've noticed also is that with the increase in frequency of flights, automatically there's increase in the number of cases. So this is a little bit the direction that the government is taking. But needless to say that India is extremely important for us. We have cultural links. We have, as they call it, Mauritius is known as Little India. I mean, we have cultural links. Our forefathers came from Mauritius, from India, and settled in Mauritius. And India has supported us in a lot of our endeavors in Mauritius. And I wish to thank you for that. And I'm very confident that once our borders open, we will still have the same support, the same collaboration that we have from partners in India. We have had, after COVID, we have had this unfortunate accident, an ecological accident, I would say, with this enormous ship which wrecked against our barrier reef. But fortunately, I mean, we have managed the problem. We are still managing the problem. We are still cleaning the lagoon. But this is only a part of the lagoon. It's 3% of the beaches. Beaches are still pristine, are still intact. There's one part, which is the southeast, which has been affected. And right now, we've got a team of around 97 experts on the island working on restoration of the lagoon. So I won't have to tell you about Mauritius more, but I just wanted to brief you a little bit about the difficulties we've been facing during the last months, actually, as a tourist destination. Tourism is one of the vital industry in Mauritius, and we deeply rely on that because it's 1/4 of our GDP. It's 120 persons who are employed directly and indirectly in the tourism industry. And for a small economy like Mauritius, we are deeply affected. But nevertheless, health is an important issue. We don't want to open the destination. We have to be extremely careful. It's a small island, and that's one of the reasons that people are saying that Mauritius is over careful, but I don't think that's not the case. So I look forward to welcoming Indians very soon. You have been extremely supportive in terms of FITs, in terms of guests, but one thing we have to bear in mind that Mauritius is COVID safe. And as soon as our borders are open, we will be ready to welcome you. Especially, I know that's not the time to talk about mice, to talk about weddings, but I think Mauritius has one of the major assets, a trump card in hand, and we will capitalize on that. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arvind Bundun, for those cautious, confident, and candid overview of the tourism scenario in Mauritius. I'm sure Mauritius will go back to being one of the favorite destinations again for Indians when the traffic does open up. With that, I would like to invite Mrs. Meenakshi Sharma, Director General, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, which is actually leading the entire effort to restart, reboot, and revive the Indian tourism industry, to please deliver the keynote address. Mrs. Meenakshi Sharma.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me for this session. I thank Fairfest Media for organizing such an interesting event. I also would like to greet Shri Satpalji Maharaj, who is here as a Minister of Tourism from Uttarakhand, and all of my colleagues from Mauritius, Bangladesh, and Kenya. Very happy to be with you all. So today when we are talking of tourism and we are talking about ReCONNECT, I think it's a very appropriate subject we have taken up today. It is one of the first events of this kind when we can say the green shooting of one of the oldest things are happening. I would say travel is one of the oldest industry. I think that is how the civilization must have started when people started traveling. I understand from Africa to all parts of the world. And today, when we talk of that they are the green shoots, it also says how the life takes its cycles. One very interesting thing which I've been noticing now, I've been like all of us have been in this unknown area, unknown territory for more than 6 months, when the travel and tourism as we knew it has completely undergone a change. One thing which has been very interesting was that for the last 4 years I've been observing that this industry keeps looking at the new methods of delivering things, but at no point of time it was ever thought that we might be facing a challenge like this. In that fashion, this is the time where has come for all of us to innovate, look at the challenges in its eyes, and see where we stand today. I'm very encouraged by the positive messages given by all the speakers before me, and I join you in that positive message. I'm also very sure that tourism is going to bounce back. Tourism is going to be, again contribute to the GDP, economy, job creation, and above all, to create the relationship and keep the warmth and keep us all sane. I think we all keep saying that, okay, economy has got a hit, employment has got a hit, but I would say the most hit part is how psychologically we are feeling imprisoned. I think that is something which is a great thing what travel does. But how do we now handle that? Where are we? What are we going to do about it? The governments, the tourism, the government as a whole, the tourism ministries and boards as the at the second level, industry at the third level, and the people who travel, the tourists at the fourth level. There is a completely new thing we are talking about, and I completely agree with Mauritius that there is no way we can be over optimist. There is no way we can get our guards down and kind of, because it can be even worse than what we are facing today. Considering that, I would come to my 2 3 points which I thought I will say as my keynote address. The first being, let's start with a clean slate. I would really call upon the industry and everybody to start thinking that, how when we change from the typewriters to the computers, is that is the kind of change we are looking at in the travel. Let's look at what we need to do very different to make the customer feel comfortable. The two words which have become very common in the nowadays, and which I think completely go by the quarantine principle which all the governments are taking: staycation, work. Work, you stay for longer, but you enjoy it completely. But then is the responsibility come on the destinations, on the service providers, that how to keep engaging the tourists, and because there is a possibility with all the rigidities which might be there for international travel, whether it's about visas, whether about quarantine, other things, that people will like to travel, but they may travel lesser number of time for a longer period. So I think that is something which we are seeing somewhere, that do we have such products and how do we make it known. The second part would be that what are we going to tell the customer, what is there for him to take him out of his home. How do we take away the anxiety which a traveler will face? How do we ensure that they don't feel that they it might not be a good idea to go, because I think that is the one psychological factor. And I'll come to the more to about how it also makes the state governments and the national governments to think that way. So I think the safety and hygiene, the kind of assurance. Ministry of Tourism, Government of India has come out with a operational recommendation based on the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and which has been shared by the whole industry. We are also working with Quality Council of India under a program called Sathi, where we are making all the travel service provider to look for an assurance, which any traveler can say, okay, I'm going to this place, I am going to this service provider, and I'm assured of a particular kind of a protocol which give me sufficient assurance that my health and hygiene would be taken care of. So that is one important thing, and I would like to share with all the participants to please look up. And I think we are doing a formal launch of it on 27th of this month on the World Tourism Day. That is about the safety. The third part is how do we create the confidence and trust. Now again, confidence and trust, I think one of the things which Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal talked about is that, there is a guideline, but every state is thinking how much to, how to handle that. So I think there is a question of the confidence in dealing with the numbers which are rising, and also how our service provider will behave. So I think it's a question of interaction between the regulators and the travel service provider. So the key to it is continuous conversation. We at the Ministry of Tourism, my Honorable Minister, Mr. Prahlad Singh Patel, has already written to all the state minister, and one of the one of the foremost minister is with us, who will be giving the inaugural address just after me, that we should have some kind of a commonality. But even after saying that, I would like to say that as you all are aware, the numbers are still rising. We have not peaked in India yet. So I think it is also a time to kind of, keep pause and keep doing it. It is not to say that we should not have the common protocols. We should have. But when we will be going on that, which will not be very far off, I presume, I think that's what the message is today. At the same time, India, as a tourist economy, is highly dependent on domestic tourism. If you look at the numbers of India as inbound tourists, outbound tourists, and domestic visit. Domestic tourism has always been numbers been very large, but it never got the attention it should have got. Now, by the rigidity we come up for some time, and this will happen to all countries, and we can start from the foremost tourist economies like Spain or France or Mauritius or Fiji and all of them, they are going to depend on local tourism, whether it is the same country tourism or the nearby countries of tourism for some time. And we all are hoping by the next season we should have sufficient international travel also. However, keeping the domestic tourism is going to be key for some time. Ministry of Tourism along with the state governments have put lot of stress on the bringing the destination out. I must here kind of like to really thank the industry here that they have come forward so much. And I think this is the time. I think, you know what, crisis brings the solidarity out. This is one crisis when the whole travel economy has come together, held hand in hand. If tourism industry has always been known very competitive, but this crisis has brought the whole tourism industry of nations together. It is not only about one country, and all of us are having this problem in the face. So I think that is other thing, that there has been a huge consultation with each other. Domestic webinars which we have held with the health of industry have been extremely successful. Digital has gone a new lease. So I think this kind of event which we are having today is so enriching. It is create such a positive atmosphere that we are on the same page. This is the way to go. So by these words, I would like to thank Fairfest Media for inviting me here, and I hope we keep looking forward to a better tomorrow and a better tourist ecosystem. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Meenakshi Sharma ji, for those words of encouragement. And we are really thankful for the ministry for all your support over the years. And of course, the honorable minister also was supposed to join, but then he tested positive, which is the reason why he's not here. We'll see if time permits. We'll read his message, a very nice message that he has sent to us. With this, thank you once again, madam. And I would now like to invite the chief guest for today, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of Uttarakhand, Shri Satpal Maharaj ji, who's well known all over for all his views, especially on tourism. And Uttarakhand as a state has been one of the innovative and forthcoming states in this period of unlock. And I'm sure the Honorable Minister will share some of those initiatives that they have taken. Sri Satpal Maharaj ji, a very warm welcome to you, sir, and we invite you to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you. Shri Sanjeev Agrawal ji, Chairman and CEO, Fairfest Media Limited. Shri Arvind Bundun ji, Director, Mauritius Tourism Promotion Authority. Shri Jenu Diwan ji, Managing Director, Tourism Corporation of Gujarat. Shri Abu Tahir Mohammad Zabir ji, Director, Joint Secretary, Bangladesh Tourism Board. Mr. Farid Okio, Director, Marketing Development, Kenya Tourism Board. And Shrimati Meenakshi Sharma, Director General, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. I'm pleased to be part of this impressive gathering at virtual B2B Travel Summit. We are all passing through one of the toughest times for the tourism sector. I sincerely pray that we come out of this at the earliest and get back the normal times again. We are cognizant of the challenges being encountered by you. And at this forum, I assure you that we are fully committed to address your concerns. Let me take you through some of the initiatives we have taken for the revival of tourism sector. Ease of restrictions and incentive for tourists. There are no restrictions for the visitors who carry a COVID-19 negative test report. All tourists are seamlessly visiting all public places and destinations. Uttarakhand has also launched tourist incentive coupon schemes which allow tourists to travel. We give discount of 1,000 rupees or 25% of the accommodation charges per day, whichever is less, subject to a maximum of stay of 3 days. Support to business related to the tourism business in the state. Our government has also taken measures to provide succor to the tourism sector, which includes compensation for rupees 1,000 to 2.43 lakhs workers directly associated with 100,000, 9,818 units, accounting for the rupees 25 crores on the state. Reimbursement of the interest incurred on the principal amount under Veer Chandra Singh Gadwali Tourism Self-Employment Scheme and Deen Dayal Homestay Schemes. The annual increase in the bill of water for the hotels, restaurants, and other roadside dhabas has been pegged at 9% instead of usual 15% per year. 1 year exemption on renewal of permits for all types of commercial vehicle on the road tax. Addressing the problem of employment in the tourism sector, along with the revival of tourism economy, we are equally focused towards generating employment opportunities for the youth. In this regard, our government has introduced the facilities online registration for schemes like Veer Chandra Singh Gadwali Tourism Self-Employment and Homestay Schemes. Now a resident can register under these schemes and avail 50% subsidy the purchases of new buses. Similarly, under homestay schemes, subsidy of 33 or 10 lakhs is offered for the hilly areas and 25% or 7.5 lakhs in the plains. Support to rural economy. In order to elevate the people in the rural parts and hilly terrains, our government is creating a tourism-friendly infrastructure that allows tourists to explore the natural beauty and cultural heritage of rural hilly terrains. In this regard, we have taken following initiatives. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Mr. Modi, Indian Railways is all set to lay a railway line from Rishikesh to Purnaprayag. Religious tourism, our government has already started working on the holy circuits like Ramayana circuit, Mahabharat circuit, Vivekanand circuit. Once completed, these new circuits will open up new avenues for religious tourism in the state. Health and wellness tourism. Uttarakhand is a repository of polyherbs, spices that are known for its therapeutic use and used by the rishis and exponents of Ayurveda for centuries. Our government is considering developing the state as a culinary tourism hub of Himalayan humanity cuisine by combining the rich heritage of Kumaoni and Gadwali cuisines. Adventure tourism. Whether it is about adventuring in furious waters, or at the soaring peaks, adventure tours, and our government is working along with the stakeholders to develop the state infrastructure to deliver an ultimate experience of the adventure tourism. The benefits of tourism stretch far and wide. Tourism allows us to share humanity, most valuable cultural and environmental treasures with the world. Tourism enables us to teach skills and provide jobs. Thank you for all what you do. I look forward on hearing more about what we can do together for greater impact in the future. On this note, I wish everyone a productive tourism industry conference and a successful year ahead. Thank you very much. Kamatalevu. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for those very encouraging words. And we are seeing a lot of action also in Uttarakhand also for opening up the industry with innovative schemes and programs. And it's indeed a pleasure to have you here with us again. You've been with us before also. And we are deeply honored and privileged to have your continued support and participation. Uh, the Honorable Tourism Minister, our Shri Prahlad Singh Patel ji was also supposed to join, but he hasn't been able to join. But he has sent across a very positive message. I'll just read the quickly the excerpts from that, which he wants to the message that he wants to send out to the industry on this occasion. Uh, this is the message. It is heartening to note that after almost 6 months of disruption due to COVID pandemic, the travel and tourism industry is organizing itself for resuming. In this regard, I am happy that ReConnect, one of the pioneering travel events of the virtual format, is being organized on 18th of September. I compliment about 200 participants from over a dozen countries and as many states who have assembled. In line with the Atmanirbhar Bharat call of the Honorable Prime Minister, I'm extremely confident that participating organizations shall keep Dekho Apna Desh as one of the central themes while doing promotional activities and encouraging travelers to explore beautiful tourist destinations within the country. I congratulate and thank Fairfax Media for taking this initiative befitting the leading travel show organizers in India. They've shown they've shown great thought leadership as well as the being the leading B2B travel media company in India by engaging with all segments of the travel and tourism industry in tough times such as these. I'm looking forward to visiting in person their forthcoming events in different parts of the country where when we wish to be able to travel, meet and greet personally, of which there is no real substitute as there never has been in human history. I once again wish ReConnect a resounding success. That's such a clear, confident, and heartening message from the Honorable Tourism Minister of India, Shri Prahlad Singh Patel. Thank you so much, sir. And we wish that you recover fast. With this, we come to the end of this program. We would just like to thank all the dignitaries that have given their valuable time here. Honorable Tourism Minister of Uttarakhand, Sri Satpal Maharaj ji, Madam Meenakshi Sharma ji, Director General of Tourism, Government of India, and our international friends, Mr. Arvind Bandhan of Mauritius Tourism Authority, Mr. Fred Okeo of Kenya Tourism Board, Mr. Jabir from Bangladesh Tourism Board, and we would like to thank all our partners and various countries and states who have participated. Like for example, the other countries who have participated here are also Spain, Fiji, Singapore, and some of the states that have participated in a big way, like Gujarat Tourism is participating in a big way, along with a big contingent, and some of our other tech partners, and all the media and all the friends from the travel industry who are visiting here. We would like to thank all the exhibitors, the over 200 companies who are there from all over India, and the travel trade visitors who have assembled on the platform. Thank you so much.
Right.
And yeah,
event questions. If there may be few questions, if time
we
permits.
have a few questions. Shivani, are there any questions? We can
Yeah.
take probably a couple.
So there was one question for Mauritius. I see that when are the flights starting? So can Arvind, I think he mentioned, is he online?
Arvind is not online right now. That's the reason.
But I think he.
Shivani, are there any other questions?
So there is another. I see that. What about sourcing of funds for struggling travel agents and operators? So maybe Meenakshi ji can talk about it. But then from our vantage point, we say that reopening is the biggest impetus we can hope for. But then if there are any financial relief measures, maybe Meenakshi ji can take this question.
So, I mean, I completely understand that the travel agencies and the travel service providers are really struggling. We all are aware of that. And I think Government of India has taken some initiative under MSME, because 80% of our travel operators are really part of the MSME. So all the relief which has been given under MSME, under Atmanirbhar and RBI, relaxation on the fund mobility has been given. However, that may not be enough. We have also requested the state governments to kind of help out, and a lot of state government have come forward to provide relief on a few items. But as Mr. Sanjeev Agrawal has already mentioned, the only way out is of the reopening, of picking up the tourism business, because there is no other way this industry can survive. So I think this is the time to look forward, relook at the strategy and innovate. So that is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Once again, a big thank you to all the dignitaries who have been here on the platform, and the matchmaking and the business meetings will now go on. There are other panel discussions also to follow. And thank you once again, Sanjeev ji.
There may be a couple of Q&A which we can, maybe about 5 minutes more we can spend before they set up the show floor. So maybe I have a question for Mr. Fred Okeo. First of all, it's so great to reconnect. Literally, after a decade or so. So thank you very much for being here. So when do you expect, let's say, the flight connections between India and Kenya, the travel, to resume in a normal way? At least the FIT or groups, those who want to go, maybe with tests, etc. So what are the restrictions? What would be the restrictions, and when do you expect this to reopen?
Thank you very much for that question. On the part of Kenya now, about 140 countries, 47 countries, can visit Kenya without subjected to quarantine. However, what would happen is if they have the COVID-free certification, WHO certification, then they can come in, and that ordinarily will be valid 96 hours from the time that it is issued to the time that you arrive in Kenya. And then, of course, you'll also be able to follow the protocols of keeping social distances, washing hands, and so on. We even have an app that is downloadable that when one comes in, they will be able to fill the details, including what the temperatures are, and they will be subsequently monitoring that so that it is easy to gauge, what's happening. So from our end, it is very clear and very straight. So in terms of when the flights will now resume, it's now going to be dependent on government engagement on when India will actually allow for flights to leave and be able to get visitors to Kenya. I think in many of the countries now, I see that there is, you call it a bubble arrangement, yeah. So once possibly if that is tied, then it might be possible. So we will wait to see what is happening, what government policy is in India in the next month, this month and next month, in terms of the direction that the government will take. It will really indicate what we are able to when we are able to receive Indian visitors.
All right, thank you. So I think our next panel is ready. So I think Shivani could take over, and we could be now in the audience if we have some time. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you, Fred. Thank you for being here. And now we get on with the business part of the program, as well as some of the panels that follow this. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Suk.
Dear panelists, we'll just begin. I'll introduce Mr. Goel and he'll take over. Thank you for being with us here today. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining the ReConnect conference. Our first webinar panel discussion is on how destinations are preparing to restart tourism. And moderating the panel will be Dr. Subhash Goyal, a Hora Gold medalist from Sri Ram College of Commerce, member of the National Tourism Advisory Council, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. He's also the chairman of Stick Travel Group, one of India's biggest B2B travel groups with branch in all major cities of India, representing some of the world's best brands like United Airlines, Ethiopian Airlines, Air China, Sri Lankan Airlines, Ukraine International Airlines, Myanmar Airways. He has been a part of the Federation of Associations in India, Tourism and Hospitality. Mr. Goel, over to you for the panel. Thank you so much.
Presentation made by FAITH, which is the Federation of Associations of Tourism and Hospitality. We have all the 10 associations, tour operators, travel agents, hoteliers, restaurant owners, adventure operators, domestic operators. So this association made a representation that anyone traveling with a negative vaccine, there should be, no quarantine. So if you have 96 hours before negative vaccine, there is no quarantine in India, except home quarantine, which is you can do. And also earlier in the states, every state government, because we are a federal country, had its own quarantine rules. But now I think the government has given a directive that unless it is a red zone, there has to be, if people traveling with negative quarantine vaccine, there should be no. And India was also one of the first countries to, I mean, the major airports, not all the airports, where thermal scanning, and now we have started in the metro airports, rapid testing also. So if anyone reaches India without proper vaccine, and we have the website, you can go on to the Airport Authority, GMR, or the GVK, or the Airport Authority website and register yourself so that you have a hassle-free exit at the airport. So, friends, we have experts from Australia, Singapore, Japan, and Azerbaijan with us. So I think we'll start with Nishant from Australian Tourism Australia. Well, Nishant has a very 2 decades experience. Well, he joined Tourism Australia a decade ago, and after his joining, I think under his leadership, arrivals from India to Australia have gone more than tripled, and in the last decade to reach 400,000. And he has been instrumental in strengthening people-to-people links between the two countries. Hailed as a market leader and voted amongst the top 30 CMOs of India in the Internet Mobile Association of India in 2019, Nishant is often invited to speak in various meetings and tourism conclaves. Nishant enjoys playing professional cricket on every weekend and searching for new food hounds. He's always he knows the best places for food. Nishant works for a country that is passionate about cricket and food as he is. So thank you, Nishant, for joining us. I think we'll keep the first round limited to between 5 and 7 minutes. And we will like to focus on
Australia by each country. What I believe is that each country has adopted a particular approach, and there are two approaches, that every country is trying to navigate through. The first being the fact that countries like Australia or New Zealand or China has gone ahead and followed this zero COVID or a COVID-free approach, where they want to just defeat the virus. They don't want to have a single case in their country. So that's the first approach. And the second approach is what countries like India, Brazil, United States have been following, where we are trying to live with the virus and we're trying to aim for something called as herd immunity, which we'll achieve at some point of time. And then maybe, open up borders gradually as we, also have some of the lockdown and unlock measures at the same time. Now, Australia had started this, mission of defeating virus way back in, March. Tourism attractions in all states except Victoria are open, and people can actually participate in these activities. Having said that, interstate travel, travel between two states in Australia is restricted until December. No, none of the Australian citizens are allowed to travel overseas again, if they are on compelling and compassionate grounds, and Australia will also probably open or think about opening borders for international tourists in the month of December. So because they've adopted this approach of defeating the virus and having like a zero COVID cases in the country, they are going to reevaluate and reassess the situation in the month of December, whether to open the borders, whether to form these travel bubbles with select countries or not. Having said that, a lot of initiatives have been undertaken by the government, and I must compliment the Australian government for this monumental effort that they've undertaken to bring back the economy on its track. So there's been almost like $46 billion investment that has been made for direct government spending for tourism recovery. The country has allotted almost $800 million, that is close to almost 4,000 crores for Qantas, which is a premium carrier for the Australians, and a $3 billion funding by the Victorian government just to open up all the malls, the restaurants, the alpine resorts. There's a $50 million grant that has been given to rejuvenate the MICE and the business events community. There's a late night economy which has been planned in New South Wales so that the economy comes back to normal. There are grants given to regions like the Great Barrier Reef, regional tourism areas, so that the tourism operators in those regions come back and they're able to stand back on their feet. Most importantly, there's a COVID safety travel portal which is available on australia.com, which tells you the measures undertaken by each and every member of the tourism ecosystem and the do's and don'ts in terms of the the norms or the quarantine rules or the measures that each player has undertaken to ensure that their travelers have a great time. To answer your last question on visas, I guess the visa processing systems that the Department of Home Affairs have announced are one of the simplest, I must say, because if you're traveling to Australia, you can apply for a visa sitting at home. So there are no biometrics required. You do not have to personally attend the High Commission for an interview. So there is social distancing which has been planned way back, maybe almost 3 years ago. And all the documents can be submitted and scanned and uploaded online directly onto the website. So it's absolutely safe. You do not have to spend enough time to appear for a personal interview or for your biometric for your biometric data. And so at this point of time, the High Commission is only processing visas on for those who want to travel again on immediate on compelling grounds, and they will reassess the situation as soon as the borders open, and we will be in touch with the industry, including yourself, to inform and communicate to the wider audience.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think very comprehensive information you've given about Australia. Well, friends, we have another very professional person, Mr. Florin, from CEO of Azerbaijan Tourism Board. He has 20 years experience. He has been representing Austria Tourism Board and international five-star luxury brands. He's also been a diplomat while he was in Moscow, attached to the Austrian embassy. Uh, in 2003, he returned to Vienna, joining the headquarters of Austrian Tourism Board. In 2006, he started his own consultancy, providing public bodies, including several government institutions, the European Union and United Nations. He supported a wide range of countries like Estonia, Greece, Vietnam, Bhutan, Hungary, Lithuania, just to name a few. And he led him to EU twinning project between Austria and Azerbaijan to strengthen the latest tourism industry. Following the conclusion, serving as CEO of Pasha Travels, he became the CEO of Azerbaijan Tourism Board. Well, I think Azerbaijan is lucky to have a man with your experience. So over to you, sir.
Honorable Chairman, thank you very much for this kind introduction. Fellow colleagues, panelists, friends in India, it's a great pleasure to join today's panel discussion. Actually, it was my personal and our last big industry event at OTM in Mumbai this February. A tremendous and excellent event. We even did like a beautiful tea ceremony exchange with Chef Vinit on India, Azerbaijan, cultural similarities, a great networking dinner at OTM. So we're all looking very much forward coming back soon. India is one of our most important markets, an incredible 2019, plus 70%. The first year started, the first 2 months from India, plus 90%, and then it hit us very hard as all of us. And basically since then, since mid of March, the international borders in Azerbaijan are closed. Azerbaijan operates service flights for its nationals and people holding either residence or work permits in Azerbaijan. There is almost daily flights to Istanbul. There are weekly flights to Berlin, Dubai, and London. And basically, so there is an international connectivity, but not yet serving travelers who want to visit. We have developed a 4-phase recovery plan as the Azerbaijan Tourism Board. First phase lockdown. The lockdown ended. We are happy about that 2 weeks ago. So interstate regional borders opened. We've finally launched our Maceraya Khandade, the Adventure is Near campaign. I think you agree with me that none of the tourism boards ever looked at domestic campaigns that intensively as during the past months. But we also used these months to develop an upgraded safety and hygiene program, which is audited and licensed by PwC. Sahman in Azerbaijani stands for tidiness, and the English abbreviation for safety and hygiene methods and norms. Basically, it's a certification process not only for hospitality partners, but also for travel, for tour agencies, for tour guides, so the entire value chain. And now, together with other government organizations, we are basically on a daily basis monitoring the service providers and also acting quick in the field with them to basically improve the service standards for this time. When the next phase would be gradual reopening, the third phase. Unfortunately, I can't tell you when that exact date is. I would love to. We are doing everything possible to working on protocols with other government authorities and how this opening happens. I think there is a daily change in new protocols, new testing methods. So actually, safety and health of locals goes first. Tourism comes second. But we hope that it's soon the case. And once we open, application for e-visa to Azerbaijan is the easiest thing. It actually takes you online, 3 steps. You pay with credit card, and as quick as within 3 hours, you have your e-visa to print at home for $24. And it was also basically communicated by the migration authorities that there will be a new e-visa available after the restrictions are lifted, which is a multiple entry visa. So this even provides more chances and opportunities for Indian travelers to visit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are all waiting to visit Azerbaijan. I think it's quite interesting, and 90% growth before COVID-19 is a very, very good achievement. Well, friends, we have Mr. Yamamoto from the beautiful country of Japan. He started his career with Kanagawa Prefecture government. And is the background from Kanagawa?
Actually, not Kanagawa, but Yamaguchi Prefecture, hometown of former Prime Minister Abe.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was also director of Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO, for which he was stationed in Singapore for almost 3 years. After being involved with various government sectors, he joined JNTO 2017 as Deputy Manager in the Corporate Planning Department. Currently, he is the Executive Director for Tourism for India, market effective 1st July 2019. As Executive Director, he is responsible in overseeing India market while managing the development policy strategies to strengthen Japan reputation as a world-class tourism and travel destination. So over to you, Mr. Yamamoto.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Dr. Graham.
Limited to the 5-6 minutes.
Okay, okay.
So that we have some time for question answers. Otherwise,
okay.
We'll have no
Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you for inviting for this great event. It is very our pleasure. It is our pleasure to have an opportunity to have a speech here. Thank you so much. And as Dr. Well mentioned, this backboard is a Kintakyo Bridge in Yamaguchi Prefecture in western part of Japan. This is the hometown of former Prime Minister Abe. Yes. But 2 days ago, Prime Minister in Japan changed. Yes. But PM Modi-ji and PM Abe-ji have a very close relationship, and they build strong partnership between two countries. So now two countries is very tight. Yes. And India is a very important market for us to attract tourists. And the new Prime Minister, Mr. Suga, is a former cabinet spokesman, and he's a leader of international tourism. So I expect a very strong and a new strategy or policy for international travel. And I'd like to speak about the situation in Japan, about COVID-19, and then I'd like to talk about lift of the restriction of the border. And as many colleagues mentioned, COVID-19 hit Japan as a big impact. And it started to increase the patient from last February. And the first impact was from March to April. Number is very big, increased. And then government did a lockdown for 1.5 months. But end of June, lockdown finished, and there is a resume of economic activity. So people can travel across the border of prefectures after mid-June. And after mid-June to now, it is a second impact. Number of patients increased again, but number of patients decreased and almost settled down. So I can say it is the end of the second wave, second impact. Yes. Actually, I came back to Japan last month, and now station in Japan, but the people's life is almost same as before COVID-19. People commute to office and work, and people go to school, and go to restaurant, and go to sports event. So life is almost same. So I can say government of Japan can already control the COVID-19. And the next, I'd like to speak about restriction, end of restriction. Actually, from end of March, most of the international flight suspended, and Japan closed the gate of the border to India end of May. But actually, Japan gradually started to open the border. And we, Japan, start from two tracks. One is the business track, and the second is the residence track. So we prepare two tracks to open the countries. And we have each government have a discussion about opening of the border with Thailand, Vietnam, Australia, New Zealand, Taiwan, Malaysia, Cambodia, Laos, and China, and Korea. And actually, today is the first day to open the country to Singapore as a business track. Regarding the business track, there is no quarantine. Of course, there is a testing of COVID-19, and the traveler must submit itinerary, but there is no quarantine. But regarding the residence track, there is a 14 days quarantine. But I expect this country also have the business track in the near future. And there is another news today. Indian government announced they created air bubble between Japan. But I don't have the detailed information, but I expect more people travel between two countries. But this, I think this air bubble is only business traveler and residence traveler. I'm not sure the detail, so we must check out more detailed information. But actually, Japan resuming international travel gradually. And regarding the visa procedure, it is under the control of the Ministry of Justice, so we don't have the detailed information. But today there is information about the air bubble, so maybe more detailed information coming up soon. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
Chairman, your mic is on mute. Your mic.
So thank you. One important call had come in, so I put it on mute. So sorry for that. Occupational hazard. Well, we have Mr. G.V. Shiritar. He's the Regional Director, India, Middle East and South Asia for Singapore Tourism Promotion Board. Highly qualified in his capacity as Regional Director, Mr. Shiritar is responsible for covering STB's leisure, BT MICE, travel promotions, marketing development efforts, IMSA region. He works with travel and non-travel partners in the region to drive visitor traffic to Singapore for leisure, business, MICE, cruise, enrichment and experimental learning process. As Regional Director, he has led some major innovative marketing projects in India. These include Bollywood projects with Dharma Productions, Red Chilies Entertainment, musical collaboration with Indian Maestro, the first partnership with VH1 India by the National Tourism Organization for an English music video titled Unstoppable, and marketing tie-ups with leading brands like Ola and Paytm. Shiritar graduated with honors in sociology from the National University of Singapore in 1990 and holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in English language and philosophy. So thank you very much, Mr. Shridhar. As mentioned by our friend from Australia, that you are on the way to, and if you're traveling Singapore Airlines, you're on the way to Japan also.
Namaste, namaskar, vanakkam and vandanam. Very good meeting this is, and a privilege to be chaired by such a person as you, and Nishan batted off, and it's quite convenient to come as the last batsman. A few points I want to cover on behalf of Singapore Tourism. India is a very important market. It is the third largest source market for Singapore. In 2019, pre-COVID-19, we had welcomed 1.42 million visitors. It's a very important market for cruise. It is a very important market for incentives. Yeah. So in terms of situation in Singapore, I wanted to cover the fact that since the first infection started in Singapore in end January, we have gone through several phases. We had a circuit breaker and a lockdown phase, which was in the April, May, early June period. Then we had started a three-phased Safe Singapore approach. We are now currently in phase 2. So since about July, we have opened up many parts of the economy. In fact, all parts of the economy has opened up in some form or the other. We are in this safe transition phase, and we have taken up a lot of steps as the various countries have spoken. Safety and sanitation is so high on the agenda of the government. So today we have a Singapore Clean initiative. Together with several government agencies, Singapore Tourism Board is certifying various establishments across Singapore to the safety and sanitation and health requirements, making it safe for consumers or customers to come and visit those places. To date, we have certified 20,000 such establishments under the Singapore Clean initiative. Domestic tourism, I mean, never in my life, even during the SARS period, there was a sort of a Singapore roars back kind of campaign, but domestic tourism in Singapore, and that's what we are currently doing. Singapore Rediscovers, where we are encouraging the locals, residents, and Singaporeans to go and visit attractions, take tours, experience the country. So a few things have happened on that front, and we are opening up. We are giving out Singapore Rediscovers vouchers to all Singaporeans and residents to partake in the experiences the country has to offer. Finally, let me talk about the opening up of borders. We are looking at, of course, like many countries, we are looking at the safety and health restrictions within the country first, and that's important. So reciprocal green lane arrangements have started with some countries for essential business travel, which is sort of a bubble wrap itinerary that the people, or the travelers from this country can come into under the reciprocal green lane. So today we have reciprocal green lane arrangements with China, provinces, 6 provinces in China, with Brunei, Malaysia, South Korea. And in fact, today, September 18th, 2 things are happening. As Yasuki has stated, we have started reciprocal green lane arrangement with Japan. In fact, Japan, Singapore will be the very first country that they are having such an arrangement. So that's 1. 2, we have been slowly opening up. We have been looking at hybrid events for MICE. We have experimented with a group size of 50. We have moved it up to 250. And starting today, attractions can apply for more than 50% of operational capacity. When we started relaxing, it was 25%. It is going up to 50%. So we are opening slowly, and maybe this is a way of us getting ready for the travel restart from other countries when it happens. On the visa front, Singapore is still one of the countries where you can get visas within a 3 to 5 day horizon. Authorized visa agents across India allow quick access. There are no visas being processed now because we haven't opened up travel to India yet. But when the time comes, we will look at how we can work with the missions to see how we can continue to make convenient for the Indian travelers to come to Singapore through a very relaxed, hassle-free visa regime. That's it for now. Thank you, Dr. Subhash.
Well, thank you very much. I think it's been a wonderful interaction. Since I don't know whether the chat box is open or I can't see any questions, I think I'll do a rapid fire round. We have another 5 minutes. If anyone wants to add any point, which has been missed out, we'll start with Australia. You want to add anything to what you've said? Otherwise, I'll wind up.
I mean, I would just like to add that, the recovery process for this industry is going to be it's going to be a long-term process. And there are just a few suggestions, not from a Tourism Australia perspective, but what is it that the world or maybe various NTOs or various governments need to think of in order to revive this particular industry and this category. I guess the first thing that we need to do is to open up travel or set up these green lanes or travel bubbles for a specific purpose of visitation. Like if countries could think about starting or commencing air travel or creating these travel bubbles for segments such as students, segments such as visiting friends and relatives, employment, business perspective, purpose. I guess these individuals can actually travel to a particular country and quarantine themselves for at least 14 to 15 days. Because their length of stay is usually longer. So this will help the aviation industry to come back. It'll help the airlines to commence flights, start reinstating their capacity back to certain countries. Right. And we'll have to begin at some point of time. The next is supporting the airlines as well, because there are a lot of measures which have been undertaken by either it's in the form of a government equity participation, non-equity cash flows. It could be something that the airports need to do in terms of the parking and the landing charges. It could be travel vouchers that Changi does so successfully. So I guess working with the airlines is really important, and we need to bring them back to normal. I guess these 2 things are extremely critical.
So you'd like to add from Azerbaijan 1 or 2 points? Just points.
Just one point to add. One point to add, Chairman, is I think it's important for governments, tourism boards, tourism authorities to support the industry partners and really to run programs in marketing support, structural support, not to lose excellent resources and humans, and will be hard to get them back to the industry. And I think this is our homework. We're investing a lot in upgrade of infrastructure and services, so that basically when the borders reopen again, actually there will be a better experience, a more authentic experience for visiting.
Just wanted to know that e-visas have already started in Azerbaijan, or you're planning to start? E-visas.
It's suspended for the time being. evisa.gov.az is offline, so for the time being, it's impossible to apply for a visa.
You have any idea when they will open up or anything?
As soon as there is a plan for opening the borders, also the e-visa system will go live in an upgraded version. So also migration colleagues using the time to basically pimp up the system.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Yamamoto, you want to add anything? I think you can circulate the new information about the bubble between India and Japan, and we'll ensure that we circulate it. Anything else you want to add?
Okay. Yeah. Of course, we have some travel bubble, but now almost close the country to traveler. So now Japanese government try to support the travel industry in domestic economy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, but most of the industry companies are SME, small and medium size. So government subsidize these SME cash benefit and unsecured loan, and try to change the mind of the people. People's mind is shrinking.
That is very important.
Yeah. So
Mindset.
Government subsidize half of the price of the domestic travel now.
Excellent.
So government try to change the mind of the people.
That's important. Yes, sir. Mr. Sridhar, you want to add anything?
Yeah, just 2 points. One is united we stand. I think tourism is filled with creative, innovative, and passionate professionals who are sitting across the screen today. And I'm sure that united we will come out of this situation. And the second point is we prepare. We are not in the business of being reactive. We are not in the business of sitting back and doing nothing. So let us be proactive. Together, we will work with the industry. As and when, of course, health is going to be very important, but let us be ready. So I think let's get ourselves organized. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've had a very nice interaction. I would only add 1 or 2 points about India. You see, we have already opened up the domestic flights, as I mentioned. As of today, we have more than 8 million people who traveled in India. 8 million people. And as far as the recovery rate is concerned, our recovery rate is one of the best in the world, because Indian doctors and nurses are world famous. If you remove them from UK and USA, we sort of do a great job there. So our recovery rate is 80%. And you see, as far as the death rate is concerned, if you take the population of 1.3 billion people, it is less than 1%. And since the rapid testing has started, there also, it is only 8% people out of the people who are being tested are being found positive, which is a very low figure when the recovery rate is 80%. So, friends, I think the air bubbles are starting fast. The metro in the major cities has already started maintaining all protocols. And we are hopeful that by the end of, October, beginning to middle of October, I think most of the air bubbles from India side will be opened up, depending on the, other country. And as far as student traffic is concerned, and resident traffic or dependent residents is concerned, I think the other day only a lot of students have going, and our company also organized 1 or 2 charters to the Central European countries and also to UK. UK, there is no quarantine. There is a home quarantine for students in their hostel or anywhere where they go, and even COVID test is not there. Similarly, in the US, thousands of Indian students are traveling to the US, and also dependent, passport holders. For example, if someone is working in the US, his wife or his children want to go, so they are allowed to travel on these bubbles. And I'm sure in Singapore also, dependent passport holders or residents who are stuck here are allowed, or students are also allowed. I don't know.
No, I think generally the circumstances are such that only the repatriation flights are on. So on very exceptional basis, then other travel is allowed.
And you have to register at the respective high commissions or embassies, as the case with all repatriation flights is concerned.
Yes, yes.
I think we've had a very nice interactive session, and thank you very much. The email of all the panelists is there with OTM and also with all the buyers who are participating and who have missed the event because even there were back-to-back appointments with a lot of buyers. So OTM is recording the event. It will be available, I think, on YouTube and other platforms, and it will be circulated also. And if anyone has any questions with any of the panelists, please send an email, and I'm sure we'll respond to you. Thank you very much, and stay positive. Thank you. Yeah. Well, let the experts from Singapore, Australia, and Azerbaijan and Japan say.
I guess
I'm always positive.
You would possibly need a crystal ball to answer that particular question, but initial estimates which the airlines have predicted, or maybe what some of the national tourism organizations have predicted, is that to come back to 2019 levels, it'll possibly take another 2 to 4 years, and that's not a good sign. But as Shrithar mentioned, if we all stand unitedly, if we all take that onus and that responsibility of bringing this category back to what it was in 2019, in 2021, I guess we can all make it happen. And I'm realistically optimistic about it, because I believe that this country has seen a lot of adversities. We've seen terrorist attacks, we've seen bomb blasts, we've seen natural calamities, and we've come out of each and every adversity the very next day. So I firmly believe that the moment the borders are open, even if you travel today or walk down the streets of Mumbai or Delhi, you would see it's business as usual. So the moment you open up, aviation, start aviation connectivity, open international borders, Indians will certainly travel in huge numbers.
Anyone else wants to add anything?
Azerbaijan, unfortunately, no glass ball, but we estimate that it will take roughly also 3 to 4 years, while it will not be linear. But 2021, hopefully, I know everyone likes a percentage, 15-20%. I think is very optimistic, and the further it goes, and the vaccine is available, I think we will see a more progressive growth rate over the next 2-3 years. But overall, if we are back to 2019 pre-COVID in 3 to 4 years, I think that is hopefully realistic.
Anyone wants to add anything further?
We also think about the pre-COVID situation will come back soon. It is very good, but I guess it needs a few years.
What about you?
There is the Olympic Games next year, so I hope tourists come back soon.
Thank you.
Numbers, whether it is 20% or 50% recovery in 2021, I think that's one consideration for us to have. But I think the results is what we can make of it, because things will change. Cost of traveling is going to be higher. People are going to be a lot more concerned about safety and health. So what we as travel intermediaries, as NTOs, can combine and work together will also determine the result. So it is crystal ball gazing. Everybody is not sure. But I think one thing we can collectively do is get ready because we will push the results together.
I agree with you. I think on that positive note, because you see, we have to understand one thing that you see, the fear of this disease will cause more damage than the disease itself. So we have to spread, all of us in the tourism industry have to give people hope and have to have a very positive attitude. And we have to learn to live with this disease. This disease is not going to go. Even after the vaccine is discovered, I think Russia claims to have discovered it, Israel, India, the Oxford and US and China. I think we are all on the verge of, announcing our vaccines. But to vaccine people will also take time. So whatever it is, we have to learn to live with this disease like we are living with tuberculosis, which is more infectious, or the common cold, which there is no cure till now, and nor is there any vaccine for a common cold. But we live with it because it's not as dangerous. I believe SARS was more dangerous than this. So we have to learn to live with this disease, and all of us in the tourism industry must, as rightly mentioned by Mr. Sritar, that we must make all the efforts to restart the economy, to restart travel, to influence our respective governments to open up as soon as possible, because unless we open up, we can't remain locked down forever. You see, we have to open up, and the sooner we open up, I think the better it is for the economy of all our countries, and the better it's for all of us. So thank you very much. Is there any other question, or we have run out of time? Shivani?
Being cancelled, even though it gets confirmed at first. So why is it getting cancelled in the air bubble? That is one of the concerns from our travel partners. Nishant,
Nishant, would you like to?
Yes.
I guess the airline who's canceling those flights would be, the airline representative of that particular company would be the appropriate person to answer this question. But in case you can flick it across to us and send us the details, we'll be happy to escalate it with our respective airline partner and revert back to you.
Any other question is there? Because I can't see the chat box. Shivani, any other question? So
just one more
I think-
question. Sorry, sir. One more question. One of our travel friends want to know that if and when we open up international tour, how crucial will road journeys be, considering the fact that air travel is restricted now? Do you think road journeys can become a new thing in travel?
Road journeys is the only answer for the time being, at least in India, and whichever countries. For example, already in the weekends from Delhi, Neemrana and the Grand Bharat and all these hotels are absolutely full in the weekends, because people are so fed up, being imprisoned in their homes, right? This is going to bounce back with a vengeance, right? And what we have seen, even near all the metros and all the cities, road travel has increased substantially, and even the tourist taxis and all are maintaining now, partitions in between the driver and the, all those things. So initially, domestic travel and regional travel will be the first to open up, and then short haul travel, and then long haul travel, because that is the only thing. And right now, domestic travel has already started in India. Does anyone agree with this? So fine. Anything else? Shivani?
No more questions for any of the
fine.
panelists. Thank you for joining us here
Thank
today.
you.
It was a great and really good informative discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Paul. We're starting now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we move on to our next webinar, which is on the role of technology and innovation to revive tourism. And moderating this panel today, here is Paul Richer, Senior Partner at Genesis Digital Transformation. Thank you, Paul, for joining us one more time after OTM. Over to you now.
We're going to be talking about the role of technology in trying to revive tourism, which it won't do on its own, but I'm sure it will help. I've got three panelists with me here today, which I'll introduce in a minute. Let me introduce myself first. I run Genesis Digital Transformation. This is a management consultancy, and we work across the world helping travel companies with their technology. So that's me in a nutshell. Carl, why don't you introduce yourself next?
Sure. Thanks, Paul. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Carl Jones. I'm based in Singapore. I work for SAP Concur as the head of travel for the region. My role is to really look at how we go to market with our products and services in the region across Asia Pacific. I've been living in Asia now for almost 20 years. I've spent many times over in India. So looking forward to the discussion today. Martin?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, that's fine. Martin, over to you.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Martin Haber. I work for Travelport. I'm also based in Singapore. I've been in Asia now for 6 years, but before that I was based in Africa for 4 years and the Middle East for 3 years. So I'm definitely a global citizen these days. My role is to look after our partners and commercial relationships throughout South Asia, in particular the Indian market. Look forward to visiting more often than I have already. I've been a fair few times, but looking forward to being able to travel back there again. And for those who don't know Travelport, we connect, we're a travel commerce platform connecting travel suppliers to travel agencies, operating worldwide for 40 years. So hopefully you know who we are.
Thank you, Martin. And Ankush, tell us about yourself and your business.
Yeah. So my name is Ankush and I am the co-founder for TBO Group, which is the largest B2B travel platform in India, empowering a little more than 25,000 operators across the width and breadth. We also operate in a little more than 100 countries, but however, I'm based in Delhi, and it's been a great experience working with different nationalities, different traveler mindsets, different travel community apart from India. So our motto is technology inspiring travel. So I think, Paul, this is the right subject today for us to discuss. So I would say I'm like the long tail of the travel industry, empowering them with all the supply, be it the airline, the hotels, travel insurance, etc., etc. Yeah.
Thanks, Ankush. That's great. And just to round things off, we've got two Singapore. There's you in India, Ankush, and I'm in London. So we're a good international team. And maybe, Carl, I can start with you, because when we were talking during the week, you mentioned a study that SAP has done about travel sentiment. Before you talk about that, let me just tell you all, if you're watching, if you have any questions you want to ask the panel, do please type them into YouTube, and Shivani will actually then relay them to me, and I can actually ask our panel those questions. Carl, tell us about your travel sentiment survey you did at SAP.
Yeah, sure, Paul. So this is the second annual survey we've done. We use an organisation called Wakefield to reach out to people. We address travellers who usually do 3 or more business trips per annum, and we asked them how they felt about the return to travel, what maybe their concerns were, where they were looking forward to moving forward. So there was quite a few questions that we asked. There was around about 5,000 travellers globally, around about a third of them in the Asia Pacific region. So it's quite representative. I think the main thing that came through was obviously, no surprise, a real concern around safety while travelling. And that was a real shift from previous years, where people were more talking about the stress of returning from a business trip. This was much more about the stress of actually preparing for the trip and going on the trip. So really, how do organizations, or how should organizations begin to think about addressing that duty of care and that safety element when things do go back to relative normal, at least? The other element was around that: how do we go about addressing some of these concerns, and what are the tactics and strategies that organizations can follow? So it was very much a survey to try to get to some reasonable outcomes, I would say.
Okay, fine. And it sounds to me, Carl, as though we're talking about information provision, maybe letting people know what's going on in the world. Martin, at Travelport, of course, Travelport's all about the movement of information between, I suppose, for example, airlines and travel agents, and far more besides, but that's an example. Is there a facility within Travelport and other global distribution systems to actually provide information of the kind that might give people confidence to travel?
Well, I can certainly speak to Travelport versus some of the competitors and what they do. But in the case of Travelport, absolutely there is. We had a similar survey to the SAP one, which looked at the safety aspects, 10 aspects of different parts of safety during travel. And interestingly, we found that India actually had the highest ranking in terms of Indian travellers wanting all of those safety and that comfort in understanding safety on their travel and their journey. And so to help with that, we introduced a SmartPort plugin in mid-July, which plugs into our desktop to help the travel consultants at time of booking understand what the requirements are for travelling to and from different destinations, so that they can pass that information on. And we've had over 92,000 launches of that plugin in the first few weeks of its launch. We also have a link to an airline safety tracker, and we also provide, through some of the other solutions on our desktop, we provide some rich content to allow airlines to explain what safety measures they're taking and pass that information along to the customer. And even with the hotels themselves as well, passing on that information at time of booking. So consumers really can have that confidence, because without that confidence that they're going to be safe on the trip and with the partners that they're booking, they're not going to take that journey. So they're really helping pass that on and feed the recovery.
Can I add to that? Can I add to that as well, Martin? Because I think our survey said very similar to your findings as well. Well, what I'm finding with organisations at the moment is they're really keen to understand the preparation side. So how do they make informed decisions on where is open, what are the immigration procedures and so on. So making sure they make the right decisions on what is permitted to travel and what is essential travel in their org, and then on the journey itself, making sure that they're receiving timely updates, normally through apps, etc., on what's going on. And with borders changing so rapidly, particularly in Europe, we've seen that recently, it's really important that we try and address not just the booking stage, but also that on-trip performance as well, I'd say. Okay, fine. Yes, and you mentioned Europe, Carl, and I feel we're in a bit of a mess here, because every time a traveller books a holiday, they find the day later that suddenly they're going to have to quarantine for 2 weeks coming back to the UK. Ankush, you're at the very sharp end, because you're selling travel to people. How are you coping with that?
So, Paul, the good thing is that knowing, and I will talk about the Indian market in specific today, and as a citizen of this country, we are very resilient to viruses, etc. And I think people are very, very bold. The way what I've seen, especially in the last couple of months, I think people just want to get out and travel. There are so many inquiries, especially for short-haul destinations. And the first one, which obviously opened, was Dubai and Maldives. There's a lot of domestic holidays, be it by road or by airlines, is happening very regularly. However, it is all word of mouth what is being spread across. So whenever friends or travel partners are traveling, the question comes, was I quarantined? What happened at the airport when you landed? What was the policy? Were you harassed? Did it take a lot of time? Etc., etc. So I think that is where the only detriment what people are having. But if you see the load factors of most of the domestic airlines today, we almost at 74, 75%, right? Which is pretty good, keeping in mind the amount of cases which India has every hey, so that is itself, it's a funny situation. On the one side, the numbers are obviously increasing. On the other side, the travelers are increasing. So I don't know which way we are going. But yes, the traffic is starting to move. People are discussing holidays now, especially now in October and December. But I think it will be more of short haul. And obviously, once the visas open, for Europe, etc., I'm sure people will be very, very hungry to go back to the skies. So I think it's more word of mouth, more than tech at the moment. People want to talk to their friends and their travel partner and get a little understanding on what's happening in that respective destination.
Well, I mean, you mentioned word of mouth, Ankush, but of course, a lot of the business that is done on the internet is actually supported by user-generated content and customer reviews. So I just wonder whether you all think there might be a role for technology to play in actually getting travelers to be able to not necessarily talk to each other, but actually put up messages that can raise confidence to travel. Any thoughts on that?
Definitely, yes, Paul. Everybody today will browse and search, but I somehow still feel, people still want to talk to the traveler, right? Be it their friends or whoever it might be. I think that gives you a real experience rather than seeing some comment which might be a third party or somebody else you don't know. I mean, that's what I would personally do, and I know many of my travel partners across the country have been talking to each other, right? And yes, you're reading a lot in the press, and sometimes to believe what is being written on the press also is sometimes whether it's actually authentic or not, can create doubts. But hearing somebody who actually traveled, like I'm traveling myself to Dubai end of this month, I've spoken to 10 friends, and I also represent Dubai tourism in India, right? That what was experience, etc. Right? So I think that really gives you more confidence.
Yes. So one thing that I mentioned, Martin and Carl, you remember when we were talking in the week, and Ankush, you didn't mention to join us, was actually whether there's a role for webcams at all in all this. So actually, travelers and tourists can see what's going on in hotels, maybe at airports as well, see other people traveling and think, well, they're doing it, why aren't we? Have you any thoughts on that at all, Carl or Martin?
Yeah, I think first of all, it's really important overall that we're giving as much information as possible to travellers. And if we think of Singapore at the moment, there's an SG Clean initiative, which is all of the hotels here are demonstrating very high standards of hygiene, cleanliness, to try and build that confidence back. So I think, having real-time information through a webcam, etc., is just another avenue of making sure that travellers feel confident in either the airlines that they're flying in or the hotels that they're staying in. Without that confidence, people will, particularly in the corporate travel world, people will hold back. I think on the leisure travel side, it's a little bit easier because you take that ultimate responsibility. But with organizations, they feel either in some countries there is actual legislation that means they've got to look after the safety of their travelers overseas, or there's just the ethical duty of an organization to ensure that when their travelers are overseas, they're looked after. So I think that's going to really flavor how the return to corporate travel. I think corporate travel is going to come back later. I think everybody accepts that. But that's where I see the opportunities for leisure in particular, because, I think most of us are chomping at the bit to try and get back in the air and go overseas. Myself, probably more than anybody. So anything that would give me that information to justify and give me that confidence, I think is really, really vital.
Okay, Martin, I at an exhibition I was able to go to before lockdown. It was a business travel exhibition, but this is just as relevant to leisure travel as well. I saw a company providing mapping information on hotspots. Now, the hotspots that they were showing, because this was pre-COVID, were actually, I suppose, criminal hotspots. If you walk in a certain area of town, you're more likely to have your pocket picked. But that could work equally well to actually be mapping virus hotspots. Is that a role you think that technology might be able to help with?
I mean, I certainly think there's a lot of new and disruptive and interesting technologies out there. I mean, if the data points are there that can be relied upon with artificial intelligence and geolocating out there. I'm sure there's a niche out there for technology providers to look at that and adapt their technology and solutions. I think one of the challenges at the moment is just that regulatory environment and how people can move around, and getting more awareness out there and more understanding and more standardization. So with more standardization in the travel and understanding, again, the standardization of the data and what people need to do to travel from A to B, that will enable technology to become more integral in the process and support people, whether that's understanding what they need to do or areas to avoid in different countries. So yeah, technology can help, but initially I think the first stage we're still in is in this disruptive environment where there's constant change coming from a regulatory perspective, and we're supporting initiatives like the World Travel and Tourism Council's safety initiatives to try to standardise how countries and airlines are working together on these safety features that will really help and again encourage people and enable more of a standardised experience for people to be able to commit to their travel.
Yes, and you're talking about coordination between governments. So we've had some standardisation, which is not really to do with technology, but would be very vital indeed. Ankush, there's a question here come from YouTube. I'll read it to you and see what you think. Particularly relevant to you because I think you have a lot of online sales. The question is, while tech will play a crucial role in restoring travel industry functions, what impact do you think tech will have on blue-collar travel jobs? There are concerns about too much tech replacing human beings. Very, very relevant possibly to your business. Any thoughts on that?
Good question, Paul. So I would say tech will definitely save a lot of cost when it comes to rentals/infrastructure. I think it's not going to replace the worker or the employment, what the question is, because somehow I feel that, I somehow see a shift happening towards the offline travel agents, especially post-COVID, because I think the customer confidence and the way the passenger was troubled, during especially April, March, when the borders were closed, they were kind of struggling and they wanted that phone or that email or whatever, or WhatsApp, they could speak to the travel fraternity. I think with their travel part agent, I would say, I think the employment on the operations / on the will not suffer at all. Yeah, it will come back to hopefully normalcy by, I would say, Q1 next year. But yes, tech will definitely replace, some infrastructure point of view, because a lot of people who were kind of working from offices will start working from home, etc., etc. But I don't think there'll be any job losses as such, because the industry will come back. As I always say, there'll be revenge travel in India at least, And there's a big joke in my own company that, like you see buses in India where people are hanging, and trying to get in. It's going to happen 6 months when the guys will be standing on the wings, please take me. I think that's what will happen. I think it's a short-term problem, but I think it'll be back to job losses. I agree with you, have happened, but I think it'll come back in the next 6 to 9 months.
I think I'd like to add to that, and so I think technology there is what are those people actually doing. So to add to Ankush's comments is to say that really, what you want those travel consultants to be doing, they want to be engaging with the customer, they want to be giving them the right information, they want to be supporting them. But there's a lot of functions that today technology can help with. So today there's a lot of changes going on, changing bookings, reissuing tickets. That's quite a lengthy, time-consuming process, and that's something that absolutely technology can help with. And it'll just change the focus for what people are doing as part of their job to being more customer-centric, supporting the customer better, perhaps selling them more products which drive revenue for the travel agency, but trying to take away some of that pain and processing, which absolutely is what technology is for.
Yeah, and can I add to both? I fully agree with both Ankush's and Martin's comments there. I think from a corporate perspective side, particularly, there's a realization that if you move things offline and you need that extra support, you're going to have to be charged for it. And I think there's never before been a reason to be so reliant on a TMC as before. So when I've spoken to some customers, initially they said, "Oh, this is the death of the TMCs," and certainly from a revenue and P&L point of view, it's very, very difficult for them right now. But going forward, for me, I would far prefer, if I was a leisure traveller or a corporate traveller, to have booked my ticket with a reputable travel agency, and then if things change, I can email from that location if I'm overseas, rather than try and deal with an airline or hotel help desk. I've had that before on business trips where people around me have booked direct and they can't get change on tickets. I think that's going to be really, really relevant to the TMC world going forward, which is great. And to your point, I do think things will recover, and when they do, that value added service that a TMC provides will be really important.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think what we're talking about then is in a low margin industry, because travel is a low margin industry, we're talking about using technology to raise efficiency and actually get more utilization out of our staff, who instead of becoming booking clerks doing repetitive machine type work, they actually become travel advisors on the end of the phone or email to actually help our customers. Ankush, in your business, have you found across the years that the nature of the work that your staff do is changing more from a mundane non-automation role to becoming more advisory and helping customers more?
So for me, our customer is the travel agent, Paul, and fortunately they are pretty well versed in what's happening. But the good thing is, because the travelers are evolving, the travel agents are evolving, and they make sure that we keep evolving ourselves. So be it product lines, be it technology, be it getting better systems to serve them better. I think that's something which we have come up the curve for the last 15 years. And what we were doing in 2005 is extremely different than what we're doing today. It's because the traveler has made the travel agent evolve, and that's what I think we have been completely focusing, working with our partners, and ensure that we keep building the tech to be fighting this competitive world, especially with the large OTAs. Yeah.
I think as well, I agree. I think it's accelerated a process that began probably about 18 months, 2 years ago in India, which was a shift towards offline to online. So some of the more mundane tickets, point to point, very easy, are being done much more online. In the corporate travel world, if you'd have asked me 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 10 to 15% online penetration, i.e. 90% of tickets more or less were booked offline. That shifted even last year to much more around 40, 50%. So I think this is going to accelerate it when things start to return to normal. And to your point, it's going to make the travel counsellors be much more of that sort of service orientated, but the basic stuff can be done online. There's no need to necessarily use a travel counsellor for that value added service.
So actually, travel counsellors, as we'll call them, are actually dealing now with the higher margin travel rather than the mundane, say, short haul flights where they're not needed.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, Martin, you probably see it with Travelport as well, don't you? With regards to the sort of the change in needs of a travel counsellor.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't argue with anything you've said there, Cole. I think what we're seeing as well with COVID is a lot more changes in servicing and last-minute changes. The airlines are doing schedule changes. So you're seeing some trends like airlines in the US dropping change fees. You're seeing travel consultants having to be much more engaged in managing those ever-changing itineraries. So a lot more of their time and focus is around supporting the customer and more like after-sales care, albeit still, or in-trip care, if you like. So the role of a travel consultant as counsellor has definitely shifted in terms of supporting in this new environment and this new world here. Even with Air India, with their new Maharaja fares, they're very open for changes versus previous tickets, where if you could find the seats. So that, it's really changed the dynamic of how people look at their travel consultants for that.
And I think it's important to remember when we say complex, I would picture it domestic and international, right? The international trip's much more complex. Visa requirements may change. Visa requirements may even change, not just by your destination and origin, but by your nationality from there. So, for instance, if I leave Singapore and try and go to China, I'm a British national. That is a very different set of rules than if I was a Singaporean citizen, for instance. So it's really important on the international side to use to look at using travel counsellors for information. But I think domestic tourism and domestic travel can be also served relatively simply with online tools.
Okay, I know in the UK here that a lot of people who used to work in offices are now working from home, and there's a business here that specialises in cloud communications. That's telephony, but routed over the internet. Do you see that the use of cloud communication technology to actually keep people working from home rather than coming into the office might be the way forward for travel businesses, in fact, many office-based businesses? Any thoughts on that at all?
Yeah, I'll just begin. I definitely. I mean, look at our gathering here. Right, last year we were fortunate enough to be face to face. This year, it's virtual, but it's still meaningful. I think technology has advanced rapidly over the past year to accommodate, particularly video calls, in an easy fashion. If you'd have gone back 10 years, and it was back in the teleconference room in your office, if you had one, it was expensive. You had to book it. We've come a long way, and I think it does offer an alternative to travel. But I think, Ankush, you mentioned earlier, there is still that need for face-to-face, particularly on complex deals, for instance, if you're trying to sell, or more cultural understanding and really be developing that, particularly in Asia-Pacific region, which is so diverse culturally. So I think there's going to be that balance between, yes, technology is there, but it can't replace all forms of travel, I wouldn't have thought.
Ankush, the travel agents you deal with, are you finding that they are, I suppose, leaving their retail units behind, operating more from a home office and using cloud communications to do that?
So, Paul, I think at least till the market doesn't come back to 80% levels, a lot of them are working from home, and I think that's going to work in their favor, keeping in mind costs low, et cetera. But I think when the business is back to normal, hopefully a year from now, everybody will be back to their offices, because it's not only just talking to the customer, it's also finance, accounting, etc. Right? I mean, so I think it's not going to replace. I mean, technology, cloud will not replace the offices opening back. And companies like us, like today, my tech team is completely at home right now because they're building tech, so it's okay. They don't have any they have no interaction with the customers, right? But all our commercial teams today are back at work, in spite of all the cases what we have in India, because I think what you can do on your own seat, meeting your colleagues, I think nothing can replace that, be it any virtual meeting, I think so. But I think for the short term, definitely many travel companies will work from home. Absolutely. Are working as well. Yeah.
I mean, I've answered it in a two-part way. Yeah, absolutely. From within the industry and how travel businesses operate, it can offer more flexibility. The technology is there now. We historically perhaps have a very crowded call center spaces, that kind of thing. We can now have a lot more flexibility, and the technology that we're delivering to travel agencies is enabling that and embracing that change. And I think that can be very positive from an internal industry point of view. And it can also help us attract and retain talent and retain talent, against other industries who perhaps historically have offered more flexibility. From a travel demand point of view, and there's cloud suppressing demand, I still think that will be outweighed by the underlying demographics around the world. I mean, more people, particularly in the Asia region, are moving into the middle class. World Economic Forum estimates 2 billion Asians currently in the middle class, and that's going to grow 75% in the next 10 years. So as people become more economically independent and move into that middle class, they want to travel more, they're doing business more, they're going on more holidays and trips, and travel's quite aspirational. So there's going to be that huge underlying demand that still keeps coming and growing within the industry that needs to be served. So I think the travel industry as a whole is in a very healthy place going forward, regardless of these complementary technologies for connecting.
Okay, we have another question from our audience, guys. The question is, how the new normal could support the event planners at international level? Now, that's a tricky one. Have you got any thoughts on that? Any of you? We're talking about event planners at the international level. So there are conferences that I would be moderating or chairing and not happening. How can the new normal support that?
I mean, we could spend an hour arguing what the new normal would be and what is the new normal. I think technology, and what we talked about already in terms of having the information to event planners just as much as to the travel coordinators, so that they can make intelligent decisions. Are they picking the right destination for hosting? Are they able to get the people in that they want from the countries they want? Are those borders open? And providing all of that information and framework to them is going to be pivotal in terms of that industry starting to recover and come back up.
Yes, this is a very difficult area because if you're event planning an international event, you might be working 1 year out, starting to put an event together. I don't know, Carl or Ankush, whether you have any thoughts on this at all.
Yeah, I fully agree with what Martin said. I think the challenge is going to be that logistical one of exactly as Martin just covered there. Can you actually physically get those people in, the nationality of your people, etc., which is always been an event consideration, but I think will be even more heightened. And then again, to your point there, planning meetings a year out. Now, normally that's because it's hard to get certain locations, right? But I don't think at the moment those locations would be as difficult as they were in the past because of cancellation. So that may be a glimmer of hope, a silver lining, I suppose, in terms of some of the preparation. But yeah, I sadly think we're still a long way off the return of full events right now, just because companies are just so reluctant to, and there's a real concern that they will put their employees into some form of danger, and that may be right or wrong, but I think that's a really strong sentiment right now.
Okay, here's another question for us. What could possibly be some of the pitfalls of the increasing role of tech in travel in post-COVID times? So we're talking about moving beyond the times that we are in now, and with the increasing role of tech in travel, are there any pitfalls that you can think of, or is tech going to be all good for travel? Ankush, any thoughts on that at all?
Well, I think you can never replace. As I always say, the tech and the offline needs to coexist. And that's the way it has been, and especially with complex itineraries. And India, obviously, in a very unique, is a unique market, right? So I think a lot of browsing will happen on the tech, as they say, but the look is going to happen, but the book will still happen offline. And if you see, in spite of having a lot of online, most of the business in India, a little more than 80% is still offline, and this was pre-COVID. So I somehow feel there might be a couple of percentage points which would probably go in the favor of offline, but definitely, it's there to coexist. But only technology will be, I would say, a better enabler for the world, for the travel fraternity to get more access to things which probably they couldn't do. But the fulfillment will still happen through the travel counselor or the travel companies. Especially post-COVID.
Yep. So you're seeing technology post-COVID as an enabler, and you're not actually seeing any pitfalls at all. Martin and Carl, you're both tech-led organizations. Any pitfalls that you could foresee in using tech?
I think there's a lot of benefits from technology in general. I think that some of the pitfalls would be more general in terms of rushed integrations or poorly planned or thought through integrations, and perhaps rushed tech. I think perhaps the biggest danger of COVID is that it might cause some businesses to overreact or overly rush some implementations and get them right, and they could be then damaging to their business in terms of the impacts of that, poor security, all of those sorts of things. So I think some of the pitfalls are more generic. I suppose COVID could just make people a little bit more rushed in how they approach some of those things and don't really truly think through how they're approaching the use and integration of tech and how that aligns to, as Ankush said, how that aligns to their existing business and people and staff.
Yeah, yes. I think the only other thing I can add is I think probably one of the pitfalls is more the limitation of tech, and I think some of the conversations I've had with customers has been this desire that tech will solve all ills, and will be perfect. And it's really difficult with such a different sources of information, and B, the changeability of that information to have tech as the silver bullet to fix it all. So I think that limitation is one. And I echo what Martin said about rushed implementations. I think as well, there's also areas where companies need to be open to changes in process in the future. So their processes can't just be lifted and shifted into a new tech world. It's being open-minded enough to adapt, because tech, it is a great tool, but ultimately it does always have some limitations. So I think just being pragmatic enough to accept that, I think, is the pitfall, I would say.
And I think it would be to take the opportunity that COVID presented, if you're making those changes, to make the restructuring in your company, changes to processes that make sense, and to take that opportunity to refocus the business so that you come out stronger. Would be the opportunity.
Yes, I'd reflect that. The technology projects I've been involved in with travel companies are normally fairly tight on staffing, and they don't realise when implementing new technology just how much additional resources needed to actually make a tech project a success. So one of the pitfalls in tech is that it can be hugely diversionary from your day-to-day work, or if you focus too much on your day-to-day work, then the tech project is going to fail. So those are a couple of tricky areas. And actually right now I'm involved with a few projects where we're using these quiet COVID times to actually have the resource available to implement new technology. We've got about 5 minutes to run now on our session, and maybe I could just ask each of you in turn whether there's some advice or thoughts that you can give to everybody who's tuning in with us on what they might do tech-wise to really try and help in these tricky situations. Carl, let me start with you.
Yeah, I think what's becoming clear in my conversations with clients at the moment is, and Martin just touched on it, using this as an opportunity to review what you currently do and think about where you want to be in a year's time, anticipate what post-COVID travel will look like, and then try and review what you currently have and make the changes now while things are relatively quiet to do so. So I think that's my number one bit of advice. The other element linked to that is we're seeing a lot of change around pre-trip approval and defining what is permissible travel. Permissible being what's allowed by your organization on its whole. Another one is what the employee appetite is, and finally what the government of origin and destination allow. So again, companies are using this as an opportunity much more to review their approvals process for travel. So again, that's something that I would advise people listening, if you're a corporate travel manager, procurement head, etc., think about that element of how do you resolve that and get that done now.
Thank you. Martin, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's very similar. Like I said, Travelport wants to emerge from this a stronger organisation and business than before, and so how we've approached that is to double down and accelerate the work and efforts we're doing on the key technologies for the future. We believe more in the retailing and the role of the travel counsellor changing in this consultative way and needing information about retailing and suppliers needing to give all of that information there. So we're doubling down on that change in the industry, whilst paring back and perhaps not stripping away some of the things that we didn't need to do or are less focused on that longer term goals, that while there's less demand for those items and those older technologies. So yeah, it really is about accelerating that and taking the company forward in a better way. And I think that's really the opportunity for most companies out there, is to use this lower transactional volume, this lower throughput to actually make the changes to the systems and bed those down ready for when it all comes back.
Yep.
Fine, thank you. Ankush, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, Paul, I would, regarding tech, I would definitely suggest and urge everybody to actually become better sellers of their products and itineraries. I think there are some amazing virtual courses available of destinations, activities, hotels, where they can or they can ask their colleagues and staff to actually go to these during these times. So when the market bounces back, they're better sellers because people today are getting smarter and they will obviously have many questions to ask you. So I think that's a great time for us to educate ourselves, and being a better hotel planner, holiday planners. Second, which is non-tech advice. I think don't put all your, you just don't focus on one business now. I think everybody has to start looking at different travel avenues or revenue avenues, I would say. So don't, as I said, don't put all your eggs in the same basket. I would say no, put your eggs in different baskets because tomorrow if there is a COVID again, one should not be dependent on one particular champion of what she or he is, right? I think that's something which is a good learning, especially for a company like us. We're obviously expanding like this now at different when it comes to products rather than just building our core. Because God forbid something happens again 5 years from now, we should be pretty sorted with our cash flows and revenues. Yeah. Absolutely.
Excellent. Gentlemen Martin, Carl, and Ankush, thank you very much for a great session. And thank you to you for actually joining us on YouTube. Many thanks indeed.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us on the ReConnect conference. I am happy to share that our next webinar is on how to bounce back as a travel agency post COVID-19. And this panel will be presented by Gaurav Gupta, the founder and CEO of Hello GTX. Gaurav runs an IT company called Katabatic Technology. He has keen interest in business automation and brought Jammu and Tourism Development Corporation completely online in 2011, and it became the first government hotel chain to be 100% online. Hello GTX is a travel technology platform that enables all size of travel agencies to adopt a 360-degree digitalization and reduce the overall cost and increase efficiency. Today, Gaurav will talk about how to bounce back as a travel agency post COVID-19 and how Hello GTX platform can empower you to achieve this. Gaurav, over to you now.
Namaste everyone. So Namaste is the new standard which has replaced shaking the hand after the COVID-19. And same thing happened with the travel industry, where everything has changed a lot. Now, after the restrictions are getting over, travel agencies are in the process of restarting their business operations. We at Hello GTX has come up with certain tools and some ideas how we can restart post COVID-19 and we can actually bounce back with a bang. So, what are the key things that are required to bounce back after COVID-19? So if we talk about, we need some good quality leads so that people are coming to us. We are not going to spend a lot on the marketing because we cannot call the client today, sir, we got a deal. Are you looking for a package? That is quite odd in the current scenario. But if there can be a better way to get the good quality leads, that can be a helpful to start. If we can cut down our lead generation cost, because if we are doing it on Google, Facebook, or other medias, the costing is quite high. So this also, if we can have something in place which can help us in reducing that cost, most important, if we can get some higher margins in each sale, where we can improve the customer response time, we can increase the customer engagement for better sales conversion, we can cut down our overall operations cost, and we can ensure that every lead is tracked. And most important, if we can avoid the repetition of work, we can easily increase our margins. So why reducing the lead cost is very critical now? If you see a simple mathematics, currently most of the sales are happening for the only hotel staycations, correct? Where the ticket size is around 10,000 rupees only, or 15,000, 20,000. Now, if you see the margin on each sale, if we take even the 10%, we are getting hardly a margin of 1,000 rupees. And our costing is office cost, staff cost, and lead cost. So lead cost is one thing if we can work out something, which is very important. I'll talk about the staff cost also, but let's talk about the lead cost first. So what is the way we should generate the leads? Is Google, Facebook a right choice for the lead generation? Let's have a calculation. Conversion rate of the online leads, PPC or Facebook, or even if we are buying the leads, it's hardly 2 to 3%, correct? Now, if we take an average cost of 100 rupee, though the actual cost is quite high, but I'm taking just 100 rupee to keep the calculation simple. If we have to take care of 100 leads in a month, 100 leads into 100, it costs us around 10,000 rupees. Considering the conversion rate at 3%, we have to earn 3,300 rupees to recover this investment, right? Which means the ticket size of 10,000 to receive this, make this 3,300 rupees and 1,000 rupees profit, we have to do a sale at 14,300 rupees, which is practically impossible in the current scenario. So how to generate quality leads without Google or Facebook at almost no cost? That is one thing I'll cover in the upcoming slides. So how to get this right if we can focus on our existing clients? Why? If you see, if you are a 10-year-old travel agency and doing 200 leads in a month, which means we are getting 2,400 leads in a year. 24,000 leads we already have. We just need to find that data right. And why existing client is better than your new clients? In case of existing client, you know their information, you know when plan the trip, you know their preferences, their history, their budget ideas. You also know their reason for rejection when they said no to your offer last time, correct? Whereas in case of online leads, you don't know anything about the client except the contact information and possibly a travel date. So how we can get maximum from our existing clients? The human touch. This is one thing I always tell my clients to focus on. Rather than sending bulk mails, SMS, competing with the OTAs. This is human touch is one thing which only the travel agents have. Find some reason to call them, get connected with them. Do the customer profiling. Nowadays, business load is quite low. Many of our clients did a fantastic job in last 3 months. What they did is they did a complete profiling of their client, their birthdays, anniversaries, hotel preference, passport expiry. Because of this customer profiling, they got certain touch points. Like they can call the clients before the birthday, not on the birthday only, even before the birthday or anniversary, if they want to plan something. And trust me, many of my clients are getting business when the estates are getting open. You can go for a service feedback. Focus on the repeat business. I'll tell you one small thing. A client who you have acquired through Google or Facebook, whatever media last year in the month of October, is he a prospect for you in this year in the month of October? Yes. Because in India, even the globally, if you see, people do plan their trips because of certain triggers, like it's their birthday, anniversary, kid's birthday, Durga Puja, some festival, summer vacations. People do plan in certain time of the year, and accordingly they do the planning. So if you can target your clients when they are gonna ask that particular, when they are starting the planning, and you can connect with them at that particular time, you can actually get some very good quality leads rather than always looking on the social media or paid leads. The smart feedbacks. Wow, I love this particular thing. We do send a lot of feedback forms to our clients. If we can convert that into a lead generation opportunity, then it can give us a lot of benefit. Even we can use these feedback forms to update our client data. I'll show you how you can do it in a single click. Use the right technology for personalization. Many a times I have heard I'm already using a CRM. And in the name of CRM, what they are doing, they are just managing an Excel sheet sort of a software where they are just managing the lead status. In the current digital world, we need a technology which is connected 360 degree. Like if there is a lead from the website, it automatically sends the proposal to your client. When the lead is confirmed, you can easily generate a voucher in a single click. It should be integrated, correct? So how to increase our sales conversion? And yeah, second topic, how to cut down our costings. So it's not just the technology, but empowering your staff will make it happen. If technology can only do it, many OTs are still in the losses. So we need the good manpower. We have to empower them. That is something very important. And this is where Hello GTX always focus, how we can empower our staff. If you see our staff, how actually they work on a particular lead, a client who goes online, they do the query to 8 to 10 websites. And when our staff calls them, many a times because this agent, client is getting calls from multiple agents, so they avoid receiving the calls. They do not pick the call. I'm busy right now. And of course, some of them give the requirement also. Post that the staff sends a proposal to them. Here a staff is spending almost half an hour, 15 minutes or an hour to connect with the client. If we can do it in 2 minutes, then definitely we'll save a lot of time. Am I right? Because of this particular scenario, in case of the online, the conversion is very less. 50% of your lead disposition status, if you see, they are either for not picked or plan cancelled because your customer get engaged with the initial 2-3 calls only. So if we can have a technology that connects the client instantly, our conversions can go up, our cost of operation will go down automatically. Repetition of work. Our teams are not working in sync. Everybody is doing the same task again and again. For example, the itinerary that I'm creating today for the winter season, right? The same itinerary need to go on the website, in our email promotions, on our social media, landing pages, communication with the suppliers for the query, voucher creations, and each time when a client is asking a proposal, we have to do that proposal again and again. If we can automate this, again, I'll say in less than 2 minutes, if we can do all this, it will definitely gonna save a lot of our time. And our staff will be able to talk to the client, do more conversation with the client and get higher conversions rather than doing the repetition of tasks. So to reduce our cost, we should avoid repetition of work, automate our website, dynamic proposals and follow-ups, bookable emailers and promotion. Not just the emailers we are sending right now, that we got an image and send it to multiple clients. That's not working anymore. Reduce the lead leakage. Many a time it happens, or this client is not gonna buy it and we do not focus on that. We should actually have something that every client is catered in a same pace. Don't rely too much on the Google or Facebook PPC ads. 10 years back, a lead on the Google, you were able to get it at 10 to 15 rupees. Today, it costs more than 100 rupees. I'm talking about the leads, not per click. Okay. The click 10 years back was hardly 1 rupee. Focus on your existing clients. Again, I'll say choose the right technology. That in totality will give you a lot of cost saving. So Hello GTX platform does it all with the help of machine learning, human intelligence, and automation. It's at CRM, supplier deals, itinerary designer. You can send the proposal even on the WhatsApp. So just imagine you get a lead from the Facebook. You are able to reply to that client on WhatsApp in a single minute with all the deals without saving his number. You can do the marketing, email or landing page design. You can integrate your Facebook leads on the platform. You can even do the invoicing part. So let's see how Hello GTX in action, how Hello GTX help you in bouncing back. So this is one of the website which is being done on the platform, if you see. So there are different websites we have. Now let's say a client is looking for a package for Himachal. Himachal has opened last 2 days back only. So the moment customer clicks on Himachal, they get the deals right here, correct? And if they click on book now, in a typical website, what's happened? Once they fill the form, they enter the number of packs required, whether they want with bed or without bed for extra. View offers. A proposal goes to the, generally we get an email query in our normal website, right? But in our case, Hello GTX creates the website which are built on CRM. Your customer gets a proposal actually. If you see my mobile, this is an SMS which you can see on my screen. Dear Gaurav Gupta, thanks for your query for Himachal Pradesh. Click on the link below to view your proposal, right? And the best part is customer can open the proposal. If you see my mobile screen on your screen, they can actually open the proposal on the mobile itself. They need not to wait to get a proposal or a call from the client. So that is what I said. Your client get engaged with you instantly. And the best part is you need not to call them, sir, have you got the proposal? Because the system will help you to track. Like if you see the last message, your customer has just opened the proposal for Himachal Pradesh. Click here to view and assist the client in finalizing. Which means your client is interactive with you. You are actually able to get a call from the client itself. They get a proposal automatically from the platform itself. And if they want to connect with you, they can just click on the WhatsApp. Without saving your number, they are connected with you. That's just a small thing. Now let me show you what's happened once you get this query in the back office. So this is how the query will come in the CRM. System is already showing the proposal has already been sent to the client. And if you want to track whether the mail has been delivered or not, system is showing the mail has been delivered. Now, when clients open the proposal on his email, your status gets updated automatically. You need not to follow up with the client for it. In case you want to do a further follow-up with the client, you can send an SMS to the client right from here. If they are not picking up the call, you can update it right here. Correct? In case you want to set a follow-up, you can set up a follow-up right here. On which date they have want you to call back. When you want a reminder for it, update the details. Your follow-up is updated. The best part is, as a manager, as a business owner, you are able to see on which lead follow-up is happening. They all are in red. The green color, it means some follow-up is happening. You need not to go to your client or team. What is the status of the lead? You can see it right here. Not only this, you get a report from the platform that how many queries has been generated today, how many proposals being sent, and if there's any query which is pending, and who is doing what, right? So that was just a small thing. Now let's think about it. You got the call from the client. Generally, what's happened when an existing client's call and a new staff is picking up the call, he doesn't know anything about the client. But here, the moment you enter client's mobile number or email ID, system shows customer already exists, and you see the complete profile of your client, how much billing has been done, how much is paid, and how much is pending. Now, in case they have a query, let's say they're looking for a proposal for visa. You just type here that let's say they're looking for Singapore visa, tourist, multi-entry, and their travel date is say 30, and they're looking for a 4-digit. The moment you save the query, automatically, if you see here, the report is updated. There's one query where proposal has not been sent, right? And now you can just search and send visa proposal. Apart from that, you also see in the query tracker, which is like your Excel sheet only. That's the best part. System is showing there is a query for visa from Gaurav Gupta for Singapore. Proposal is 0. Stage is query created, right? Now you can pick which particular visa is applicable. So these are the test content. So let's say the customer is wanting this particular visa. You can simply send it to your client by adding a markup. It took me less than a minute, right? Why I need to spend half an hour on this? And the best part is when I send the proposal to my client, they got it immediately on the SMS, as you can see on my screen, right? And not only this, once they open it on their mobile phone, they get a complete itinerary of that visa. So something like this gets open on the mobile phone. It gathers all the information that is required for the visa, like what all documents are required, basic requirements to visit, embassy address, what all documents are required. They can download and fill, and they can book. The moment they click on book now, they go to the payment gateway. So your every proposal is linked with the payment gateway. And from here, they can easily make a payment. You need not to send them the bank details, payment gateway link details separately. So this is where I was saying we should avoid the repetition of work, right? Now, this was the case where client was looking for a package. The same way, if client is looking for a flight, we all know in current scenario, our margins in the flight is very low, correct? So let's say client is looking for Delhi to Mumbai. Travel date is say 29. Save and continue. Search flight. So system is integrated with few APIs. In case you have your own API, your API can also be integrated in the back office so that you are able to do the booking at your own. And now from here, you can just select which particular option you want to send to your client. Click on send email, add your markups, and send it to your client. Now, the best part is your client will be able to receive the proposal. Not only this, because your proposal is linked with the API, so they can do a booking online from the email itself. If you want to share it on their WhatsApp, you can do that also. The best part is once client make an online payment using that link that you have sent in the mail, the moment they make the payment, the ticket will be issued instantly online and you get your money in your bank account. So now you can even play on 100 rupee margin. Same way, let's say a client is looking for a package for Kerala. And they want it on 29. Let's say they want to go for 4 nights. Okay, so this is how the WhatsApp message goes to the client for the flight. So you see the message has been drafted neatly. And Apart from that, there are certain customer questions. I'll answer those questions in the last 5-minute session. Now here, if you see, system also help you that how you can, what are the things they are looking for. So you actually train your staff that what question need to be asked to the client, correct? What are their hotel preferences, whether they're looking for a 3-star, 4-star. The moment they click on save and continue, a query is generated, number one. Now you get multiple options out here. Like you can contact your suppliers. In case you do not have a package, you can contact your suppliers. If you want, you can search your master packages, which you have created in the platform, right? Now you can pick any of the package. You can see whether you want to send them the standard package, deluxe package, or luxury package. Click on email to customer. Now, system will automatically calculate on this particular date for this number of packs, what is the pricing. In case you want to edit that existing item, you can click on the edit button. You can change it also. And in case you want to add flight, you can add the flight here, or in a single click, you can send it to your client. The moment you click on share button, you can add your markup, you can give a discount, though your master pricing is already coming. In case you want to send with GST, without GST, you want GST on the service fee, calculation is done at 18% on the markup. In case it's GST on total package, it's calculated 5%. Click on the send button. Your proposal has been sent to the client in no time. Correct? And again, the proposal has been sent on the SMS, as I said. And now if you see the itinerary, generally what's happened, whenever there is a itinerary from the client, it goes to the client. Once they click on the mail or SMS, this is how the itinerary gets open on their mobile phone. And of course, you're getting the alert whenever they are opening a message. And here, you give the complete detail of the hotel also. So the content of the hotels, content of the sightseeing is already there in the platform. You just need to build your itinerary. So now, customer need not to go outside your proposal. They see everything within your proposal. Otherwise, what's happened? You have sent them some hotel. They go on the Google. They check for the hotel location. There, they find the competition website, and they move on to other websites. Or they start calling you, I'm getting this hotel at this rate from that supplier. And the best part out here, customer can actually click on confirm and book now. The moment they click on confirm and book now, let me show it on the bigger screen. Because, as I said, the technology is integrated completely. So the moment they click on, let me just click on that message again, please. So now, this is how the itinerary will look to them on the web. I have already shown you how it is looking in the mobile phone. And on the email, if you see, it again goes in a very nice format. It goes something like this on the email, as you can see on my computer, right? With all the sightseeing photographs, it's nicely crafted. And these are your itineraries. Though we provide some suppliers itinerary also, but you can, most of them are your own itineraries, correct? Now, the moment customer click on confirm and book now, it redirects them to the payment booking page. The best part is because this is a repeat client, so their customer information is pre-filled. That is the personalization you can give to your client. Like if they want to pick with whom they are going, they can also enter that information of the family members. They need not to fill that information again and again. Save details, and then they go to the booking review page, proceed next. Now here they have a choice whether they want to make full payment or they want to block the package by paying 5,000 rupees. Many a time it happens that when we are sending the proposal to the client has confirmed verbally over the call, but by the time we send the payment gateway link, our competition gets the business by matching the price or maybe a 200, 300 rupee discount. And the moment client clicks on the pay now, it goes on the payment gateway, client can make the payment and they get the confirmation on the email. Now, somebody was asking This is in case of the ready-made packages. What if I have to customize a package? Very good question. Now tell me one thing, if you don't have a package, what will you do? You will send this to your suppliers, correct? So we got a button here, send inquiry to suppliers or network. The moment you click here, the suppliers that you work with, they are listed here. You can pick to which supplier you want to send it. Your email is drafted automatically. So now you need not to train your staff how to write an email to your suppliers. Your email is drafted automatically, correct? In case you want to customize something, you can just do that. In a single click, you can send mail to your multiple suppliers. Every supplier will get a separate mail with their personalization. And once you get a revert from the supplier, you can build a package right here. And there are multiple options to create your packages. Like you can just copy paste the email that you receive from the supplier, enter the city, enter the number of nights, enter the hotel. Let's say this is for Mishti, deluxe room, meal plan. If there's another city, how many nights there, which hotel there. In case the hotel is not there in the dropdown, you can add it using Google also. Now, what all sightseeing are offered, you can pick the sightseeing right from here. So again, as I said, the database is available to you. You can add your cab, flight details, everything right here. If you want to enter the costing that you've got from the supplier and what is your markup. Now you can choose whether you want GST on the profit or you want GST on the total package. Your terms and condition will come by default. And the moment you click on view proposal, this is how the itinerary has been drafted. In case you want to change the content, you can do that also. And that will be stored for you for the future. And you can send it to your client. So if you see, things can be done in minutes with the help of technology. You can empower your staff for it, right? Apart from that, let me show you another very interesting tool, that is your marketing tool. The client who inquired last year in a particular month, or clients who has got birthday in this particular month, you can actually manage your data right. So let's say there is a client whose birthday is in the month of October and November, you want to target them only. Rather than sending a common mail to all your clients, you can actually do a segmentation of the mail. And if you see the October and November, you can actually search and then you can do a mass mailing from here. So you can design your mailers here. The moment you click, automatically system will generate the landing page for you and mailers for you, which you can design in the platform itself. And then you can send it to your all the client list who are falling in that particular category. So this is how you can pick which particular mailer you want to send to your client, and then you can launch your campaign. If you want to schedule it for some other time, you can launch it later and schedule it for your client. Apart from that, on the mobile app, we have got some very interesting feature. So like if you get a lead, let me show it on the mobile. So when your client is calling, you can actually mark it as a private number or dismiss, or you can actually create a lead directly from the mobile. Apart from that, whenever your client is sending you a query for a particular destination, you can send them some quick deals also. So here, if you click on the WhatsApp icon, you can pick which particular deal you want to send to your client. The moment you click on send, whatever master templates you have defined, they are being sent to the client. And the best part is client can click on it and they can see all your deals right here. And guess what? This particular page is being drafted here only. The design has been done on the platform. And you can do it. You don't need a technical team for it. The platform is quite easy to do that. There are lots many features you can connect us with in one-to-one to know more. For today, we have got some special deals also on the platform. So you can take a screenshot of this screen. So generally our pricing start for the starter plan at 60,000 rupees a year, you can click on this link and you can see what all things are available there. For today only, we have a special deal. You can get it at 40,000 rupees per year. And there's another lighter version for those startup who are a single or two employee company, not doing much business, but they want to adopt the technology. So this offer is valid for first 25 orders, where the regular price is 35,000 rupees, and today it's available only for 14,159. You can go online and buy it from the platform. So now a few queries also from the clients. Let me just see what are the queries you have on the system. So one question was how to do the customization. We have already shown you how to do the customization. In case there's any other question, you can just type it in the say something box and we can help you on that. Or you can visit us anytime and on our website, Hello GT.
Hi Gaurav, there's one question for you.
Hello.
Hi Gaurav, yes, there's one question for you from our audience. They want to know whether you provide APIs along with the platform.
So in the back office, API is rated, but on the website, API will not be implemented. But yes, if you have an API, that can be implemented on your website. But in the back office, you are getting APIs in the platform. So let's say you want to send a proposal to your client with flight and hotel. Yeah, APIs are available. Now even we got an API for the packages also. So we have tied up with some of the leading MCs in India. Their packages are available with their brand name. You can publish it on your website with your name. Whenever the DMC updates the rate, it will get updated on your website. So you need not to worry about updating the content on your website. And the best part is you are directly interacting with the, we are not involved in between. We are just acting as a platform. So it's an open network platform.
Okay, Gaurav, one last question and we will wrap up the session. So the question is, can a company add their descriptions? And if a local supplier is not connected, then how can they add the local supplier to the platform?
So there's a so all the suppliers need to be added by you only. It's not like we are adding the suppliers. So entire content is yours if you want. So we have a supplier module where you can add your suppliers. So this is where you manage your suppliers. We provide certain suppliers on the platform, but let me tell you, we are not a travel agency. We are a pure technology company. What we have done, we have given a complete platform to you where you can manage your own itineraries, your own suppliers, your own packages. If you have got your API, you can have your API also integrated in the platform. Correct? In addition to this, to help the industry, we have added some suppliers in the backend, and you see their name, number, contact information. You can directly connect with them. If they allow you, you can publish their packages on your website, and they are available to you in the backend also. And whatever you do, whatever negotiation you do, that is between you two. I hope I answered the question. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Gaurav.
So I hope I answered the question.
Yes, Gaurav. The question is answered. Gaurav, a lot of our travel industry colleagues would like to connect with you later on. So if you could kindly share the details, it would be helpful. If you could kindly share how they can.
So this is our contact. So my number is 98111 92312. So the first number reflected on the screen, that is my number. And you can reach us at gaurav@hellogtx.com or sales@hellogtx.com.
Thank you so much, Gaurav, for such an informative session. Thank you for being here with us on ReConnect, and we hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone, and wish you a very good luck from this COVID-19. We should get it over as soon as possible. Thank you.
वो आपको ईमेल मुझे फॉरवर्ड करना जी।
With that, we move on to our next webinar, which is on the emerging trends in leisure travel during and post COVID-19 pandemic. And the panel will be moderated by Shesh Sheshadri, Director and General Manager, Lonely Planet India. Shesh has been with us for a very long time. Welcome, Shesh, after OTM. Over to you now for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. This is a great opportunity for all of us to get together and talk about the tourism industry. Thank you, Fairfax Media, OTM, for making this possible. Most of us by now, in the last couple of months, very familiar with the virtual conferences. So everybody must be really tuned in to understand how to tackle this. So we should all be happy that we're able to hold such a conference despite the challenging times or despite the interesting times. So thank you, participants, for coming along and listening to us. Everybody uses a word called post-COVID. When this topic came to me for discussion, it had only post-COVID, and I requested that the topic be changed to during COVID and post-COVID. The reason is because when I ask around people, do you know when post-COVID is? Nobody has an answer for that. So I think what we should be today discussing about is what are we going to do during this COVID period, since it looks like it's going to be extended, and probably we can then think about what happens post-COVID. So we are talking about emerging trends in leisure travel during and post-COVID-19 pandemic. I think one of the fundamentals that we need to understand is all of us in industry should start conveying to most travelers as to how safe we are and how soon we can be back in business. It's easily said and done, but even if you look at the statistics, if 630 odd districts are in India and a mere 30 or 35 districts are affected, why should we penalize the remaining 500 odd districts just because of that? So we need to think about what are the areas which are safe, which you can open, which you can shout about, so that every stakeholder in the industry should validate and demonstrate what are the areas which are safe for travel. Because as I said, we can't be sitting back and saying, wait for post-COVID. We need to get up and say, during COVID, what's the best I can do? So the collective action that we need to take is about that kind of messaging. Of course, we shouldn't be lying. We should be absolutely true to the traveler because it's their safety that's involved. All of you know the statistics that we rank 34th among the 140 countries in the Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Index. And that's a great position to be in for India, even under these circumstances. So with that sort of preliminary introduction, we'll be listening to a panel of experts and listen to their views, ideas in terms of reviving the tourism sector, both in the near term and in the short term. Well, the modern trend is not to read long bios of each and every panelist. Everybody knows how to Google or how to go into their LinkedIn and find out who they are. So I would allow the participants to do that instead of taking away your time introducing each one with a long bio. The format is going to be very clear. We're going to put 2 questions to each panelist in the beginning, giving them 4 minutes each to talk about their views. And then we will go back and ask 2 more questions in a reverse order and once again get their views. I would encourage you as participants throughout this conversation, continue to message us if you have any specific questions. Sometimes if you postpone asking the questions, you may not remember. So do ask the question as it comes to your mind. Text us, message us, and we will take those questions towards the end and try and answer as many as we can. So I'm now going to pose the first 2 questions to Neeraj Singh Dev, SVP and Head of Thomas Cook India. The first question is, everyone is talking about health and safety protocols to promote safe and seamless travel. Everybody wants to restore confidence and support travel and tourism. People are a little confused about how to do marketing promotion under the present circumstances. So for you, the first question answer is, the question is, are we ready as a country for this? Which pockets and segments do you believe are ready today and may be ready in the short term? Sorry about the long question. The second one is, easing of international travel restrictions will result in intense competition as all countries will start targeting same markets. When I say markets, the moment somebody knows there are 10 cities which are safe, everybody will want to promote and run to that place, right? So what do you think should be India's approach? These are the two questions. Neeraj.
Yeah, thank you, Shesh. Thank you for giving me opportunity for FS. I think the answer to your first question in terms of what should we be doing and what should be the approach during the COVID period, I think the first point is for any travel company or a tour operator, or for that matter, any organization which is affiliated with this particular sector. The first is to realize and accept the situation that this virus is not going to go away soon, or the vaccine is not going to, act as a, a panacea which will probably, throw away or eliminate all the fears in customers or people's mind. I think that is the first thing people need to do. And second point is, once you have accepted the ground situation and you start from scratch. I think the second important point, my recommendation to the trade would be, everybody needs to, realign themselves and accept that we are going to start from zero. Whether you are a big company, whether you are $1 billion company, or whether you are a 10 crore company, everybody start from zero, because the past data, the past experience may help you to come back, but the past data is of no relevance today. So if you want to, if as a company, as a business head, if I want to do a forecast for 2021 or a 2022, I have no relevance of the background which we've been living till 2019. I think that's the first two things, as a business professionals. Third part is, what are the segments people should focus on, what people should talk about and spend their efforts, money, in promoting. I think it's very clear. People are getting, edgy, and people are getting frustrated being at home for, more than 6 months now. People are looking for break. And any place, whether big or small, doesn't matter. If it is able to, give comfort to the customer through their protocols, through their SOPs, through their, the evidence that they have done enough to ensure safety and hygiene of the place, people are willing to go there. And some of the trends, what we are going to see in next 1 to 2 years at least, would be the big cities, the popular cities. I think they will go downhill. I don't see they coming back to their normal, at least for next 2 to 3 years. It would be a long journey for them, especially for very popular tourist destinations, the crowded destinations. They're not going to recover too soon, because there's a perception. This has gone into the psyche of Indian consumer by and large. Crowd means chance of getting infected. I think that's how the media has played. That's how the whole, the health authorities have played. So people are looking for secluded, people are looking for remote places. And we have, come to a belief that farther we go, loner we are, the chances of infection are less, and chances of, holidaying is better. So we would see, places, very far places, which are not very easily accessible, not having a great infrastructure. People would start traveling there. Of course, nearby would pick up. You will have staycations. I think these are some of the words which have been coined during the COVID period and sometimes overused. You have staycations, workations. People are staying for short stays. People are, looking for the places of not the big hotels but smaller boutique places. So people I have started, and I must say that the worst is over, and recovery has started to happen, but with a caveat that this recovery is going to be painful and very, very slow. It's not going to be a hockey stick, what we had forecasted. I think many of the media I read about revenge travel. I don't think it's going to happen soon. Till the time this, people forget about virus, or the memory goes off. These are my. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm going to come back and ask a few things about you, particularly your reference to the media, which will come back later. So I'm going to go to Vinay Gupta, founder and CEO of Truth Factory, to take on the same two questions and give his views, please.
Well, my views, good afternoon, everyone. My views are very similar to Neeraj. I think the worst is over. I'll start from there. Secluded destinations, safe protocols, and I think so. I'm not the only unique character on the panel who would say that. But the only thing I would add to is that how do you communicate what is safe to your clients has to go digital, right? Is how do you basically aggregate what is safe to be presented to your clients? How do you present a bouquet of choices to them? And that's where we've actually tried to focus during the last 6 months to say the biggest thing which is going to change tomorrow is the choice set. The biggest thing which is going to change is the provider set. And how does an average travel company who's including us, right? Like I always say, right? I've been unemployed for 6 months now. So how does everyone really, with the limited resources that they're left with, right? And whether they are time, whether they are cash, whether they are people, are still able to do a great job, right? I think that's what I believe is the key focus, apart from the fact that we have to pick the right properties, we have to be able to do the destinations, they'll be near, secluded, like Neeraj just rightfully said, people getting the confidence. But how do you allow all that to happen at a click of a button to your clients, and then they can click back to do things to you? So we've been focused on saying that while we're not capable of doing a medical vaccine, what I see as a trend, but I think so the digital vaccine for the trade is what we've been working at, is to say, how do you provide a digital vaccine to 500,000 people around the world to be able to sort of relive their lives in a post-COVID era with lesser resources, lesser people, same clientele, different solutions, yet not more effort, but the same earning. So I think we've tried to solve Shesh things a little differently around that. And, that's my sort of answer to these 2 points.
Yeah, sure. I think the listeners will be benefited if we can later on expand on the digital vaccine and look at what do they do to do the digital vaccine and get the growth momentum using that as a platform. It'll be very interesting to hear that.
Sure.
I'll go to Jyoti Mayal, Chairperson of Travel Association of India. I think you are carrying a large group of people who are definitely impacted by this, and they're obviously looking for some great opportunities to reopen. So it'll be very interesting to see what you have gathered from your members and what your views are.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I went on mute again. Sorry. I just wanted to put this in the right picture that I'm not the chairperson of TAI. I'm the president of the Travel Agents Association of India on the national in the whole country. And I'm also on the Skill Council as the chairperson of Skill Council THSC, and I'm also the vice chair of Faith. But to take that in the perspective of talking, yes, it's very easy for all of us to keep saying sitting on these webinars and saying, hey, we want to travel. Hey, digital is here, technology is here, let's travel. And I think it's going to be very, very challenging. It's not so easy. Like I've always said, and you started off with that what are the safety protocols and what is the medical thing and what is that. So how do we restore the confidence is going to be playing the first role of it. And how motivated are we to actually get that confidence on the roads, on the aircrafts? Yes, travel is happening. I'm not saying travel is not happening, because people just cannot live or die in a room. They have to move forward. They have to, wherever it's a necessity, they need to, the essential travel needs to start, and that's what we are seeing in India. It is nothing beyond essential travel. Maybe I'm very frustrated sitting at home and I could have moved out for one side trip to, maybe I live in Delhi, it could be Jaipur or Shimla, but seeing the SOPs in place, seeing the, the challenges that I have to go through, taking an e-pass in most of the states and moving forward is going to be still challenging. So it's very easy for us to say that let's move out, let's go, it's going to happen. It is not going to happen. And we need to face the facts. I am as much aware or knowledgeable about this COVID-19 as you are, or as a layperson is, because though we are reading more and watching more, but I think no one knows what tomorrow is like. We see that this suddenly starts surging. We suddenly see that the countries are again closing down. Again, borders are being closed, and people are now taking a view that they may open next year in March or January or February. So every country, every continent is taking their own decision. And that's what I say. I see all of us sitting here on the webinar. We all sitting at home. Are we out on the leaving? I think Vinay. I think we all are sitting at home. So are we out to actually give confidence to our staff that we can actually give the same confidence to the traveler? We need to get out first. And that is the biggest challenge which we are going to face. And when you said about the ways of travel, yes, we need to put the right facts of how we can start traveling. And that is what the government needs to do that. And that is what, as TAI, we've been advocating very strongly. The RT-PCR test that is now coming into process is basically being initiated by TAI. And we've sent them presentations built with Roche, which actually gave that how antibody testing should come into place to open our offices, and how RT-PCR should be coming into process when our international travelers landing into India, or we also traveling domestically. We need to see how we are going to protect. Because we don't only need to protect ourselves, but we need to protect the people around us, because they are all our friends, our colleagues, our travelers, and the entire world. It's a community. So I think travel has moved beyond being a country, beyond being a state. It's now a community. It's like the whole world has come under one pandemic, and that is how we need to motivate the entire sect of this world to travel. So that I feel is very, very important. And like I've said it at many other forums, that what is different in India that is not there in America, and what is different in Jaipur, which is not there in Gujarat. Yes, I understand that states have like Maharashtra, we know, is actually surging, but there are containment areas which need to be blocked. Those nearly need to be a no-no for anyone to go into, but there are areas which are safer. So that's how we need to actually start building up. Because vaccine, I know there are 176 vaccines that are in process right now to be coming into practice, but we don't even know if one is going to come in October, November, December, January. WHO says nothing for 6 months. So it's struggling with all that. We need to see how we really need to overtake this in our own way, be safe, maintain social distancing, maintain hygiene, sanitization, and that, because those are the new norms. The demographic of a traveler is going to totally change. It's not going to be the same traveler who was yesterday, like Neeraj said. It's not the same state carrying the same SOPs. So the new national tourism policy is being adopted by the entire country. We've been playing, and associations have been playing a very large role to bring that right SOPs now into place, which is going to be, that's how you need to look. And you said about India being different. Everyone is going to be looking at India and, how people should be selling India. I think India has its own, it's a plethora of, offerings that we have. It's like we have from beaches to mountains to rivers to, adventure. We have it all. I think India should be the best placed in this whole world to actually promote tourism in the right format, because I think tourism can never go away, and crises do bring opportunities. So people need to explore how to go about it more, how to actually market the products that they are doing. Yes, technology is going to play a very big role, like Vinay said, because virtual reality is the thing of the now of the past also, and the present. Future could be much more than only virtual reality. And that's going to play a lot. I need to be safe when I'm traveling. So from my house to the destination and back home, I need to see where I'm traveling, how I'm traveling, what are the SOPs in place, what are the hotels looking like, what are the restaurants looking like. So I need to put that, and I'm sure the people who are into technology platforms, and that's what we're encouraging our members to get into technology, virtual tourism, so that they can actually motivate the traveler to get out and travel. And like I said, India is a huge country. We know how we can actually get the travel on into the way it is social distancing, or it could be hygiene, which are the states we should be actually supporting, which are the states that we should be working together with to see that domestic tourism grows much faster. And with the RT-PCR test, when an inbound traveler comes in, because that's a business we need to look into, because the export of our country is actually on the foreign exchange earnings. And we actually, as tourism, are holding 9.2% of the GDP. So we need to see that process happening, and happening very strongly. So we need to put that thing in the right perspective to see that there is no quarantine. No country should actually be having quarantine rules and regulations into place, because you need to move, you need to get out, as long as you're sure that you are going to be given medical attention wherever you go. So you need to carry your insurance with you. You need to be protected by medical, and you need to know how the states are reacting to medical and how the countries are. So that information needs to be more filtered in. Thank you.
Okay. I think I'm a little bit of out of the box guy. So I have to tell you that in 19 I did 102 flights, and in 2020 I had done only 16 flights till March. Then I said so much is being written in the media, so much is being talked about. So I actually took a trip, not as a tourist, but I wanted to check out on what's going on in the country, right? So I flew from Delhi to Chennai, drove from Chennai to Bangalore, and then took a small train journey just to check this as to what is happening. So let me tell you, I mean, I want to speak from the heart and be honest about it. I did not see any change from my travel prior to COVID and during COVID, except because I was sitting on a window seat, I had to wear a mask and a shield. Otherwise, my travel had zero change between the way I traveled in 2019 and 2020. So I'm saying this both from a positive perspective and from a negative perspective. Nobody checked me, nobody tested me. I mean, nobody even checked my e-pass. And as the flight stopped, we were exactly the same as before. Everybody shouldering each other, banging on each other to get off the aircraft. No social distance was formed. And I was very interesting that I saw that expectant mothers, children, families were all on the flight, and my flight was full. And I'm talking about both the flights. When I came back, it was full. It was a different afternoon flight. And I took a Sunday flight, that was also full. So all I'm saying is there are people who have already decided saying, go to hell, I'm traveling, right? That's the attitude I saw in the last 3 weeks when I've done almost 5 trips using all forms of transport. So at least I, for one, who can tell you that I'm not doing armchair travel, I've actually done physical travel. So with that few sort of comments, I'll now go to Riaz Munshi, President of the Outbound Tour Operator Association, and hear his views. Over to you, Riaz. You're on mute.
So, yeah, perfect. So what I have been taking a clue from all my friends, good afternoon, everyone. As Neeraj has rightly mentioned, that, everybody is going to start from zero. So the key points are going to be a relationship and knowledge. See, you cannot work in previously the way you used to work. We all need to see, work out on what we wanted to sell, what is our target audience, and accordingly we have to work and make a product. We have to have a thorough knowledge of what we are selling. It's not going to work copy and paste kind of what we used to do. It's not going to work like hotel this or similar. People are going to, traveler are going to ask you which hotel categorically, which destination. So the relationship and knowledge are going to be a key point. all travel companies need to see what is their market segment. They have to build their product around their market segment, and then they have to make a strategy how they are going to penetrate in that market and how they are going to market their product. And the informations are going to be a key. You need to say what you are selling. You have to have absolute all the information with you. Without that, it's going to be very difficult. You have to be very mindful in choosing your destination and the hotel both, all the accommodations. What rightly said, maybe the wellness and the resorts which are located little bit away from cities are going to be in demand. The resorts who have in-house facilities for entertainment will get more demands, because people would not like to move out. They would like to stay at one place, one resort, one cities, spend more time rather than hopping on to the multiple cities or to the different category of hotels. So all keeping all that thing in mind, and look, dynamics are going to be changed. We have to keep that in mind. It's life versus money. People are not going to be price conscious. It's going to be knowledge and product driven. The relationship, I would like to even request the stakeholders, particularly airline and hotels, that they should also look at a different prospect of how they are going to promote their product from Indian market. If they are going to start burning a similar kind of a million of rupees in a rat race to take the end consumer, then I don't think it's going to work. They have to strengthen the relationship with the travel companies. They have to make sure that they do not undercut the travel companies, that encouragement, and they can take the advantage of their extended arms. Also, now we have seen during the COVID, since we think that the vaccine is a little bit away, that if we see the all key points have been redesigned, or they have been redesigned in such a way to protect the travelers from COVID-19, starting from the airport to the airlines to the baggage check-in, baggage received to the immigrations. So in case all the checkpoints are in a place, it's very easy to open up for the travel and tourism. The entire world should open the tourism, so at least they can have a recovery of their economy. The employment can be generated, and at the same time, the confidence level will build up for our travelers slowly and steadily. As we all have said, how we are going to give a confidence to the travelers that they are safe. Only our knowledge and our confidence, and in case all SOPs are in place, it's very easy now. Either we can have a certification, like a passenger can carry negative certificate and travel, or we can have a check at the airport, and then if in case the people are positive, they can travel. We have to be little bit more careful now, because we have heard recently, even I was reading in the newspaper, that Air India Dubai has restricted Air India Express to travel because 18 passengers were found with a COVID positive. So we have to be little careful, but I think this is a time that travel and tourism should start, and we have to build up slowly. We have just witnessed the pent up demand. As soon as the Indian hotel and resort have started, I would glad to know that all the resorts in and around Maharashtra, or maybe Mumbai in particularly, Rajasthan and Delhi, are almost full on the weekends. And you are going to see similar kind of a trend for other states and cities as soon as they remove the restrictions. And I'm sure similar kind of trend will be witnessed for even international as soon as flight resume. And we all know it's not going to start in one go. It has to go in a phases. So I strongly believe that travel and tourism should start now all across the world, and that will I'm sure people know now. For it's been a few months, people know how to protect themselves. Everybody is careful, particularly if we are talking about the tourist. Whoever is going to travel, they are going to be extra careful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think it'll be, my team did some research for me, and, particularly Mr. Riaz, 24 million Indian tourists traveled abroad, as the statistic shows, and spent around $25 billion. And there is a belief that most of them are likely to stay back and spend that money in India. So it will be very interesting to see how do you see outbound from 24 million, what number is going to go down or go up, and we can probably listen to you later on that. Shivani, is Mr. P.P. Khanna not on the panel? Shivani, are you there? Because I saw the name on the agenda, but I don't see him on.
I think he lost his internet.
Yes, Mr. PP Khanna will be joining. Yes, he's lost his internet connection.
All right, all right. So in which case we'll go after the next two sets of questions. I think the one is very important where we also talked about the vaccine. International travel we talked about, but everybody is talking about moving into technology. So what we need to look at is, as an industry, are we well prepared? Are we ready? Are we in a position to tackle the way technology and travel are weaved together? We need to look at that. And also, I heard from the news media that Faith has proposed that we hold a Indian tourism mart for the international tour operators to come and probably meet around the 4th week of November. Do you see it's a good idea? Do you see a lot of participation? How do you think your organization is going to support this exercise? So we're going to go on this on a reverse order. So we're going to start with Mr. Riaz talking about the third and fourth question that I just raised. Over to you, Mr. Riaz.
So digital is a key. Now it's not going to be whether you like it or whether you don't like it. You all have to have a presence. You have to be a professional. You have to see how you are going. You have to make a strategy, and you have to see how we are going to grow. You see, Indian market will go digitally also. Simultaneously, it work offline as well. But then you have to have a presence on digitally to check about how customer is going to verify your credential. So it's very, very important to have a digital presence. But I still see there is a big gap about the technologies company in India. You are not which are giving a solution in a budget cost or a nominal cost. All the companies either are the very big companies, they are charging quite high. I have been talking to one of the member yesterday, and he told me to suggest some companies which can do their work in a few lakh rupees. And he said he has already checked with all companies, and all good companies are not talking about less than 15 to 20 lakhs to make a one travel solution online. So keeping that in mind, everybody cannot afford that kind of amount. So there is a big gap of going to digital, but you need to have a presence in digital media. And the market is going towards that. People are going to see whether they buy offline or online, but they would like to check what product you are offering, what is there for you to offer, and from there they will judge you from that whether how good you are of selling your product. So digital is going to be a key, and we all have to need to have a presence in digital media. We have to promote our product through digital media. So naturally, you have to have, it's like a showroom. You have to have a showroom for a footfall. In case you don't have a showroom, the footfall is not going to happen. So you need to you have to create a good product what you are selling. You don't have to copy from someone else. You have to make your own product. You have to display your own product to sell. Thank you.
Yeah, on the lighter side, in the technology world, people who have showroom are complaining about showrooming as well. If you go and look at the word showrooming, so there is always a challenge between the showroom and the showrooming.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jyoti, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Thank you again. Yes, technology is going to play a very role, and it's not been like since today. But we've suddenly started realizing that it is a very important part of our lives. After being here on webinars day in and day out, and coming on to all virtual platforms, I think in this country, I've used them in this 6 months. So one does realize what technology is going to be playing tomorrow. Saying that not only as technology, because we are working from home now. So that can only happen if you have a strong backing of technology. And Vinay, being a totally technology person, is going to endorse that with me, I'm sure. But yes, as TIE, I'm going to talk about TIE. We have already worked out, and we are already working with a company where we are giving technology platform to our members. We're already in the point of closing down, and we will be very soon launching that product. And the entire industry, we are going to give it to them. And it is something like they will pay as while they use. And that is a structure we'd like to actually give that to our members to take it forward. And one page can differ from the others because it is your platform. How you make it is going to be yours. And we've seen that not only technology in the form of doing business, but even the technology in the form of skilling and upskilling is going to happen only through technology. So that's exactly what I said, that the virtual platforms have played a very significant role. And the person-to-person touch may not be the confidence of every day, but the business needs to move on. And we need to actually develop and embrace the product that we need to, take forward with. Saying that, we also need to say that, with technology, we don't all have to go like our dear friend said, Riaz said here, that it is expensive and how we have to, but we can always use shared resources, because that is the need of the hour. We need to collaborate, cooperate, and use shared resources to take our associations forward, so that we can actually come, because we know the demographic is changing. We need to actually reinvent, reboot, and restructure our industry, and that will only happen with technology playing a very, very vital role. Yes, I agree, there are a lot of members who still are not wanting to go out. So we may come into the hybrid form, we may come into formats where we are using both. But yes, it is going to be very important. As a matter of fact, the government itself, the Ministry of Tourism itself, has been working on a lot of projects. We've had a lot of dialogues with them, and they have been doing webinars non-stop, and it's all happening through technology, and educating the entire country with all Dekho Apna Desh, which is a huge, very good initiative. And everyone is getting educated on how to travel. Not only that, they're also working on a platform where they're trying to get all our travel consultants, travel advisors, the agent community on one platform to use it to actually showcase the entire of India. And on the SOPs involved, on the way of travel involved, could be railways, could be air, could be hotels. That platform is already ready. We are just actually looking at it and tweaking it, and very soon it will be launched literally free for all the associations to be used. So that will be another aspect which even the country is motivating us, and they're also in their BIS, they've also said, and the MDA that they've developed, that they are going to be funding the agents in some format, maybe once a year, twice a year, to see how they can adopt technology even in the smallest way. So I think that will be a great initiative for the entire country to move on. Coming to Faith, yes, Faith has been very actively involved with the ITM, and we have proposed 2 windows with the government. And, it's a great initiative, because even in this lockdown period, we are seeing a lot of this happening. We need to connect not only with our own friends and Indians and stakeholders in our country, but we need to actually connect with the people outside to show what India is at this time and what it's going to be for the future. Because we are not only looking at 1-day role and a 1-week role and a 1-year role, we are looking at the future of India and the tourism, how it's going to develop more. And I think India is going to be standing, like I said earlier, very strongly where tourism is concerned, for inbound tourism. We are actually expecting buyers to be participating much more, because earlier it was in reality that they had to fly down personally. But I think we are expecting more than 500 buyers to be on board. Of course, these buyers are all credentialed buyers, and they are approved by the Ministry of Tourism. It's a joint venture with the Ministry of Tourism, basically. So we do that. And under the umbrella of Ministry of Tourism, we'll be having all state tourisms to participate in it, to take this great demand forward. And we at SPAI are always looking forward to opportunities to actually do something for the industry. And we are very passionate about travel and tourism, and we need to take it forward for sure. Yes, I agree.
Excellent.
That times. Yeah.
Excellent. So I see Mr. Khanna is back. I'm going to come back to you, sir. I'll come back to you in a minute. I think what I wanted to say it in a lighter vein is that if you look at pre-COVID, lots of destinations were selling what they call it as digital detox. They said, we will give you places where you will not be connected, you will have no internet connectivity. And look at the human behavior analysis now. Everybody is now saying go digital. So, I mean, that's how we are. We are reactive. We always operate in a different fashion. So I thought I'll just mention that how even attitudes and aspirations and approaches changes in life. So I'll go to Vinay before I go off to Mr. P.P. Khanna. So Vinay, you want to take the last 3rd and 4th question and answer those. Particularly, there are a lot of questions have come up. If you can also dwell upon the digital vaccine a little bit.
Yeah, unmute.
Vinay, you have to unmute.
Okay, sorry. So if it everything just sounds the same.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So what we've done is we've come up with a platform called Nexus, which is independent of anything that exists out there. Basically, it's a platform where you can do business with all the stakeholders in 200 countries in the world. And what we're doing here is basically bringing in the core infrastructure, right, which is basically a presence for the travel agents, a way for DMCs to come in, and for basically enabling trade. Like, for example, if I were to take you to one of these websites which we have, which says testholiday.com, every agent in the world now can, within 2 to 3 minutes, at the cost of 1 rupee 20 paisa per day, right? You don't even spend that kind of money on water right now. You spend more money, where they can have their products live, which are something where a consumer can come in, price them, and actually be able to customize them. This technology doesn't exist on the planet today, right? And what we've done in the last 6 months is actually to develop this technology, and the entire back end of this whole technology rests in the hands of people. So this whole website of Nexus that I showed you is also built with this technology. So people can actually go and maintain what they have. So what we're basically trying to do is, till now we used to hear about like this entire website, right? And if you see my email, the interesting part is, look at how the travel trade is going and creating their own websites, right? Because it is at 1 rupee per day. And it is world class, it is international class, it just works. And these are websites which people have created out of this platform. They're hosting it. And what they can do with it is to actually pick a bouquet of products that they want from their DMCs or themselves. So what we're doing is we're really trying to enable people to be able to do that. And what we've done for that is basically created a very simple way for people to come in. And this is a neutral platform. It is not something which Trip Factory is running. This is run by the operators themselves, the people who come in to buy and sell. And like we introduced, 15 years ago, how to sell tickets, holidays, now people can also basically build their website from scratch, using this platform. We're the first company in the world to be able to create a platform like this, where every agent can create something world-class for himself. And if you see this website that you were seeing live is entirely managed through this platform. So basically, to cut this short, right, and to come back, what we've done is basically said that we need to create technology almost like air. You can breathe, it's free. Because the biggest challenge, like Riaz said, is there are companies which are coming and creating third-class technology which doesn't connect seamlessly across the world and asking a bomb for it.
Yeah.
Right now, you will not believe we have more than 100 people creating websites every day, and they're all live, world-class, completely online, where customers can go customize to the last. So I think our gift to tourism is really about saying that digital backseat basically means it's free for everyone first.
Excellent. Thank you.
Allow everyone to connect with everyone.
Yeah. So before I go to Neeraj, maybe Mr. Khanna can give us your views on the current situation, the role the technology is likely to play, and what do you see as the potential growth for the tourism or the revival for the tourism? You've got 3 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, first of all, sorry to for the interruption, and now I would like to now describe very now in such a way that it is time to unlock the the tourism, and it is time to reinvent, to rebuild, to reconstruct. We are talking about digitally. Yes, of course, we have to do digitally a lot of things, but under this new divership, who may put a lot of restrictions on the tourism travel, but let me tell you, the desire of the travel will never die from the people's mind. And to create that, what exactly the government is doing, I would like to state that each state has its own policies, its own guidelines, and they people are working. I mean, everybody is now confused at the moment that what exactly is the areas where we can travel, what are the destinations we can travel, and we are at present we are at the crossroads. Now take the examples of yesterday. Himachal had announced that they have opened their doors, but take the instance of one sector of that Spiti, where exactly the tourism of that Spiti, the society, they said we are not open till the end of this year. So it is a lot of confusions amongst ourselves that what exactly is the requirement of the people and where exactly they go. But yes, to create the confidence in the minds of the people, it's very, very safe to travel. We all have to, tour operators have to take some kind of initiative to come out of that, the houses, and we have to create something. Like Mrs. Mayal said, yes, somebody has to come out, and who will come out? And let me take my own example that last week on 4 to 6 of September, we took this initiative to go out. We had gone to Rajasthan. We had visited, the Welcome Heritage Shekhawati. We have visited, that the Mandawa Castle and the desert. So these kinds of initiatives, unless until will not take, we cannot ask for that people to go out. So it is a fight to fight together with carpet bombing, actually, to 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 create the the confidence in the people's mind that what exactly we have to do. Without the confidence, we cannot really create the tourism in our country. And we have shown a lot of social medias, newsletter, that exactly we have moved out of that, so that people also understand that everything is safe, provided yes, all the norms and the norms and the guidelines have been taken by that particularly. And to create this confidence, revival of the tourism depends on how the state tourism and the local bodies are going to ensure strict compliance. Strict compliance, I mean to say that they should be taking all this monitoring of WHO guidelines, WTTC guidelines, and the Ministry of ICMR guidelines. These are very, very important. Unless until it is not safe to travel, yes, we have seen that after going out to the Rajasthan, that everything was so well organized by the hoteliers, and we are very happy to see that. So this is exactly I want to submit here.
Yeah, I think one of the experiments that we are going to try from Lonely Planet, which we are thinking of doing, is that I think people are very scared. So the one way we got to do digital usage and the actual traveler is to get real people actually currently traveling to real places to speak from those places and get that broadcast in terms of I'm here with my family, I'm traveling, this is where I am, these are the safety, I'm thoroughly enjoying it, right? That's something that has got to populate. When the more and more people who are currently traveling who do Insta walk or come on a video chat or talk on a Facebook chat and talk to people saying, don't worry, I'm here, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. It's that's because otherwise what is happening is a lot of rhetoric, lot of narration, lot of big words, but nobody's believing us because they are all thinking we are marketing ourselves and we want business. But I think what we need to talk about is the reality in terms of catching real people traveling. So I'll just give 2 minutes to Vinay before I go to answering the questions on your views on the technology and our readiness for it. Vinay. I'm sorry, I'm talking to Neeraj. My apologies. Neeraj.
Neeraj, you're on mute.
I think what COVID did in last 6 months, probably, travel trade put together wouldn't have done in, next 10 years as far as the tech is concerned. So my sense is, see, tech is a hygiene now. Tech is a bedrock for any business. Tech should not be considered as a, the external environment or something which is also one of the pillar of the business. Tech is not any vertical. Tech is the, it's a platform. on which you do actually do business. Now, two things, so first is that. The second point is, I think there are two set of people we have in the industry. One set of the people who are actually scared of tech adoption. And they have been scared and they have not changed the way they used to work. And they are pretty happy because they always felt they've got some unique product offering. They have a set of customers, whether tech or not, these customers are their loyal customers. The second set is the people who have come in the new generation. I would say the millennial generation who joined the travel industry, especially the fragmented section I'm talking about. These guys are very tech savvy. They understand what the tech world is all about. They understand tech means scalability. Please remember, if you want scalability, invest on technology. If you want to be you want to ride on somebody's platform, you are happy with your set of customers, you are happy with the region you serve to, I don't think you need to get paranoid about technology. Just ride on somebody else's. If you see, there are so many millionaires on Amazon and Flipkart seller system. They have not created Amazon or Flipkart on their own. They have gone into, they have rode on the shoulders of what Amazon and Flipkart was reading. You can't compete on the logistics and the customer service of the giants. The best is you ride on them. So what I foresee is there would be consolidation. The people who are not able to understand and quickly learn and adapt on these various formats and adopting technology, it doesn't mean that you invest and you create and you start coding or you sign up on a SaaS model with some platform. It does not mean that, because there is no single solution to every travel agent. Everybody has to understand what his need is and basis on that build. If you have the capability, if you have the knowledge, my suggestion would be, and if you want the scale, then invest on technology.
I think there are no two words about it. I think the pandemic came as a supporting system to make tech an enabler. More and more people are adopting to technology at various levels, not only in the travel industry, across industry. But I think what we need to be careful about is that, showing a virtual reality tourism is different from taking the tourism yourself in person. So tech can be an enabler for a number of things, but it cannot replace me going and having my personal experience either as a solo traveler, as a family traveler, or as a business traveler. So how do we connect the two dots in terms of providing you that experience using technology as a platform and an enabler is something that we need to look at. As you rightly said, people don't have to invest in tech much more anymore because they can always piggyback on somebody who has already developed a robust, reasonable, and a most experiential technology. So there are thousands of them available out there. Now, I'm looking at a few interesting questions, but some of them I would like to answer myself. One has asked a question saying, why can't the younger person and travel? Because they are not susceptible to COVID. Now, that's something that has not been guaranteed by anyone. So I can't, in a good public platform, say, please take your youngsters and start traveling. So unless otherwise we have evidence that younger people are not susceptible to COVID, I would not recommend it at all. If that answers the question from one of the readers. The other question, of course, was on digital vaccine again. So my recommendation is people should reach out to Vinay on a one-to-one offline, learn more about what he showed us today in terms of Nexus. Was it Vinay? Yeah, and talk to him about it. I think what I want to ask the panelists, because there are not many more questions than that. I mean, obviously, everybody asks the question. I'm also connected to the publishing industry, education industry, where the same questions is asked of me. Why isn't the government giving us money? Let's be very clear. Government has no money. People only have money can give you money. People who don't have money cannot give you money. So, so let's not pose this question again and again, because in every platform when I go there, they're asking about this, and the answer is very straight. You give more money to the government may give you more money back. So let's close it at that. That's the only way I can answer that question. The next one is, of course, all of us have gone to Africa at some point or the other, and we carried a yellow card, and which was valid for 10 years. And without that card, you couldn't enter Africa or some specific countries. I think it's not a rocket science for any government, and particularly government of India, to introduce such cards for even domestic travel. Why can't it allow people to get themselves tested, get a certified card, so that their travel becomes seamless? Because as Khanna was saying, like every day I have to go to the website to see which city has a e-pass, which city doesn't have an e-pass, which city has this, which city has that. Why can't we make one standard note saying anybody can go, get tested, get a card, and that becomes a passport for travel, even for domestic? I think I remember Deep Kalra mentioning this in one of the meetings very strongly, saying he will take it up with the government. I hope he has. This is a very important aspect to develop tourism. So the question I have, one word answer from everybody quickly before we close, is that how much is going to be real, how much is going to be rhetoric? Because whether you read media, whether you watch television, whether you attend webinars, everybody is gung-ho and saying, don't worry, things are coming back, don't worry, that'll happening, don't worry, this is happening. But in the reality, the dollars are not kicking in. The galla is still fairly empty. So,
can I answer that question?
Yes, one at a time, and please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think, as I said in the beginning, see, the recovery is very painful. You have flights which are flying. You had a very pleasant experience, Shesh, that your flights were full. But the truth is, the load factor on the flights is not beyond 50% in many of the flights. That's one. Two,
no, also,
on the international side.
No, also because only 47% of the traffic has been permitted.
Correct. So imagine you have a 45% of the capacity which has been permitted. Within that capacity, you have a 50% load factor. So imagine if tomorrow the government says open 100%, you can imagine the load factor, what's going to happen to the load factor. So it's very, very natural that the recovery is going to be very slow. It's not going to be a hockey stick jump. Second point, what you mentioned about the PCR test. I think we as a travel trade, need to get together and communicating this to the consumers. PCR test is a new normal, and it is a very, very normal thing to do. The consumers, the government, we shouldn't be, especially the hospitals, the municipal corporation, they should not be putting a stigma on a customer if the customer turned out positive. More the number of people we have negative, certificate holders, more the consumers ready you have as a travelers. I think that should be the single agenda focus for the tourism ministry, the government, the trade, and more the people with negative certificate. Everybody wants negative certificate, COVID negative customers. Nobody wants positive customers.
I think you touched on a very good point, because even now the government has finally withdrawn putting up notices on homes saying this is a COVID home, because that is a huge stigma in terms of public perception. And I think a similar thing happens in travel as well. So, Vinay, do you want to have a quick word? I've got exactly 2 minutes to close the meeting.
No, I think so. In general, I agree with the view shared on the platform. It was a good meeting, everyone. Thank you.
Jyoti?
Yeah, okay. Just to add on to that I had said that initially also, that RT-PCR has come into place for inbound travelers coming in. Very soon it's going to be announced for all countries in the air bubbles to be adopting that. But the health certificate and the health passport, as we call it, will come into place, because RT-PCR results cannot be predicted. It's good today and it's good tomorrow too. So there is no window, because there is no whole clarity if it's a 7-day incubation time or it is a 14 days incubation time. So it cannot be for domestic initially, but antibody testing needs to be taken in place, and it should be done without prescription. The RT-PCR test will come into place without prescription, because Deep Kalra and myself have been created the same document. But one thing we can like to say that here is that we really need to collaborate and consolidate and motivate each other to travel, Because tourism will never die. Like you said, tourism is all about experiences. We are human beings. We are not robots. We need to feel and touch and need to enjoy life. And just to add on, in Gujarat, today we have a team of 4 people who are going to be covering 32 states in India. And they've started on a drive to actually motivate and see what it is in all states. And they're going to cover those in 18 days to move forward. So that's the initiative TAI has taken to see that this happens. And we are all looking at all states to cover that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm going to say 2 sentences in closing is that what is more and more clear to us looking around the world, looking at the reports, is that showcasing the local for the global seems to be my mantra now, not only apart from showing India to the Indians, I think showcasing the local for the global. And I think what we should all resolve is to say that with the pandemic which is going around, we should not miss this as an opportunity to showcase India and see how we can benefit from this crisis rather than moan about this crisis. So thank you, listeners, for listening in. Thank you. Appreciate your time and staying on with us.
I would like to say something, Mr. Shashi.
Sure, Kanna,
In fact,
Mr. Kanna.
We are talking about the RT-PCR, the rapid test, everything is there. Now, government is spending huge of money on the medical, expenses. I mean, it is. We like to have that RT-PCR test is very, very expensive. According to the, if 4 person of a family they go out, I mean, to one state to another state, so it means almost what they are spending 10,000 rupees on the medical test only. So it is required that at least this test should be low cost, the test, so that the people can afford it and they can travel much more.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think that's a good point. So thank you very much. I also appreciate the panelists for not only sticking to their time, but also giving some fantastic thought processes that people can learn from. Good afternoon and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to all our viewers for staying tuned in. We now present to you Spain Awaits You, a presentation by Turispana.
Hello, everyone. Greetings from Mumbai and Namaste. We are very happy to be with you and to be part of this ReCONNECT virtual conference in a moment when Spain is gradually reopening its doors to welcome international tourists and international visitors. And before I tell you what you will be learning today, I must say that Spain is now a safe destination, thanks to the strict measures taken to control the COVID-19, the worldwide healthcare crisis. There are many precautions in place to ensure everybody's safety, including tracking infections, early detection of possible outbreaks, and containing localized cases. Not to forget that Spain has a very strong, very robust healthcare system, healthcare structure. Having said that, let me share with you 10 top reasons to travel to Spain. Weather, food, culture, history, nature and landscapes, hospitality, shopping, sport, quality, and last but not least, infrastructure. Spain is a country that celebrates variety for all ages, for all tastes, and for all budgets. That's very important too. And this is precisely why in 2019 we had over 83 million visitors to our country, more than simply 10 reasons. There are 83 million reasons to return to Spain with total peace of mind. That is why Spain awaits you. In this session, you will learn about 4 main questions. The first one is that Madrid reopens with COVID safety and hygiene measures. Second, the Heritage Night celebrations at UNESCO World Heritage Cities of Spain. The third one, you will learn basic Spanish tips for travel with our colleague Miguel Tirado. And lastly, the fourth place, you will learn about the World Paella Day, which will take place the 20th of September 2020. So I leave you now with my colleagues to tell you interesting things about these topics, about each of these topics. So please stay tuned for an interesting and educative session. Spain awaits you. Thank you very much.
Following the measures for the reduction of contagion by COVID-19 prepared by the Institute for Tourism Quality of Spain, as well as other protocols implemented by other organizations and companies like AENA, Renfe, and Metro de Madrid, the travel trade team of Madrid Destino, in collaboration with the Madrid Convention Bureau, has worked in recent months on the development of infographics and videos of hygiene infographics protocols for the leisure segment. With this initiative, we want to communicate the security protocols that the Madrid tourism sector has implemented, with the different sanitary and hygiene measures for the prevention of risks of contagion by COVID-19, in order to communicate the image of a safe destination and to recover the confidence of travelers.
As always, Madrid is looking forward to welcoming you with open arms, and we have taken every safety measure to make your stay unforgettable. If you arrive from abroad by plane, you'll have to fill out a health questionnaire provided by your airline and undergo temperature checks. You will see signs informing you that it's mandatory to wear masks and keep a safe distance from others. Sanitizer is available for all passengers, and people accompanying travellers are not permitted to enter the terminal except under certain circumstances. Always use some kind of container or receptacle at airport drinking fountains and collect your luggage yourself. If you travel by train, it's mandatory to wear a face mask. Trains are thoroughly disinfected several times a day, and headrests are replaced after each journey so that you can travel in complete safety. We advise you to pay by electronic means. Please note that all onboard food and drink services have been suspended. Protocols have also been implemented to prevent crowding and maintain a safe distance between passengers upon boarding and disembarking. Once you reach the city, you'll be able to get around quickly using Madrid's metro, which is one of the best in the world. The use of face masks is mandatory, and we have stepped up safety measures such as daily disinfection of trains and stations, systems to control capacity and distance between passengers, automatic opening of doors, and limiting lift capacity to one person at a time. The official Madrid Metro app provides real-time information on station capacity and waiting times. After reaching your hotel, you will again find new hygiene and disinfection measures in place for guest rooms and common areas. Our bars and restaurants are also required to comply with strict safety standards to ensure that you can enjoy our fabulous gastronomy. We are a major hub of culture and art. Our museums and heritage sites must meet stringent social protection standards. You already know that Madrid never sleeps. Enjoy Madrid's nightlife in complete safety. And if you're a thrill seeker, head to our amusement and theme parks. All of them have new cleaning and capacity protocols in place. Madrid is waiting for you. It will be a pleasure to see you again.
The Spanish World Heritage Cities Group is an association constituted by 15 cities whose monumental sites have been awarded the World Heritage designation by the UNESCO. This association was created in 1993 and is formed by the cities of Alcalá de Henares, Avila, Baeza, Cáceres, Córdoba, Cuenca, Ibiza, Mérida, Salamanca, San Cristobal de la Laguna, Santiago de Compostela, Segovia, Tarragona, Toledo, and Ubeda. World Heritage Sites open their doors with extended late-night opening hours to delight locals and visitors with special guided tours, visual art exhibitions, music and theatre performances. Streets and squares are transformed into venues for performances. The entire city centers of the 15 cities come alive for the Heritage Night. The Spanish World Heritage Cities Group presented once again this year on September 12th the third edition of the Heritage Night. The dance festival was streamed live on the website theheritagenight.com. We request you to please visit this site and enjoy the cultural expressions of Spain.
Hi, good morning. This is Miguel from the Spanish Tourism Board in India, and today I want you to learn some basic Spanish for traveling. This is my colleague Alba.
Hola.
And she will be helping me with the interactions. So let's start with the introductions. If you know or meet someone in Spain, first thing you say is
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Which means, hi, how are you? Or
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Which means same thing, hi, how are you? But in a more informal way. You would say to your friend, your sister, your brother, but not to someone you just met. Then you should answer, estoy bien, gracias. ¿Y tú? Which means, I'm fine, thank you. And you? If you still want to know more about this person, like what's his or her name, you should ask,
¿Cómo te llamas?
What's your name? To which you should answer, Me llamo Miguel, encantado de conocerte. My name is Miguel, nice to meet you. If you want to know where this person is from, you ask,
¿De dónde eres?
Where are you from? To which you should answer, Soy de India, if you are from India, or Soy de España, I'm from Spain. If you don't feel that comfortable with your Spanish and you want to keep on chatting in English, first, you should know if this person speaks English. Then you ask,
¿Hablas inglés?
Do you speak English? Sí, hablo inglés. Yes, I do. No, no hablo inglés. Lo siento. No, I don't. I'm sorry. Then the conversation is over. Let's move to transportation. If you want to rent a car to move around Spain, you should ask,
¿Dónde puedo alquilar un coche?
Where can I rent a car? Or if you want to know where is the closest metro station in a city, you can ask,
¿Dónde está la estación de metro?
Where is the metro station? If you're about to take a train and you want to know you are not taking the wrong train, for example, if you are going to Madrid, you should ask,
¿Este tren va a Madrid?
Does this train go to Madrid? If your holidays are about to finish and you are going back home by plane, you want to go to the airport. Normally, you go there by bus, so you ask,
¿Este autobús va al aeropuerto?
Does this bus go to the airport? If you want to know any general address, you can always ask,
¿Conoce esta dirección?
Do you know this address? If you want to know if this address is not that far and you can go walking, you can always ask,
¿Se puede ir a pie? Or you can say, ¿Se puede ir andando?
Can I go walking? Let's move to accommodation. Once you get to the city or wherever you are hosted and you want to confirm that you have a reservation, you have to say,
He reservado una habitación. Tengo una reserva.
I have booked a room here. I have a reservation. If you like your room but you still want a better room with sea views, you can say,
Quiero una habitación con vistas al mar.
I want a room with sea views. If you get late to the hotel and you want to have dinner, you can ask,
¿Hay restaurante en el hotel?
Is there a restaurant in the hotel? And now this is the most important question you want to know in Spanish.
¿Podría darme la clave Wi-Fi?
May I have the Wi-Fi password, please? Okay, let's move to dining. This is a very common question Indian tourists have in Spain.
¿Hay algún restaurante indio que esté bien?
Is there any good Indian restaurant? If you have chosen your restaurant and you want to book a table, you can ask,
¿Podría reservar una mesa para dos a las 9 de la noche?
Would you please reserve a table for 2 at 9 p.m.? Once you are in the restaurant and you have your table booked, you want to check the menu and the wine list. Then you should ask,
¿Podría ver la carta? Or ¿podría ver la carta de vinos?
But if you don't feel like drinking wine, you can ask for a coffee with milk.
Prefiero tomar un café con leche.
I prefer to drink a coffee with milk. This is a very common problem Indian tourists have in Spain. They don't find vegetarian options. So if you want to confirm this to the waiter, you have to ask,
Soy vegetariano, in case you are a man, or soy vegetariana, in case you are a woman. No tomo huevos, ni pescado, ni carne.
I'm vegetarian. I don't eat eggs, fish, or meat. Let's move to shopping. If you want to know the price of something, you can ask,
¿Cuánto cuesta?
Which means, how much is this? And if you want to know the total,
¿Cuánto es?
What is the total? If you don't have cash on and you want to pay with credit card, you always have to ask,
¿Aceptan tarjetas de crédito? ¿Puedo pagar con tarjeta de crédito?
do you accept credit cards? May I pay with credit card? And if you want to buy something like, for example, saffron, you can ask,
¿Dónde puedo comprar azafrán?
where can I buy saffron? Or if you are not interested in buying something, you can say,
No me interesa, gracias.
I don't want it, thank you. And then if you want to carry all your the things you bought in a bag, you have to ask for a bag.
¿Me puede dar una bolsa, por favor?
Can I have a bag, please? So that's all for today. Hope you enjoy this very fast and basic lesson, and hope to see you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Adiós.
The Tourism Office of Spain in India is pleased to tell you more about the second edition of the World Paella Day, which will be celebrated on 20 September. As you probably know, paella is one of the most internationally recognized Spanish dishes which can be cooked in many different ways and recipes, and it is an important element of the rich and diverse Spanish gastronomy. Translating to the frying pan, originally a paella was a lunchtime meal for farmers in the Valencian region of Spain. It was a dish that was prepared with whatever they would gather that was available in and around the rice fields. But over the years, the paella have found a distinct space in the international gastronomy circuit. With 8 million yearly searches on the internet today, it has been crowned as one of the world's most important dishes. World Paella Day is a day where Spaniards share their great dish with the rest of the world to celebrate, beyond recipes and ingredients, the internationality of the paella.
A los valencianos, pocas cosas nos hacen sentir tan orgullosos como la paella.
Uno de los platos más internacionales que tiene su origen en Valencia.
Por eso defendemos con pasión nuestra manera de elaborarla.
La que nos enseñaron nuestros mayores.
La auténtica.
Y la cocinamos con profesionalidad,
Cariño y respeto por la tradición.
Pero por un día el arroz con cosas también es paella.
Per un dia mirem el pèsol com si fora socarrat.
guisantes, mejillones, aguacate, piña, todo.
Pero per un dia, ¿eh?
Por un día no nos importa que le llaméis paellera a la sartén. Aunque todos sabemos que la paellera es la persona que hace la paella.
Por un día aceptamos el limón para algo más que para el gin tonic.
Per un dia entenem que sóc un paella.
Y también que la comáis como una tapa.
Por un día la mejor paella no es la de mi madre.
Ni la del meu pare.
Es la tuya.
Porque el 20 de septiembre no es un día cualquiera, es el World Paella Day.
Y ese día apartamos nuestras diferencias en lugar de apartar el chorizo.
El Día Internacional de la Paella celebramos, más allá de recetas e ingredientes, su internacionalidad.
Y queremos celebrarlo con todos los que habéis contribuido de una manera u otra a hacer de la paella un plato aún más internacional. Por eso os animamos a todos a compartir en redes sociales vuestras paellas, sean cuales sean, con el hashtag World Paella Day.
Así podremos celebrar juntos que la paella, un plato humilde de origen valenciano, ha traspasado todas las fronteras.
So this Sunday, on 20 September, we invite all paella lovers in India to please watch our Spanish chef in Mumbai, Manuel, preparing a special vegetarian paella adapted to satisfy the Indian palate. Then, stay tuned to worldpaelladay.org to watch chefs from various countries in a competition organized by Valencia to win the World Paella Day Cup.
Welcome to the World Paella Day Cup 2020.
El Campeonato Mundial de la Paella va a dar comienzo.
今天瓦伦西亚通过一场最高水平的赛事，与世界一起分享海鲜饭。
And the match is underway.
Vierten aceite en la paella, virgen extra por supuesto.
这烹饪技术完美。
Ojo con ese muslo de pollo.
Onto the post and out. The chef still can't believe it.
决赛是不能犯这类错误的。
El tiki-taka ha vuelto, señores.
打出沉着镇定的煎着肉，煎至金黄，把肉里的汁水煎干，非常高明的技巧。
Garofo comes onto the field of play and the fans begin a rousing ovation.
这个应该是这场比赛需要的重要调料。
Entramos en el Ecuador de la gran final del World Paella Day Cup 2020. El agua hasta los tornillos.
比赛到了这个时候，火候的控制是关键。
This is a match with great intensity, especially now when it's rice's turn to shine. Wow, it is perfect technique.
Bascula de un lado a otro, repartiendo el juego. ¡Qué clase!
汤汁颜色很正，这颜色，这密度。
Well, the aroma is making its way to the commentary booth, and I can assure you that it smells very good indeed. And that's rosemary. What a touch of
qué toque de
quality.
calidad, puro sabor de monte mediterráneo.
我们已经迎来了比赛的最后1分钟了，这是决定性的时刻。
Atención, atención, que ya empieza a escucharse el socarrat.
This could be the moment.
And it is socarrat, socarrat, brilliant, brilliant.
这锅海鲜饭将载入史册。
El grano perfectamente seco y suelto.
It has been a display of impeccable cooking.
We thank you very much for your attention. It has been a pleasure to present Spain Awaits You at ReCONNECT virtual conference. Hope you have enjoyed too. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here with us today. We move on to our next webinar, which is on the reform of luxury travel and hospitality during the current COVID-19 crisis. And moderating the panel here today is Michael Ross, the CEO of Bidroom. Welcome, Michael. Thank you for joining us on ReConnect. Over to you now.
Thank you, Shivani. Happy to be here and a great panel on what we have today. I wish everybody in the world who's watching, many from you from India, first of all, happy afternoon. started this whole journey because of my passion for hospitality and travel. And yeah, it's sad to see for me, if you see what is happening now in the industry, it's heavily affected, and I hope things will go soon much better. It's going to be different for sure. Let's see how. Today I have in this webinar 4 amazing people. They're all active in luxury. Today we speak about the reform of luxury, travel, and hospitality during a crisis. I want to talk about the current situation, but I also want to look in front of us. Today we've got 4 professionals, starting with Delna Yasamoni. She's Associate Vice President for the Indian Hotels Company Limited. We've got Alexander Suski. He's working for Millennium Hotels, where he is the Sales and Marketing Vice President for Middle East and Africa. We've got Akansha. She's Director of Luxpro Hotels and Resorts. And we have Vivek Braganza. He's Assistant Vice President of the Shangri-La Group. Again, I hope you're enjoying this webinar. And so let's start. The first question is for you, Vivek. Just before the COVID-19 crisis hit, how was the luxury travel and hospitality sector faring?
Thank you, Michael, and for the warm welcome. And great to be here at ReConnect 2020. I think when you asked the question about the luxury travel before the crisis hit, we were certainly on the upswing. We could see growth coming in from India, from a lot of emerging markets around the world. While we continue to see growth, of course, in the more established markets, like the USA or like in the Far East, we could see that coming in out of Singapore or even out of Australia in Oceania. Speaking from the Indian context, we've seen luxury grow pretty much because we've seen the entry of the large players in this market as well. So most hotels also have their own luxury program which operates in India. And we also see, of course, the large consortia who are fairly active in this space. So yes, as looking back into history and thinking about pre-COVID, we saw luxury growing pretty well in India. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, thank you, Vivek. And Delna, for you as well, I've got the question related to your hospitality experience. You see that it will be difficult to recover. You think it will be different than other areas in travel? So you think it will be different in hospitality compared with other areas, maybe domestic, maybe talking about tourist activities or other areas? Or you think hospitality can react or recover quicker?
Thank you, Michael. So yeah, coming from a hospitality perspective, and especially from a luxury hospitality perspective, which is what this discussion is about, I think that while this situation may have changed the way that we work and interact at the moment, I don't think it'll change who we are or what we as people want in life. I think that this time has just given people a lot of time to reflect and value things like authenticity, meaningful values more than ever before. And I think after months of isolation and anxiety, people around the world do want to get out and they do want to travel. And I think one of the key aspects of how perhaps hospitality will change going forward, even though there was a certain element of that earlier, I think because today people are looking for, the number one priority of anyone is, of course, a safe and sanitized environment. And I think that brands that people trust and that people look up to, and brands that are built on sustained trust, are actually going to be what is going to reassure customers going forward. So, for a company like ours, the Tata Group, which right from 1868, where our motto is leadership with trust, I think those values are going to ensure that, it sees us through in the times to come. So to answer your question, yes, there is definitely going to be a change in travel patterns, but we are also seeing even currently people are ready to go out and travel, even though there may be certain restrictions, of course, internationally. But we definitely do see travel coming back, and revenge tourism, I think, is already on the upswing in quite a few parts of India, at least.
Well, I'm really curious, and to react on this, I'm really curious what will be difference, right? If you see a difference in recovery in luxury, do you see new trends coming? Do you see new concepts? And I see a lot of new things coming all the time, different concepts. And if you look at the trends of recovery, they're of course going to be different if you're located in a city center, near the seaside, a smaller hotel, bigger hotel. Might be in your luxury hotel, we see a difference maybe in suites compared with normal room. For sure, there will be differences.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that you're absolutely right, Michael. It is very different across cities and across different regions. People are today looking at, of course, a lot of more secluded holidays, places that are sometimes more difficult to get to. So in the past, whereas people may have thought a lot more venturing into certain areas, today they're a lot more keen to do so. And I think for IHCL, speaking from a perspective of IHCL, of course, with our expansive footprint and our diverse brands, I think, we're pretty much well poised to cater to those markets, whether they be Goa, Kerala, the safari lodges in, the heart of Madhya Pradesh, or our authentic grand palaces all across Rajasthan. And as I was saying, because people are looking for more secluded kind of private havens, we can cater to that with our new brand of Ama, which is our homestays and private heritage bungalows. I think one of the other aspects that people are also very keen to explore now more than ever before is sustainable tourism, volunteerism as well. So again, catering to all these different requirements and needs right now, I think that's the need of the hour at the moment. So any kind of hospitality company that adapts to this kind of change and understands what their customers are looking for, I think that's what's going to benefit. So today, obviously, people are a little more wary about taking a flight. So what we realized, of course, is that driving holidays, especially within India, and the same for any other country across the world, because local and regional tourism is something that's going to rebound much faster than international. And obviously, local and regional means more driving holidays. So we launched our 4D, which is our Dream, Drive, Discover, Delight holiday packages, and they're doing pretty well ever since we launched them a while ago. So yes, we are seeing a few green shoots already starting.
Well, it's interesting what you said, especially you mentioned the homestays. I saw recently something what I really like is like mountain homestays. So indeed, in a remote village, you're just staying within a family or a different experience. So yeah, for example, like mountain homestay or the sea, it's a different experience and etc. So I think those things are really nice to see as well. There's a different trend coming, different kind of accommodation. Maybe now to just deep dive a bit in the trends, and I would like to continue with Alexander. If you see the trend, we just mentioned already, like home place, for example, or like a different kind of experience. What do you think that the trend will be in hospitality, and not only in the luxury segment, but in the general, like the general trends? If you can address this. Alexander, you muted.
3 months ago, everybody wanted to be as disruptive and innovative as possible. So I think in May, we saw people claiming that AI and all the digital will take over everything which is hospitality, and there's no more check-in and there's no more reception. And I think we went a little bit too far in that. So the new trends is just that there's a couple of things that might impact the experiences of the guests. If it's now from a key card, a keyless card entry into a room, but we're not going to robots cooking your eggs or cleaning your rooms yet. So the trends are, there's a little shift. There's some innovation, bright ideas from people all around in different aspects and departments. But the shift is still moderate, or the disruptive innovation is still moderate. So with regards to the trends in luxury, my key point is here, what will happen to staff with people who are in hotels. If somebody checks into a ultra luxury hotel, will he be welcomed by 10, 12, or only 3 valets? and when he goes through the door, how many people will be welcoming him? Yeah, so this is where the luxury right now is trying to establish and put a mark on how far do you extend the cost management in hospitality in general. Do we go to 3 people at the front office, at the reception desk? Do we go to still 12 people? So this is where we will see how different brands and different operators will deal with what's happening right now.
Well, it's interesting because you mentioned disruption, you mentioned innovation, and I think personally, I think we as a company has been really daily busy with disrupting the market, the OTA market. You see the landscape of distribution is changing. You see new business models coming. You see, for example, Citizen M. They started with subscription service, the same like we do. You saw IHG has something similar. So you see also a lot of innovation, innovative business models also coming back more and more. Also give, of course, maybe more security if you're looking at recurring income, etc. So I think you can see, I heard some airlines also concerning, can we include like a paid subscription to have recurring income, to give extra loyalty, extra benefits. Go back to the landscape of bookings, actually. I think now you see a lot of discussions also about the OTAs, about Booking Expedia, also the behavior actually the last month. So I think personally there will be a shift how things are going, how people book.
There's a shift and an adjustment, Michael, but there's no disruptiveness as of yet, or as we expected. Maybe that will come a little bit later. But of course, we all are excited about disruptive innovations when Airbnb came in. Mm-hmm. So until now, there has been innovations, smart ideas, adaptations to the current situation. But disruptive, I would not call it yet disruptive. Mm-hmm. Let's see what the future brings.
Okay. I don't want to promote Bitcoin too much, but we are actually disrupting the market by different business model. Don't charge high commission, etc. So yeah, we're disrupting the market already, but we can discuss this after this webinar. Yeah, but if I look at the distribution landscape, this is something, of course, as a booking platform, I'm followed daily to see what is happening in the trends. And I mentioned discussions which are out there. Often you see a good example. You mentioned Airbnb. They started in 2008. Actually, they started in a crisis, and they disrupt the market by offering it and doing it differently. And personally, I believe this could be the moment that the hotel, they stand up, okay, it's enough. We paid so much commission. We lost the control a bit to our partners, to the OTAs. They actually, it was a bit difficult for us to build a loyalty program and to do things by ourselves because they were controlling your pricing, they were controlling your guest. Akansha, you think the distribution would change, the landscape of distribution?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Honestly, the landscape of distribution will change for the time being because, right now it's a pandemic, the situation in the market is different. I think the biggest question is that people don't know what is open and what is closed, what the offers are. Are the hotels safe, secure? I think that's the biggest question in the mind. Like Della was mentioning, in India, we've started having regional tourists. People want to drive and go for a distance for up to 8 hours, and they really want to know what's open. So if one way, of course, to the brand, like you are, say, for example, I would say for Waxful Hotels, we opened on the 15th, and we've already had guests sanitization protocols. So they are coming directly. But for people who don't know about us, who have not been to the wilderness, we are a luxury wildlife resort. It's a little offbeat, it's a little out there, it's not a city hotel. The model for luxury differs here because our cottages are naturally distanced so that, the contact between people is less. So for people who don't know about us, I would say booking.com, in India, Make My Trip, Go Vivo is very popular. It helps people know that you are open and what are you offering. Also for the OTAs, they have come up with a scheme where they're actually certifying you. And if you are being responsible, if you have certain protocols in place. So also the guests can know, okay, these guys have got certified. So they have two forms of certification. One is you do a self-certification, which is like no charge. And one is where they're actually, the OTAs are sending people to your property to check it out and say, fine, these guys are following the protocol. So once you are in that image in the OTA, what happens is people can easily differentiate, okay, these are the guys who are doing the tick marks and the other guys who are the crosses. Similarly, with big brands, I think in the luxury, the biggest USP is we already have basic standards which have sanitization in place. It's a part of a day-to-day. And like Alex mentioned, the biggest question today now is, do we have 12 or do we have 3? So that's something we as companies have to see going forward. What kind of flow of business are you getting? Can we do a bit of a rotation? Can we do a time lag? So that guests also feel safer today, seeing less people around. So maybe luxury can be discreet, and that can be the way forward. And in terms of loyalty programs, I think everybody is milling on them right now. I think that's the best thing going forward. You're getting great deals from hotels. You're getting great deals from airlines. You're getting extra points. And yeah, people are getting the situation, what was there in March, April, May, where people were worried about what Corona is. Now people are just everybody is just cooped up, staying in house. They want to go to the great outdoors. They want to go and do adventure activities. So if you're coming and telling me, okay, you have a private ship they want to rent, yes, that's happening. If you want to, people are actually booking small boutique properties, which are for 20, 21 rooms, even if they are like 7 rooms booked, because they just feel safe not having anyone around. And staycations, vacations, these different concepts and packages for long stays are really attracting people to just get out of the house, because if you look at India, the main model is that people are staying inside the house in small flats. So yes, I think great properties like Taj has the palaces and our safari lodges. It's a great time for business for us.
Well, I think what you mentioned as well is like loyalty and innovation. I think it's crucial for survival, right, and for recovery. And you see, what is impressive to see that you see companies who are in travel. I saw a company called TripLoop. They actually are focusing on travelers, actually on group travel. So people travel together, they use an app and they can communicate. But there's no group travel now. So what they did, actually, they offered also to survive, actually virtual experiences. So you could explore a country, for example, Japan, and you go all together to Japan, completely virtually, you're meeting the people all online. So you can see what I really see is like, as mentioned, TripLoop, they just move actually into virtual experiences. And of course, they hope that everything comes back. But to survive and to be visible, they just moved, actually use the part of their current technology actually to innovate. And it's impressive to see that companies like startups, for example, like they're doing those kind of things. I mentioned innovation. I think it's super important, especially in a period like this. And loyalty, you mentioned as well. Loyalty is the one who can drive recovery. You can drive people back to your place because they know you. They're just loyal to your brand. They just stayed in there last years, and they want you actually to come back stronger. I think loyalty, Shangri-La is great in loyalty personally, and of course in image building. If I think about a luxury brand, of course the other ones as well, but Shangri-La has for me a specific image, and also of course when you think about loyalty and branding, etc. A feedback question from you: if we're thinking about loyalty and innovation, how do you think this will be coming back? Actually, how are you going to use those two things for the recovery?
Is it for me or Vivek?
For feedback. You can comment on it after.
Loyalty, I think, of course, it's always been important and it will continue to be important. I think what's happening is, we talked a little bit, I think Alexander talked about disruption, and, this is something the industry has been facing for some time, and we've all been dealing with it. Sometimes we're the disruptors and sometimes we're the disruptees, so to speak. But I think the reality is we're now facing the ultimate disruptor, which is COVID-19. And, we really have had to all go back to our roots, have to really look at what makes our company tick. So what really is our strength in the markets that we operate in, because the reality is all of us have got a leaner, tighter version of ourselves that we need to face the world with in the coming months or years to as well. So from that reality, I think loyalty really means a recognition of what makes our organization tick. And in the case of Shangri-La, I would say it's really been about doing business that comes straight from the heart. We've always talked about welcoming a guest where we welcome a stranger like one of our own, right? So the reality for us is to be able to engender that into our systems, into our process, I remember a boss of mine who once shared, when I asked him, in your perspective, what is luxury? And he said, it's just three things. It's really, really simple. One is you set impossibly high standards. The second is you put your processes in place to achieve them. And the third is you do everything you can night and day to get those standards done. And the reality has not changed. That reality has not changed. It's just that, yes, of course, we are facing that ultimate disruptor. And how we deal with that is what's really going to separate, I guess, the wheat from the chaff in the months to come. So as an organization, we have gone back to look at what makes us strong. We have looked at our safety, our hygiene practices. We've looked at how that impacts our guests. But I think at this point, the biggest opportunity that we have is really to bring forward that warmth that hotels are known for and that luxury hotels are known for, to be able to leverage that in the guest experience. Because the few guests that we do have at this point in time should be feeling really, really special. And that is an opportunity in itself. Thank you, Michael.
No, fully agree. And also I got some questions from the audience, actually, so just receive them in here. And actually, it's actually also regarding this topic, what kind of key innovation hotels can actually adopt so the tourist feels free, feels actually safe after or during COVID, actually. So Alexander, maybe a question for you. What do you think, what kind of key innovations hotels can now implement to actually give a safe feeling for the guest? You're muted again.
No, apologies. Yeah, sorry. So it's not rocket science. It's giving the feeling of safety to somebody checking into your hotel, right? So if that's the case, the keyless card, not having to have too much transactions with paper and pencils, it's one. Then getting into the room, where when you get into the room, you have a seal of trust, or a seal of confirmation that your room has been cleaned properly, and at the places that it should have been cleaned. Yeah, there's so many videos already of different brands and different hotels worldwide where mystery shopping has been done, and they currently, of course, with social media, it goes viral in current time. So it's giving the feeling that a hotel is safe. Yeah, and however you do it, if it's now with an app showcasing you that the lamp and the pillow and the cabinet and the table was cleaned an hour ago, or if it's now with a seal that tick boxes all those items, I think that's something we didn't do before. We just trusted operators and hotels to do it. When I would check in a hotel, I would think it was cleaned properly. Now I will think 2 to 3 times, and I want to have an assurance that it's done properly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I think the operational side of that aspect is crucial, and giving that security to the people. So again, is it disruptive? No, it's just adapting to the current situation, which is giving that trust. Of course, big international hotel chains and companies and operators are leading the way. They have more resources to do so. So it will take a little bit more time. It's the same with Millennium. Then, as a global company, there's a lot of guidelines and things that are done very fast in order to make sure that we're ready the moment tourism goes back to 100%.
What do you think it would change? Because yes, you mentioned the things you're implementing actually for safety, etc. Of course, now it's everybody who's traveling thinking about it. Do you think it would change? That we would just go back now, the extra cleaning or the extra safety regulations, you think it will disappear?
Well, at this stage, it will not disappear. It will remain for at least 2 to 3 years, I guess, yeah, until something new pops up, God forbid. But yeah, a bed and a mattress is a bed and a mattress. So we cannot let people hang on a pole and sleep like bats tomorrow in a hotel room. So at the end, it is what it is. Yeah, the shower will remain the shower. The bathroom is the bathroom. So at the end, for hospitality and hotels and travel, it is what it is. Then again, adding up experiences like it was mentioned before is kind of a new way forward, where people want to do something different than just going into maybe a city hotel. They might indeed go hiking now. Yeah, I never expected myself to go cycling ever, but due to COVID, I started cycling. Yeah. So is that disruptive? In my life, it was very disruptive. Yeah. So I guess it depends how and what.
Okay. Well, it's interesting if I think about the hotel, long queues, for example, in the breakfast, you're sharing like a kind of like you're standing there with many people. Akansha, you think that will change? Like how people, for example, having a breakfast, people goes more, for example, like separation or room service,
Absolutely.
or because I think
absolutely. If you look at Dubai as a destination, the destination has done extremely well currently and is ready for the next phase. But in Dubai, things are quite open. So there are brunches, there are restaurants opens, there are everything is alive, but it's just done differently. So instead of if I go to an Asian night in one of the restaurants of our hotels, it used to be a full buffet. Now it is served in little bowls and plates per course of the dinner, yeah, and it's served in front of you. So you have that feeling of security and safety. Is it a false sense of security and safety? No, it's just being more cautious. So both in F&B and food and beverage and hotels, it's quite similar because what you're just mentioning on the booking.coms and the Expedias and the hotels.com and what you're doing right now, the same is happening on the food and beverage landscape. Yeah, there's a couple of players who take a lot of have taken a lot of well, let's call it commission, and then from the food and beverage department. There's other disruptors coming in now and doing similar things. Yeah, yeah.
But Akasha, for example, how is how responding on this, and how are you implementing this as well in your hotel group?
Yeah, so what we've done is, I completely agree with Alexander, the table service is the way forward. But when you have large numbers, hopefully soon, when the restaurant starts going full, we, from the Adventure Tour Operators Association of India and the Responsible Tourism Society of India, we devised a plan, how to go forward when numbers increasing. So we came up, like, in case if the buffet still has to operate and the guests are going, it's completely contactless, the plates are kept on the table, they have to wear a mask, and the servers serve the food and ensure that the lid is closed after each serving. That's the way buffets can work, because then you're not having that much contact. But when you're having small numbers, yes, table service is the way forward completely. Also, it makes me feel more safe and secure. But thinking about responsibility and sustainability, which is the new thing in our tourism planet where everybody's thinking it eco-friendly, you do have a lot of food wastage on table service as well. So maybe this will go on for a while till people start feeling more confident and sure about safety protocols. Like if you see a couple of months back, you were not even stepping out. You were not leaving your door, but now you are going out cycling, you're going out walking, you're going and picking up a takeaway coffee, you're going to restaurants. So as long as the distances are maintained, I think it's going to be back up. We should be good back up and running by January, February. Yeah.
I was also curious, for example, for Delna, like your group of hotels, it's part of a huge group of part of Tata. So they have different businesses. You see, for example, I see discussions going on. IHG might merge with another group, etc. So you see maybe some consolidations or maybe companies goes together. You, of course, your group is financially backed, of course, by a large company. If you're looking at, for example, the landscape, you think the landscape of, for example, of brands or maybe of consolidation, you think there will be some changes there?
Absolutely, Michael. I think I echo what everyone else was also saying just now in terms of the hygiene standards. Of course, all big brands today have always, maintain the highest levels of hygiene and sanitization. And I think right now the requirement is just to strengthen that and maybe inform the customer of what you're doing so that you can build that confidence in them again. So again, I think it all boils back down to confidence and trust of a customer in the brand that they're using. And that holds true for any brand, not just hospitality today, for every single brand. So with that in mind, actually, we launched our Tajness, which is our commitment re-strengthened. So as someone was also mentioning earlier, we don't want, while everything may be safe and sanitized, And that's, of course, what people are looking for. At the end of the day, we are a hospitality brand. We are a luxury hospitality brand, and we don't want to lose that sense of warmth that someone gets when they walk into a hotel. To answer your question, Michael, in terms of yes, will the industry change? I definitely think that yes, there are a lot of different opportunities today actually that are coming up. I think every adversity, does lead to certain opportunities in people. And I think it's the manner in which we all adapt to that change that's going to define just how successful a company is. So for instance, just to give you an example, during this lockdown period as well, we adapted our F&B model completely. Because people could not go out until now, we actually started our hospitality at home, whereby we were actually personalizing items and making them available to our guests to offer greater convenience. We've just launched Human, which is our new food delivery app, which is exclusively for us. And since you mentioned the House of Tatas, yes, we are working extremely closely with a lot of our sister companies as well, whether they be TCS from an IT perspective or Taj Sats, which is our air catering service. For instance, we tied up with our air catering during the lockdown to provide meals. We provided about 2.5 million meals across certain cities of India, including Bombay, Delhi as well. So yes, there are definitely a lot of opportunities to build on each other's strengths and, make sure that we try and stay stronger together and try and come out of this much stronger together. Yes, it is an uphill journey for all of us, I think.
Well, I think the impact is for every hotel group, all the single hotels. The impact is huge. You see, I think the smaller hotel, really small group or the single or family hotels, they're really difficult because they don't have large resources. We think there will be, for example, more single-owned hotels or small chain hotels will be moving maybe to a brand or might be even acquired or just choosing to become brands. In fact, what do you think about this?
I think I think there are pros and cons to both. Obviously, I think as today, because people are looking for a bit of more secluded privacy, looking for their own private haven somewhere. Yes, they would definitely consider smaller options as well. However, I think that, as you rightly mentioned, for some of these smaller, maybe standalone unit to be part of a larger brand, I think just gives customers a lot more confidence in booking that particular property. So it's, again, I know I keep saying the same thing, but I think a lot of it is built on trust. When you trust the brand or you trust the person that you're booking with, I think that makes everyone's life a lot easier.
Okay. Vivek, I see you just agreeing with this. Can you comment on this?
Yeah, I think Michael, it's a very important point at this stage, and I'd come back to that mention I made of standards, and that helps to engender trust, right? That helps to build trust and credibility. And what our guests are asking of us now is a new standard of hygiene and safety and security in all our hotels. It's really the base level that they now expect, which perhaps they didn't a few months ago. Again, to have an experience, and that's really the crux of what all of us offer. To have an experience requires our customer or our guest to be in the state of mind to receive it. It's about creating memories, about those moments that matter. So the fact of life for us is that our standards now need to be different, and I think all of the groups are doing this. It's not really that different. At the end of the day, I don't. I can really comment on which way the market will decide, because that's really based on things getting a little bit back to, I won't say normal, but back into action. And I don't think any of us or even many of our national leaders at this point still trying to evaluate and decide which way the wind is going to blow. But yes, it's definitely important for us to look back at our core values, to look back at what matters to us. And for Shangri-La, we've really focused on a program called Shangri-La Cares, which is about reassuring our customers of that commitment that we have to their well-being. So we're really recognizing that their safety and their well-being is in our care and taking steps to do that. one important element of this is partnership. So it's really having the right partners and the right organizations that can support you through this journey. So for the Shangri-La Cares initiative, for example, we partner with Diversity, who is a long-standing, it's a long-standing relationship that we have as companies. It's really helped us to be able to be ready when we need to be in the markets that we are present. I hope that helps to clarify, Michael.
Perfect. I get another question from the audience, actually. Well, Alexander mentioned already AI. Yes, I think not going to replace serving your breakfast, etc. Well, you think AI will dominate? This is the question actually from the audience. Do you think AI could more dominate the hospitality sector with, for example, more digitalizations or digital transformation?
Let's put AI, of course, in perspective. Yeah, so AI is utilized already now in online portals where automatically people are tracked and traced to retarget them on Google, etc. So that's one side of the AI. Yeah. Now the AI where most probably the person had the question for, like in the movies where robots take over. That's a little early. I must say we do have in Singapore a robot who serves eggs, but has nothing to do with COVID. That was 2 years ago already. Yeah. So, but the AI is pushed forward, but purely from a commercial point of view, in order to track, trace, and capture any guests possible on the back end of all the systems, right? And I'm sure, Michael, that's the next step for you as well. So yeah, on that aspect, it's increasing, but this has not much to do with COVID. It will just accelerate in terms of pacing.
Well, of course, you can always use AI for different things. If you know when people are checking out early, or you basically just get your learnings, you could just clean quicker. There's more space between the new guests, etc. So there's a lot of learnings.
Correct.
We have not much time left. I think we have a bit more than 2 minutes left. So we'll be great.
Michael,
Yeah.
just to add on to what Alexandra was also saying about, obviously technology will play a much more important role now. I don't think that it can ever replace the human touch, especially in the luxury industry. I mean, there's a fine balance that we need to strike between both, and I think that will come depending on the kind of brand it is. But technology can't completely replace human touch, especially in the luxury industry.
I fully agree. It's the experience, right? If you go to a luxury place, it's the full experience. So this is what I think what you're all selling is like, you go to a place, you won't have this personal touch, and will never be replaced indeed with technology. Even though technology can improve a lot, but also can't replace everything. We have a bit more than 1 minute left, so I think a lot of people watching now, if all of you can really short and start at Vivek, then Delna, then Akasha, and then Alexander. If you can do really like in a few seconds, just give your advice, what the listeners, the viewers should do during this pandemic and how they can come out stronger.
Sure, thank you, Michael. And I touched on this a little bit earlier as well, that we are facing the ultimate disruptor, and it's challenged our businesses, it's challenged our families, it's challenged our lives at the personal level as well. So it won't be fair for me to try and suggest a one-size-fits-all solution for everyone, but I can only share what I'm facing and what I'm going through as an individual. And it's a great opportunity to look inward and reflect, because the pace of our lives has often meant that we just haven't had the chance perhaps to meditate, to take that extra walk, to be able to focus on what really matters to you. And if that focus directs you towards your business, it directs you towards your personal abilities, your talents, it directs you to your career, all the better for it, because we don't really know what's on the other end of that tunnel at this point in time. But I'd really personally hate to see this time go to waste. I think there's a lovely saying that we should never let a good crisis go to waste. That would be about the gist of my advice at this point in time. Thanks, Michael.
Okay. Yeah, we indeed running out, so maybe Akasha can still respond on this, and then I will end soon after.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. So for everyone, I would say that who's feeling cooped up, get out with your family, spend the quality time together, go to offbeat locations, and just travel. I think for the fear of this pandemic should not stop traveling. Go ahead, travel, find the right spaces, and just be yourself, be with nature. That's all I want to say, Michael. Thanks.
Thank you all. Unfortunately, I would like to ask the same to the rest, but we are unfortunately running out of time. I would like to thank you all for being part of this webinar, of this panel. It was great to get your input. I learned a lot again, so I hope the listeners as well, and all the listeners who just also from the rest of the program wish you a great day. And most important for all of you, stay safe and start travel.
I wear a mask.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Gaurav has joined. His camera is switched off, Abhijit. Hello, but he has joined, no? Yes, he has joined. Gaurav has joined. His camera is switched off, Abhijit. Hello, but he has joined. Yes, he has joined.
There's a lot of echo out here.
What happened?
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Thank you, viewers, for staying with us for this long. We move on to the next webinar, and the panel discussion will be on the future of corporate travel. Moderating the panel will be Dr. Abhijit Sarkar, Vice President and Country Head, Corporate Real Estate Admin and Infrastructure, Sher Khan. Welcome back, Abhijit, to our panels. You've been with us in OTM and BLTM. Thank you for joining in ReConnect, and I would hand over the panel to you now.
Thank you so much, Labuni, for the introduction. And I take it over from here. Good afternoon and namaste to all the delegates out there. We all know how COVID has impacted the entire globe. And definitely, the world is never going to forget this pandemic for a long. We have seen that the impact has been really, significant in the economy, and certain sectors are really badly impacted. And one of the sectors that is impacted is really the hospital. So when we talk about travel industry, one of the flourishing business of the globe, 10% of contribution to India's GDP, and at the same time, it creates more than 40,000 millions of jobs, which means it constitutes 10% of overall workforce across the country. So the pandemic has really brought a very significant blow to this sector. So what do we see? Travel is no more a luxury. It's a necessity for most of us, and we are eagerly waiting for the travel to bounce back. But then the recovery is definitely doesn't looks to be so near or so easy. Yes, we will have a lot of phases to follow. So today, while we discuss, the future of corporate travel, because corporate travel also had a lot of contribution to the travel and MICE business by virtue of various corporate activity like, the incentive program and business tour and all those. So let's understand from our eminent panelists that, how do they see travel vertical in their organization moving forward. So before I start my panel discussion, I would like to request all my eminent panelists to have a short description about themselves. So I would start from Gaurav, and then I will move to other speakers over there. Gaurav, you first.
Hey, thanks, Vijit, and I hope I'm quite audible. So yeah, good evening, everybody. Just a quick introduction about myself. My name is Gaurav Nagwekar, and I head the corporate travel for Reliance Industries. I've been with Reliance for almost 20 years now, and I've been quite instrumental in developing some strategic policies in terms of corporate travel. I have an experience of almost around 15 years with the business travel management, and have been quite administrative in developing and implementing the online booking tool and some compliance for the organization. I have also worked with travel management companies, and this helps me, or rather gives me, understanding of both world limitations, which helps me to draw best out of both worlds. So a small and quick introduction about myself. Yeah, that's about it.
Coming to you, Prashant.
Yeah, sorry about this. I just logged off. But introduce myself. I'm Prashant. I'm the CEO and founder of Travel Stop. Previously, I had Chinnatal Marketplace focused on Asia. Was funded by Jungle Ventures and Axel Partners. Travel Mob was like bought by Expedia in 2015. Business travel and automate the expense management, starting with a high growth form, and offers 3 core product features: travel expense and insights, perfect seamless experience. Okay, based in Singapore and funded by Axel Partners in India. Hello.
So while we get back to Gaurav, Nitin, I would like to okay. Prashant, are you through?
Yeah, let me just do a quick restart. I'm not able to. Yeah.
Problem. Nitin,
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Nitin Narula, and I'm working with the housing.com, PropTiger, and Makan.com. It's a real estate online digital portal. And I'm associated with them from last 5 years. Being in real estate, we have immense travel across the country and international as well. Being in sales, we have lots of nice movement also. And I'm in the industry from last 13 years now. And, the headquarters is at Gurgaon. Yeah.
Okay. Prashant, are you through or you have still something to talk about? I think lost his connection. I'll start off with the panel discussion. My first question would be to three panelists.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Bijit, your voice is going on and off. Yeah.
Okay. So am I audible? Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. So what I was talking about is many of the organizations based on the technology have really relooked at their travel vertical, and most of the organization now don't encourage much of the business travel, while it is very critical for few of the organizations. So from all three of you, what I would like to understand, as 2019 till March 2020, how you have seen the business travel of your organization being doing. And then post lockdown, when we have seen that government have started giving relaxation, and when the airports have started functional to an extent, whether you have really started your business travel, or you have started with some selected travel for your employees, or you are really keep it on hold for the directives. So I will start from Gaurav first.
Yeah, Abhijit. So yes, coming to your question, I think 2019 was great, and nobody across the globe must have thought about COVID pandemic, and I think we were all fit and fine till February end and first week of March, and then suddenly it has grown for months now. So nobody had anticipated this, and in in the current situation, I think most of the organization uh, have restricted their travel, and it is only essential travel where people are traveling. I think that is one aspect which resonates with most of the corporates and organization, especially in India. So yeah, that's my thought on this.
Okay, Sean, coming to you.
Sure. So I think everyone is very much aware of the impact that COVID had on corporate travel. A bit about what we saw, what we experienced. So our story is that we had launched Travel Stop in March 19, and broadly 2019 was a growth year for us. I mean, for us last year, we did not see any impact on the corporate travel bookings in Asia, even though we had started hearing about the virus in the late December timeframe. The mid-Jan, virus became a serious concern in Asia, since based in Singapore. Heard a lot of stories about the virus, and in late Jan, we saw some countries in Asia started raising travel advisories, and in Feb, we saw most of the countries in Asia implementing travel lockdowns. And for us, we saw the travel booking volume going down by 50% in the month of Feb. Starting March, April, as US and Europe implemented the travel lockdowns, we saw the travel booking volumes drop to zero. Right? It has been truly a learning and humbling experience to see the volumes go from, say, 100% to 0% in a matter of days and weeks. Right? I mean, for us, for past few weeks, we are seeing travel booking volumes pick up, but broadly, we are seeing two things. One, the companies are not taking any risk for the employees, and corporate travel booking volumes continue to be very, very slow. We believe the booking volume growth will continue to be slow in 2021, and we are assuming it to be around 25% of the pre-COVID levels, next year. And number two, most of the countries in Asia, continue to have tight restrictions, as we know. They have guidelines on inbound travel. So any corporate travel happening now is mostly domestic travel, like what we're seeing in China as an example, and to domestic destinations. And we continue to think it will happen same as this year. So not much travel happening, but 25% for next year, and then we'll see how that goes from beyond.
Thank you so much, Prashant. Nitin, your view on this?
So as I said that we are from the real estate company and we have lots of competitions. When you're achieving your target, we plan lots of mice movement for our sales employees, and that's how it was being planned in the month of March as well. As March, you are completing your H2, so in April, lots of these winners are going to go for their travels, for the mice plan. But I think in January, when we realized that the first case is being hit in India, in Kerala, and at that point of time, somewhere we realized that, now looking the population which we have in India, it is going to go, drastically ahead. And that is the reason, keeping the EHS thing, which is always in our mind, that the health of the employee is the priority. So we thought of that, let's not plan anything, in January only, and let's see how the things will move on. Then the shutdown happened in March, and after that, I think when we realized that the even employee is not ready to even move out from the house, how the travel can be planned. And many times it happens that we assume lots of stuff in our mind, and that's what I think, being corporates, we have also assumed that without travel the things will not move. But I think now, when everybody started connected virtually and tried to connect through a virtual connect, they realized that without travel also things can move. So I think this was somewhere a new normal, which we all are saying, and the travel, of course, has been landed, which Prashant has also mentioned, that all the cancellation happened, in a movement, and this is what had happened with us. And if we see now, I think, we have looking the health of our employees in mind. We are not opening the office as of now, and the travel, it just starting where it is critical, because it depends on corporate to corporate, that how critical is your travel for your business. So we it just picking a bit, 2 or 3 people have started traveling in other cities, but I really don't see that it will pick up till next year. Abhijit, are you there?
I think we lost
said that and it has picked up. You able to hear him now?
Yeah, Abhijit, we can hear you, I think.
Okay. So now coming to Gaurav, as Prashant and Nitin has said that, though travel have gradually started picking up a bit, but not the masses. And definitely, at least we will have to wait for 2021 to see how really it shapes up. Now, my question to you is, Nitin also touched upon a point that people have now also realized that, things can happen without travel also, as the technology is emerging, and it was already prevailing, but we have never thought that, we could really extensively use it and try to ensure that without travel also things can happen. So what is your say, when you talk about business of your organization as a group, what could be your long-term strategy, considering that, in future, travel cannot be eliminated completely, but do you think that, post-COVID also, your organization will try to explore technology and somewhere or other the travel costs are going to come down? So what do you see, the operational cost in regards to travel are going to reduce or continue to remain the same?
So, Abhijit, I think, yes, Nitin had answered or touched upon on the point which you just mentioned, but I strongly feel about it that, automation technology and digital transformation is something which has been missed at least in the travel industry, I would say, for over the years. And we have seen products. There are products in the market, but they are, I would say, a half-baked product, which has been causing an anguish. But now, over the years to come, I think most of the TMCs and organizations would like or would have to work in such a manner wherein automation is driven, technology is driven, the processes are defined in such a way that it ease out the entire travel process and the flow. So yes, it is a boon, but I think we are too early to say. It's hardly been 6 months, and we are talking about an industry which has been there since what 30-40 years or more. So it's too pretty early to say that that this is the way forward. We just have to wait for the vaccination to come in, and I think once the vaccination is out, I'm sure we would see, or we hope to see, a lot of people traveling, at least for corporate and business, if not for leisure. So I think it's too early for us to comment that this is the way it is going to be. I think let's wait and watch.
Thank you so much. There?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. So taking ahead from Gaurav, as he says that it is too early for us to, even predict something. But it is fact that COVID is not going to stay here for a long, and somewhere, someday or other, COVID is going to vanish. And apparently, it has taught us a lot of lessons and a lot of experience had been sought in these 6 months. Maybe we will try to learn more new things till the time COVID exists. So what you see, adds your apprehension. You must have seen what has happened in these 6-7 months. What you see, the travel vertical is going to shape up post-COVID. Do you think that, what it used to prevail pre-COVID will continue post-COVID, or there are going to be, lot of changes or few changes at least that are going to continue as the preceding lessons which we have
Abhijit,
you say to that?
Yeah, I think there's some connection issue, so I've missed certain part of the question. But what I understood is that how will be post-COVID travel will come up. So when I talk about the corporate travel over here, as I said that our thinking is much changed now. Earlier what we used to think and now what we think, it is totally different, and the priorities is being different. For example, if I talk about the insurance, we all have taken the insurance, but how deep we have gone with the terms and conditions of the insurance. I don't think so that everybody has gone in depth. I think we were more looking for that, how luxury the hotel is, what will be the itinerary, right? We may talk about that, what will be the menu, all these things. But I think today will be the priorities that what is being covered in the insurance, right? What is the medical history of my employees? If somebody has the cardiac arrest earlier, then maybe I will tell him that better you should not participate in any adventure activity. You should stay back. So lots of things, that the priority is, of course, is being changed now. So for the corporates, I think the game plan is totally changed. When we talk about the overall travel, when we talk about, so the first thing, I think it depends organization to organization. Sometimes it happens that we also understand that travel, when you're meeting physically with someone face to face, when you are meeting, I think it gives you more opportunity to convince, especially you are selling your product to someone, or breaking any deal, kicking any deal over here. So and there was a study also which I was reading from Oxford, that when you spend a single dollar on a travel spend, the company earns approximate $12 against it. So it's a 12%, that the probability is much higher to sell your product or to crack the deal. So it depends on the business, on the type of nature of your business, what you are doing. If your business is like that where the travel is mandate, of course you will travel, because we have to, it's a business, that's a need of the business. We cannot sit at home and see, okay, when the COVID will fade away, we will start traveling. So one parameter which I totally see, the nature of your business. So if I talk about my nature of business, some departments has a mandate travel and they will travel, and that's how I said that it has been already started. On the second parameter which I talk about is, I think as virtual connect is being explored and is being experienced, and we have realized that yes, things can move on through the virtual connect also. So obviously that will impact in future also, and a certain percentage of corporate travel will definitely go down, because organization will see that things can move on the virtual platform. The third parameter which I see is, I think when we talk about the economy of the country, I think earlier if I want to go to Thailand, I will prefer to take people to Goa now, because I want to give that economy boost to my country. Why should I give money to other country? So I think this is the again one of the parameter which I personally see, that I want to give more preference to domestic locations comparatively to the international location, and of course keeping the safety, the health of my employee also. That will be much easier for me to handle like 200 people together, and in case some urgency is there, I know how to handle the stuff. The guidelines I know of the country very well. The third thing which I see, that the insurance, maybe we were spending less money on the insurance, that okay, what is the mandate, let's take the minimum one. But this time, whenever we'll travel, we will see the insurance, because that's the responsibility of the organization whenever we are planning any MICE, any movement, any conference. So I think we will really look these things. And I think we will go for more luxury brand, because I think safety, as I mentioned, that will be the priority for us. So maybe earlier I was going with some local chains, but no, this time I will see that I want to go with some reputed, like maybe a Starwood or Hyatt, all these chains who really don't compromise on the health and the safety of the user. So I think these are the things which the mindset is totally changed when you plan any travel, especially in the corporate. I think we have lost connection from Abhijit again.
Thank you so much, Nitin. And
okay.
Okay.
Abhijit, you're not audible.
Hello?
Yeah, you're going on and off.
Now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Hello?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. Okay. So coming to you, as Nitin touched upon a point that safety is going to be a paramount. And when we talk about safety, a process used to be prevailing earlier also, that most of the MNCs used to follow for most of their expats. That is called travel risk assessment. So pre-COVID, that was already prevailing. Then what you see the apprehension for this terminology, maybe during this phase, and post-COVID, whether the term of travel risk assessment will definitely gain a significant importance, and it will become a part of organization compliance and diligence. So what is your say to that?
So Abhijit, I was not able to hear, but essentially you're talking about the travel risk management and the lessons on COVID, right?
Correct.
Right. I think there are a few lessons that we have learned as part of the COVID, right? The first lesson obviously is the prioritization of resources, like what Nitin talked about, like the prioritization within the company. COVID has taught us a lesson, what's really important and what's not. We have seen governments across the world are now prioritizing on safety of the citizens over everything else, and rightfully so. Government is also now allocating far more resources on public health, employment, sanitization, I think, which we need to really applaud. Similarly, companies like Nitin talked about are much more focused on safety of the employees first. Duty of care has always been important, but it's on the top of the priority list for most of the companies, right? The second important lesson that we have learned from COVID is to really look at the business models, or fine-tune the business models from a travel perspective. Look at the margins, cash flows, and prepare for the contingency funds. Companies with strong cash balances and business models are thriving, as we are seeing as of now. And the companies who are indulging in discounts or lower margins, or have cash flows are struggling, and very difficult for them to survive. So to me as a founder, I need to make sure that we have at least 1x, 2x the annual burn as a contingency funds going forward, because it's not the last time we'll be surprised by an event like COVID. So need to prepare for any eventuality. Similarly, the third important lesson is for the companies to be agile. Like we have seen the governments who had past experience with a similar virus, SARS as an example, they reacted very early on, and the data will tell you that those countries are doing far better than the countries who reacted a bit late. Similarly, companies who were agile, who are flexible, and who reacted early on are doing far better as against the companies who reacted later to COVID. So being agile for all the organizations is really important going forward. And obviously, technology can help. Technology has always been a forefront in solving many of the problems we are facing today. And in the corporate travel world, we are already seeing significant shift happening towards contactless travel and safety for all. Be it the contactless check-ins in the hotels, or be it sanitization in the airport, or sanitizing the planes, be it pre-testing, for the COVID before you board the flight, or the apps like what we see in Singapore, where they trace all your movements and notify you if you come into contact with any known COVID patients. And there are wearable devices. The one that I constantly wear is this Aura Ring, which tells me about my heart rate. It tells me about my overall well-being. So to me, technology will help getting better in months to come. But to me, the most important point, is how do we leverage and adopt these technologies to make sure that the corporate travel becomes safer for all the employees. And if you look at Asia in general, where the 90% of the travel is unmanaged. So unmanaged travel is where the companies do not really have travel policy and preferred tools, and they tend to book on the business sides. And you'll see that in the current situation, and it really becomes important for these companies to make sure that the travel is safe, end to end, be it pre-trip, on-trip, and post-trip. Like Nitin talked about the insurance, multiple examples again. The companies, in my mind, should think about implementing smart cards or an expense management solution in the company. That will make sure that all the employees do cashless transactions are able to submit the claims digitally. Minimizing the risk of COVID infection, right? Other example is like the company should look at relook at the policies and make it much more flexible, so that it provides the flexibility to the employees to book as he feels safer on the part of the platform. So broadly to summarize, I think the technology will evolve, will currently evolve at a faster pace. But the more important is for us to think through the implementation and adoption of these new technologies and adopt modern tools and platforms to make sure that the corporate travel is safe for everyone.
So,
I think we again lost Abhijit.
Shivani, can you just check it? Because, time and again, it's happening the same thing. So. Shivani?
Prefer domestic locations for corporate travels in future, does that mean that domestic travel is going to gain over international travel from corporate events and incentive travel? Hello? Nitin, am I audible? Hello, Nitin, am I audible?
Yeah, sorry, I lost the connection in between. Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm there now.
Yeah, I'll repeat the question. So, since you mentioned
Sure.
a preference for domestic destinations over international ones, do you think the domestic destinations can actually gain out of this whole COVID-19 situation, and how travel is going to shape up in a post-pandemic world?
Sure. So when we talk about the travel, of course, it's like the mix of the personal and the corporate travel over here. If I see, the personal travel will definitely pick up immediately. Once we get the vaccine, it will immediately pick up. And especially where it will get a control in the country, because people will really want to go out from their homes. But when we talk about the corporate, I think it will take little time. But for domestic, yes, I think they will get this benefit of the COVID somewhere, because traveling in domestic, if we talk about the borders, I don't know how we foresee that even the vaccine it will come, how it will go to the entire world. It will really take time. The accessibility of the vaccine, and it's not a miracle or a magic which is going to happen in a night. And then there are lots of things, as I've said, that priorities are totally changed. Nobody wants to travel with their kids outside. They will say, okay, we want to unwind, it's better to go in some luxury place, maybe in a Kurg they can go, or untouched lots of spaces. Kerala people will travel, or in the mountains. I think India has, if we talk about India has all the places. You talk about desert, you talk about mountains, you talk about the beaches. So all the options we have in India. However, it's always this thing that you want to travel international, and this is one of the reason people generally travel internationally. But I think domestic will definitely get a good push over here. And thanks to the hotel chains also, I think lots of packages which is being offered by the hotel chains, and they ensure that whosoever the guests are coming at the hotel, they are much safe. So the guidelines are being followed properly.
Nitin, coming to you again, am I audible?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes,
so now,
you are.
My question to you is, not only, even the
Abhijit, again I have lost you.
Am I audible now? Hello?
Abhijit, you're going on and off. Maybe you can just switch off your video, and then the audio will come continuously. Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So my question to you is, as I stated, when we, start back the travel is definitely going to come back in phases, whether it is domestic or international. And when we think about international, people definitely going to are preferring, the short haul first, then they would rather jump to the long haul preference in terms of. But how you think, the market in terms of miles and other incentives program would, be preferred as compared to the European countries going forward? Do you think that, Asian countries are going to be now much preferred as compared to the European countries, or even if it is preferred, it's going to be a short-term thing?
Well, I think first we need to be, if you think about as a common person, what I think or what corporate thing doesn't matter. We need to think as a common person. If I'm telling today, I'm traveling from office side, what my family needs, my safety, and what are the parameters which we look into. One of the biggest parameter which we see that, what are the relations of India with that country. So if tomorrow something had happened, how more can get, from the embassy, local embassy there, and how easy guidelines or they follow or support they can give it to us. So I think one of the important thing which I see, our country relationship with that country. So I think that's one of the first parameter, because to handle any emergency, I really need out of the way support from there. Second thing which I see, the medical facilities. I think it's very important that the medical facilities in the country should be much good, and they should be capable enough that in case I have 200 people and there is some urgency over there, so they can handle that thing. Third, it should not be out of the budget. There are countries where the medical facilities are there, but they are way too expensive. So, however, it will be, as I have mentioned, that we need to be very much clear about that, what are the terms and conditions of the insurance policy, because there are many things that it happens that, your certain, things are not being covered under the policy. So this is again the criticality which I see over here. And I think the less travel time, I don't want to travel somewhere where the flight connectivity is not there, where I have to wait for like 7 hours. Suddenly, if I need to travel somewhere, or if due to some emergency, I need to come back, I'm not feeling well, I'm not getting the flight. It should not be like that. The connectivity will be very important. There should be a multiple flights, and there should be a direct flight. So I think that's what I feel, that these are the parameters where I see that these are the things which will be in my mind as being a planner.
Thank you so much, Nitin. Gaurav, coming back to you quickly. Today we have a typical SOP for our corporate travel. So how do you see post COVID? Are your SOPs are going to be the same, or the organization structure for your travel team will remain the same, or you will see a significant change in your SOP, and the travel the travel team is also going to be getting into a different role kind of stuff. So how you see the future of travel vertical shaping up in the corporate world?
So yeah, so doctor, what is happening, or what we are seeing is we are giving a lot of importance to technology and automation and digitization. Uh, Firstly, as I said earlier, that it is equally important for us to understand how we are able to manage and ensure that our processes are can be automized. It is equally important for us to understand if there is a possibility for these things to be eliminated and then automated. So that's important point here. The second important point is to ensure that your current team which is there, how well equipped or how knowledgeable or tech savvy are they in understanding how the products are going to work. So I think that is also equally important. And if not, then how best you can help them to get them trained and get them to the next level, because it's going to be a paradigm shift in the way the approach are going to be. At least at least if we go back to normal. So these parameters have to be looked into, and I think on those basis, I think individual organizations would have to take some calls. Is my thought. I'm sure Prashant on the other side would echo to what I just mentioned.
Right.
Coming to you, today there is a fear everywhere. The fear of touch, fear of unknown, fear of traveling, because if you travel, you fear of bringing back virus from somewhere overseas. So in such scenario, how do you feel that the MICE or the incentives program looks like, coming back to the reinforcement? Because as of now, I think till a larger time these programs are on hold. So when do you think that most of the corporates could start even thinking of coming out with the incentives program?
Right. So, I mean, for the incentive programs and when the corporate travel comes back, depends a lot on the safety measures required to be implemented on all travel points, right? Be it safety measures at the airport, sanitizing measures in hotels or trains, and it also depend a lot on when the vaccine is available and, like Nitin mentioned, distributed at scale and when the countries open up the borders. So, a lot of variables in place of now. At our end, like we talked about. We think the corporate travel will be at 25% the pre-COVID levels next year. And in our minds, travel should return in a phased manner, like starting with essential travel, which is happening now. The local day trips, possibly short-haul trips to the nearby destination, followed by the domestic travel, and lastly the international travel as the borders open up. Specifically, the MICE events. Again, lot again depends on the safety of these events. Be it vaccinations or real-time testing at scale. But we're already seeing some countries running pilot events to learn from their experience. So as an example, in Singapore, starting from October 1st, the event organizers are allowed to pilot a MICE events up to 250 attendees, as long as they're able to demonstrate their ability to comply with the safety requirements. So I do think we're already moving forward in the right direction. But yeah, I mean, it's going to take some time. It's going to be slow. It's going to be a long haul. And like I said, it could be an X percentage points of travel that we see next year. And then, beyond that, as situation improves. But a lot depends on safety measures that should come up.
Thank you so much. Coming back to you, Nitin, in my earlier mention, I have highlighted that travel is no more a luxury, and it's a necessity for most of us. And the wanderlust will definitely not end due to coronavirus. But yes, the desire might change. And the most aspect which is more critical in today's travel. What is your say to that? So because there is a major paradigm shift. So what is your say to that?
As I mentioned, I think when when I'm traveling, I'm trusting someone, with my health. So if I'm trusting someone, I have to, of course, I'm just doing the recce in the market that, with which brand I am going, what is their feedback. For example, if I would like to go, I have an option that, if there's a Taj and there's some local brand and Taj is like, maybe with like 10,000 per night and the other brand is with like 5,000, definitely I will go with Taj, because I know there's that trust which they have gained in the market, that they will not compromise on the safety and health aspect of any guest over here. So maybe I will travel less, but I think, travel with the brands now. I will choose, a trusted brand, I would say, over here. My travel will go down, but my spends will go up in terms of I will go with the trusted brand, and I will go towards more of luxuries. Also, I would say that I will spend little more amount on my insurance coverage, and maybe going with a better travel agent, who have better connects in the market. So in case of emergency, he can help me in a better way. So maybe he will charge certain management fees to do all that stuff. But definitely, I don't mind to pay that amount, a top-up amount to him, but ensure that, in case of urgencies, in case of emergencies, I have a backup plan ready for me.
Okay, so I was very excited, and I have still many questions to be pushed back to you guys, but apparently the time is up, and I definitely would like to conclude it with the final question to Gaurav. Gaurav, as per the various research report and World Tourism Organization panel of tourism experts, which says that the travel of the international tourism will definitely is expected to start somewhere by 2021, and maybe domestic is likely to be start by the end of this year. So my question to you, irrespective of this research and reports, do you feel that till the time COVID stands, are our employees really mentally prepared to travel, or what is their mindset, or they are least bothered? They are saying, so far we take care of hygiene and precaution, we don't care of traveling. So what is your say? You must be facing a lot of employees to this pretext. You are on mute.
My apologies. I think, doctor, it's very difficult to generalize this because it is it's from companies to companies, individual organizations to organization, and individual families and individual personnel. So I think it's a very individual call which everybody thinks through, and I think as I mentioned earlier, I think it is very critical to see a ray of light of vaccination. I think once we know that there is a vaccination, we will see that people would be more eager or more confident to travel. Uh, Having said that, I know for the fact that the airlines, the hotels, the cabs are doing their best to ensure that safety and hygiene are kept at the uttermost levels. But having said that, it's a thought process which an individual has in his mind that whether or would he take a chance is the question which mingles around. I'm sure in everybody's mind. So I think unless we do not see a vaccination, I think most of the organization, most of the corporates would not want to drive this. Is again my personal thought. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Gaurav, and it was really great interacting with all of you guys. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Prashant. Thank you, Nitin. And although the time
Thank
was very
you.
short for such an elaborate discussion, but I really thank you guys for bringing out your wonderful insights. And I'm sure the audience here would have got a lot of wonderful information from all of you guys. And over to you, Labuni, to take it over from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists, for being with us here today. We hope to connect at a better time under better circumstances.
Thank you, Shivani.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, Nisha. Hi, Nisha. Can you hear me? Hi, Nisha. Can you hear me? Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining the ReConnect webinar and staying with us for this long. We move on to the penultimate but a very important session for the day. We have Nisha B, founder of Elevated Consultancy, with us, and she will be taking you through how to chart pathways towards resilience, recovery, and growth in post-COVID-19 times. Nisha, welcome back. Thank you for joining the ReConnect conference, and I hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Shivani and Laboni. Good evening to everybody. Good afternoon to whichever part of the world that you're in. I'm from Singapore right now. It's in the evening at late 7-ish at this moment. I'm so happy to meet all my industry colleagues, if not in person, at least via this Zoom connection or this Google Meet connection. Today's topic is something that has been in the minds of today. I have been listening to lots of conversations has been happening since afternoon with many speakers and tourism boards. And I think this is a recurring question as to how do we recover from the COVID if and when it happens? And how do we build our resilience and get our destinations ready? As we have witnessed many destinations, including our little dot here, Singapore, we have also been getting ourselves prepared, ready, and there are different phases that we have been going through. So today I will try to bring some of the best practices from Singapore as well as around the region and hopefully some globally as well to see how we could generate some ideas together as a global industry. I think we are in this together. It's not about the Western world and the Eastern world or somewhere in the North or the South, but I think as a tourism industry, we are in this together. As we collaborate, as we do our partnerships, as we generate ideas and share and help each other cope with this crisis, I think we would only come back as a better industry than ever before. I always say that we are not bouncing back to where we were. We are going to bounce forward into a better future for all of us in this industry. With that, I'll just like to begin my slides. At any point in time, if you can't see something, please raise that and the ladies will inform me. Okay. As the ladies have just given a little bit of an introduction, I come from the industry. I'm very passionate about industry. 25 years, can't get out of it, and I hope to see more years of me here. And because I have been in the industry in terms of tourism marketing, destination marketing, MICE industry, and then moving on to consultancy work. Today, I work with many of the tourism destinations that are in our conference as well. In the recent years, I have been involved in the empowerment and development of women in the tourism industry and also in the area of sustainability. So I'm an academic, so therefore some research will be brought in, some frameworks will be brought in because that's what most academics do. But I also want to apply it to some of the best practices that we have on the ground as well. So 3 things that I hope to touch within the next hour or so. There's very little time, but some strategic plans, yeah, that we could think of by bringing best practices around the world and see how we could chart our pathways into the recovery phase and then move on to a more flourishing tourism industry compared to what we were even before the pandemic. Some insights, some research to plan our trajectories, as well as some critical questions that I want to leave our industry with to think about where next. How do we future-proof our industry? So let's take stock of where we are at the moment. If we look at the different phases, I think different countries are in a different phase at the moment. And it's sometimes very important before we chart our strategic pathways forward, we need to know exactly where we are rather than to copy what another country is trying to do. So what I'm saying is that, for instance, Singapore is already moving on to the second phase where we have gone into a travel bubble. We have just opened up the corridors between countries with very low COVID instances, and that's New Zealand and Brunei, and some form of travel with China as well some with Malaysia. So as of September, we have opened up Brunei and New Zealand for non-essential travel as well. In domestic tourism virtually doesn't quite exist for us. Many countries here who are listening to me are really blessed that you have the opportunity and the time to look at how you are going to develop your regional areas, your peripheral areas. You can start concentrating on the development of some forms of tourism that have been neglected because we have been thinking too much of the positive impacts that international tourism can bring to us. Unfortunately, in Singapore, we may call it domestic visitations or whatever, but we don't have that sort of domestic tourism. Intra-regional travel has already been cited now in certain parts of whether it's a European continent or in the Asian region as well. We are seeing some forms of regional travel. And research is showing that next to domestic tourism, we may begin to see the first thing that's going to happen is intra-regional travel. And here is a good time to think very carefully about, in the past, what sort of strategies each region has been putting into place to foster regional tourism. Have we been concentrating too much on international tourism that we have neglected our own neighbors? And I think we all know the meaning of neighborliness, and this is the time when neighbors come together and we are able to elevate each other and create a trajectory of tourism if we are able to now collaborate between our neighbors. It could be similar forms of tourism to different forms of tourism that we all share in the region. And finally, whenever I think today we've been talking about digital vaccines to when are we going to get vaccine and giving consumer confidence to do international travel. I mean, we are all crystal gazing at the moment. We really don't know where the international borders are going to open. So I think we could really think carefully about the domestic, bring in green corridors or green lanes, and of course the intra-regional travel and how we are going to do that. So if you look at the framework, these are the 4 phases. And the last phase is probably after we've got more assurance in terms of health and safety when the vaccine developments are in place. So I want to show you this diagram, which is going to frame what I'm going to be speaking about later, because sometimes when we have an overload of information, it's difficult to categorize and say, what do we concentrate on as tourism boards or tour operators or DMCs or MICE planners? What do we do when we have so much to do on hand? So it's a category that looks at what destinations and tour suppliers and disintermediaries can put into place. And if you want the full report, you can go into MasterCard, Crescent Rating Travel Readiness Report 2020. It's a really detailed report, downloadable. So I use this to frame what I'm going to be speaking about later. So the first thing that countries today have to really, really think carefully about is health management. If we are able to position health value proposition, as we all know, there is a current tagline that is trust is the new currency. All right, people may have the money, yeah, but if we don't give them the trust, they are not going to travel to another destination. So how we create that value proposition that we are a country that is safe. That means in your top of the mind awareness, when you think of a destination, when you're ready to travel, very confident of traveling, whether for leisure or for business, which is that first country that comes to your mind and say that this is a safe destination? What are we going to do to pitch ourselves at that point of a destination? So it's not so much about what we have in our destination in terms of our ecological resources, our local resources, but today is all about consumer assurance and consumer confidence. It's not about us anymore. It's about the travelers who are going to be coming in. So the first is health and management, and I'll be touching on that. The next is the economic side of that. Yesterday, I was listening to a conversation that was discussed with Dr. Rifai Talib, who is the previous UN General for UNWTO Tourism and Secretary General, and he was saying that it's not about creating international. Our agenda cannot be too focused on just generating international travel. How do we get travelers to start moving? Because that's something that is not in our hands as well. But a lot of our focus should be in looking at how do we retain our operations? How do we keep the industry going? How do we keep the employment in our industry going so much that when we come into a rebound or recovery phase, we have the organizations there, we have the communities there, we have the people who are passionate about being in our industry there. So our focus and our passion and our commitment and our conviction today should be about ensuring how do we keep the industry going? How do we keep the organizations afloat? How do we keep the hotels going, the airlines going, the lives and the livelihoods in this industry going? Should we be thinking collectively as a destination, collectively as an industry, what can we do to keep our industry going, right? And the final thing is about behavioral management. It's about how do organizations now look at the business of tourism? How do we redesign tourism experience? How do we innovate our tourism products and our tourism experience? Should we rethink success models? Should we be territorial about our industry, or should we be thinking about redeployment and bringing best practices? I'll share that a little bit later. Maybe we should have a more broader view and not to be territorial about each industry that is getting stuck at the moment. So that's a little bit of adjustments, and also societal adjustments. How do our society support policies or government initiatives or support the tourism industry? And I'll share some of the initiatives that is being targeted at our Singapore residents at the moment. How do we, help the tourism industry genuinely and not seize some of the incentives that's going to be given to us for our own self-interest, right? So I'll talk about the understanding of the society and the local community as well. So 3 areas, as I mentioned. I'll be talking about the first one right now, which is on health and safety. So health and safety protocols are there in almost every destination that I'm familiar with at the moment. It differs in terms of how strict we are and also how much we are creating clarity to the travelers, to our community, and to the businesses. How clear is the message? As we know, even today's newspaper, I was reading about Trump and the message he's giving to the public by saying that vaccine is coming tomorrow. No need to wear a mask. Vaccine is better than a mask, while the health advisories are saying that no, that's wrong, and mask is a lot more important than the vaccine, and it should be there, and vaccine will not be here till the mid of next year. Contradictory messages are going into the population, to the travelers, to the businesses, and therefore, when there is no clarity, how do you think consumers are going to come to your country? Because they really don't know what's in store. So a lot of information in terms of if you are going to fly to my country, what you have to do before you come in. Once you arrive, what is going to happen? You are safe. Are you insured? Are you not insured when you enter in here? Are there going to be a quarantine? Are they not? Are we going to be supporting? What's the telephone number? We have this thing called contact tracing now, share with you. That's sort of a clarity in terms of safety protocols. You may have it there, but not that the visitors are going to know about what is going on. And do you have the relevant support system, call centers in there to support the people who are coming into your destination, right? And I'll talk about certifications, cleaning support, and the rest. So as I mentioned, trust is the new currency. And I think it's really, really critical that whoever in the industry, it's important to think about the demand and the supply side, yeah? Because if there is demand, people want to come to your country, but people at the supply side, hotels, local community, even if your staff of the hotel don't want to go to work because they are so frightened of contracting the COVID, then it is going to be a lost cause. So we have to think of it from a systems approach. We have to look at it from the various stakeholders who are coming into a country and supporting the destination. So in Singapore, I like this because it was one of the first initiatives that was rolled out in Singapore is the cleaning support of tourism-related establishment, whether you are going to do constant cleaning every other hour, or if COVID tracing was done and it was found that a hotel has got traces of COVID and there were COVID people who entered the premises, immediately the government supports in terms of money to clean the whole premise. Because if those of you know who are hoteliers here, you know it's a very, very expensive task of cleaning the hotel every other hour. And the moment you hear of a contact of COVID in your establishment, the whole cleaning process can be a very, very, very laborious and financially heavy obligation. So there could be an instance where the hotels or the organization may not be transparent. They don't want to be honest about the fact that they have got a case in there, even their staff, all right? But if the government comes in and say, no, we are here to support you, they need to be transparency and accountability, then at least the people in the organization who are working know that they're going into a clean environment. The people who are going to be entering your premises, whether it's local or tourists, will also know that you are entering into a safe zone. So here is where I think it's about the psychological initiatives and strategies over here, not just the physical means of cleaning the premises, right? So this is something that I thought was a really, really good initiative that fostered a lot of confidence here in Singapore. And I also noticed this in other countries. We have this SG Clean certification, and later after this, I also saw countries like in Thailand also trying to bring this together. It is a certification that is given to encourage every single establishment in Singapore to have a clean assurance. So this is a certification to say that, and once you paste this certification or a label outside your hotel or tourism attraction or shopping mall, it gives visibility. You know, people who come in know that you're entering a safe premise. So it is a certification or accreditations are important because you may claim you are safe, yeah, but how do people trust you is a very important thing to think about. How do you know that the people there are trained to keep the environment safe? So nothing beats a certification. And of course, the body that governs it is also very critical. It cannot be given by anybody. And in this situation, a government organization has to take charge of the standards, the SOPs, the initiative, the risk management frameworks that you have in place. And a certification is absolutely one of the best ways to keep your destinations ready or get yourself ready when the doors and borders are open. Recently, we have launched a Trace Together token and an app. The app came some time back, but the token, again, is a very, very important thing because we have started to open up Singapore for events. We just opened up last week for 250 people and more together at a premise. And that confidence only came about because we are almost negligible, maybe 1 or 0. Yesterday was 0 in the community. I'm not talking about the dormitories, but in the community was 0 COVID cases. And today was, I think, 1. And when confidence is coming up, we need to open up. We have to get our economy robust once again. We cannot afford to be at this point where there is a complete shutdown or very limited 50 people gathering at an event. The MICE industry is so critical to us in Singapore. We are one of the top ranked in Asia and in the world, ranking number 3 in the world for events and number 1 in Asia. And we can't afford it. We can't have just 50 people convening. So we are opening up to 250 people, and there are other supporting things that we are doing. But the moment we open up, we need to know that we have everything in place. So we have this tokens and Trace Together. Everybody who enters Singapore have got to have this Trace Together so that we know if there is any case immediately. We are talking about within minutes, if not seconds, we know how to trace who was the one who started the chain of incidents of COVID in our country. So that's sort of confidence that we don't have to worry. We know what's going on. We know who are the people that we are surrounded with. We know if something happens, we are going to be taken care of almost instantly. That sort of, again, confidence is important. Thailand, including, of course, you have Japan. They have the 3 Cs, and Thailand have come together with the Safety and Health Administration, similar to what I was also talking about, also foster cleanliness, safety, hygiene, and assurance to people who are in that country as well as foreigners who are coming in. The next thing that I want to very quickly round up, of course, there are many other initiatives, but within that 1 hour, I can only share this much. But what I'm trying to say here is that it's very important in a consumer or a traveler's mindset. How do you position your country that you have this top of the mind awareness, top of the mind positioning that happens the moment they feel that they want to travel? If it's fuzzy, it's hazy, people don't know what to expect, people don't know what they're going to get into, that is not going to create confidence. I hear conversations today, we need to get travel going, need to get confidence going, we need to get travelers to know that people are traveling, show pictures of that. We can do all that we want, but at the end of the day, let's look at it from the point of the consumer. If you ask me, if I am today confident of traveling to the US, I may not be confident because, again, the positioning of the country with lacking clarity, the positioning of the country in terms of its policies, to me, is not assuring. So I hear the same sentiments from many of the travelers. They fear because of what is on the other side of another country. So you may hear Singaporeans over here, yeah, we are quite okay to traveling out of Singapore, but what happens when we arrive in the other country? So give that confidence via your health and safety positioning and value proposition. The next is economic management. It's where I think the government plays a very important role, but I don't want to just put all the burden on the government, but I think there need to be a collaboration, a PPP, a private-public partnership, where the private companies, those who are in a position to support, should also come in to help. So while it is at the back of my mind, I just want to say this at this moment. Of course, as I'm going to show the next slides to you, you may say that, Singapore government may have the resources and therefore you get it. Today, I hear conversations that why isn't the Indian government helping? And I heard a very interesting comment. When you have money, then you can help. If you don't have the money, you can't help. There was an interesting comment that was mentioned, which is quite true, I think. But again, it's not all about money, but it's about how we mobilize the reserves. How do we mobilize the capital in a country? Sometimes if you have a capitalist nation or entrepreneurial sort of a nation, it's also to look at which entrepreneurs, which companies can support the government at this point in time, and how do you mobilize the ability of these companies to support the government. Give you an example is the way that Singapore Tourism Board is using Google and the financial sector to support our tourism industry to get digitalization and innovation happening. How does Google come in to help us move into digitalization is very critical, because it's going to become a touchless industry. All right. We always talk about an industry that is so high in touch points, but we are going to be a touchless industry very, very soon. And therefore, digitalization is going to be critical. So it's not possible just to roll out money, but can we get the tech companies to come in? We also get while we know that our industry may not be able to sustain the jobs much longer. Last week, we had the shedding of Singapore Airlines of 2,700 cabin crew and another 1,000 over non-cabin crew, and then pilots had to go as well. So you may say, Singapore Airlines have been rich enough, but we can't hold on the aviation industry for too long. But again, it's not just about letting them go, but how do we redeploy them? How do we mobilize them to other industries? So now there is a collaboration between the tech companies, the petrochemical companies, the retail companies are doing pretty okay here. How do these companies come together to help redeploy the manpower that was from our aviation and tourism industry? So one way is to look at the economic management is not just about doling out money, but it's also how the industries can support one another, especially our tourism and hospitality industry. So let's look a little bit into the economic management side of it. So in many ways, I think we have been pretty lucky in Singapore to hold us for a bit till the end of this year. So we have temporary redeployment programs. And many of our tourism industry players are now in hospitals. They are patient ambassadors. They are in retail companies. They have been deployed in banking sector. They have been deployed in the petrochemical sector. So we have actually done a concerted effort that has got career counselors, career coaches that are out there to ensure that there is an alternative to hold these people in other industries when time is back. The good thing is that we get them back coming into our industry with a lot more wide exposure, wide range of knowledge and best practices from other industry. Those people who are passionate will come back to the industry, but we have to ensure that their livelihoods are supported. We have to ensure that they are kept afloat until things pick up again. But this is where I think many of us are speaking and having dialogues about not being territorial. If we have to let go our staff, let's see how can we best get them into another industry. We have to give them coaching or counseling or find alternatives and find collaborative efforts to see how we could get them re-employed so that they gain the skills. Job support scheme, I think, has been so helpful to many of our organization. I benefited from this, where it's tiered this way. 50% of our staff in the tourism industry, 75% for the aviation, salaries are paid for by the government. 75% to 50% of the salaries are paid for, so that we reduce the costs borne by many of the tourism organizations in Singapore. And to a large extent, that is really, really keeping us afloat. Seeing that money is helping through to keep the jobs. I think, honestly, many of us don't want to let go of our staff, but I think if there is help, we certainly want to keep them, and this has been very, very helpful. There's also been business advising and consultancy. Many companies need help. In a lot of ways, I think many of our tourism organizations have been laid back. We have not been with best practices, and we have not been looking at cutting edge technology, cutting edge practices, very laid back. As far as technology is concerned, I have seen the most dinosaur looking tourism companies here in Singapore as well as in other parts of the world. I don't know when was the last time, you could tell me when was the last time that even your management went for training, looked at new business models or new ways of thinking, learning from other industries. I think we have been so like frogs in the well, and therefore I always say that COVID is not the start of every problem that we are facing. It did not create problems, some of the problems that we are facing. Some of the problems were there for the longest time in our industry, the way that we had low profit margins, the way we were doing cutthroat pricing, the way that we were killing each other, the way we were doing mass production of our services, the way we were compromising on the quality of our services. I think these are symptomatic of businesses that should fail at any time. And I think crisis like this is an eye-opener that has actually told us and opened our eyes to say we have had some really bad practices in our industry. COVID is an amazing time for us to relook at it, and we need help. Fortunately, I think I have been hearing, I've got industry partners coming to me, and we have been speaking, and they said, can you relook at our business plans? Can you look at new strategies for us? And I think this is really good time where people are honestly saying, I think I have bad practices. I think I have not been really looking at proper strategies. Can you come in? And we are very open to looking at best practices from other industries. So we had that opportunity here where businesses were diversifying into digitalization, to adopting new ways and success models and innovation by having consultants and advisors coming in to help. Lots of organizations here are conducting training. And I think the one very good thing is that lots of money were rolled out for our industry to train. Again, our industry is so guilty of not training our people. I think we believe in upgrading hotels and not upgrading our people. We believe in upgrading to the latest software, and I don't know when we upgraded our software and which is our people. We download so many things into our apps, but we don't download knowledge. We don't download best practices. We don't download the latest cutting edge solutions and strategies in other industries, as well as what is happening as far as knowledge and training is concerned. So it's very disappointing. Very often, when I travel around the region, especially, I notice the quality of the staff, the quality of work that is being done in our industry. And somehow we don't blame customers when they start moving into doing self and independent travel, when they organize their own travel, because the trust in the quality of people in our industry has diminished to a huge extent. So again, this is an amazing time, right? Where we can start to be very open and say, yes, we need help. We have bad practices. Can we do something about it? So this is another support that has been offered here. By both the private and the public sector. And of course, I'm sorry about the typo error. The rental and property tax waivers, again, has been so helpful to us. I mean, we were bleeding to pay our rentals for our premises, and rental and even for the aviation sector and property tax, we don't have to pay a property tax for this whole 2020. This was the latest that just came out a couple of days ago. The government is going to give 320 million. Why? Because almost every tourism attraction in Singapore is bleeding. They can't hold up anymore. And we have seen several tourism attractions say we're going to close. And therefore, the government said, okay, let's mobilize our domestic tourism. People may not have the money to spend or the inclination to spend. We need to incentivize people. 320 million people, $100, 18 years and above. Everyone would be getting $100 in a digital voucher. And we could use it for our staycations, which is very after the high yield market. But relook at your internal resources. Do you have the mindset to entertain this market? Your staff, are they well prepared? Are they well skilled? I think skilling is such an important thing to do at the moment. And I have been advising people, bring in your trainers, bring in your consultants if you can afford it. Of course, there are free courses available in Coursera, to Udemy, lots. I mean, in my free time, sometimes it's so difficult to find, but whenever I can, I go for my walks. When I'm somewhere working out, I actually put on and go into Coursera and pick up the latest skill, the latest knowledge. Put your staff in there, get your staff to think of new models, get your staff to watch in best practices. So what is your HR doing? What are your marketers doing in your organization to skill your staff to prepare themselves for these emerging markets out there? Service innovation, I'll talk to you about that in just a bit. And of course, by business diversification, I think I'm so awed by some companies that are now outsourcing their, whether they're a travel company and they are outsourcing their social media marketing division, they're outsourcing their accounting, they're outsourcing whatever they're good at their organization. That's a form of business diversification. Some of them are going into consultancy. So if you're really, really good in doing a form of, say, wellness travel or whatever, go into consultancy of a business practice that you are really good in your organization. So many things are opening up, things that I've never seen before. I've seen a lot of energy at the moment. While there was lethargy at one point, there's energy at this point where lots of people are brainstorming. People are so open to collaborations at the moment. The tech guys are coming in to help and support and understand where the tourism industry is at. And there are people who are waiting for collaboration with the knowledge that the tourism and hospitality industry have and partner with people in the tech industry. So amazing things are there if we are willing to open our eyes and our ears. So a few things that I may want to touch on here is service touch points and innovations. I think we are going to be a touchless industry for sure. There's an era of safe, seamless, but touchless travel. I was just kidding to people. We are an industry that we believe in smiles. We need to smile. We need to sometimes even touch people. But post-COVID, everybody's going to be afraid of the touch. Everybody is going to be wearing a mask. So where are our smiles? So what are we going to do? How do we get innovations in our industry happening for us to make it seamless, to make it fast, but yet efficient, yet quality-driven? What are we going to do? And how are we going to make up for that in terms of our service provision. So we see contactless payments are already coming up. Digitalization is there. Robots in Taiwan, Taipei, I've been seeing that happening. Self check-in in many hotels are already contactless payments, and check-ins are already there. We are doing virtual tours, but they are charging for the virtual tours. We just have one that rolled out last week in Singapore about Cluedo, the murder solving game, and we are trying to bring people to paranormal destinations here in Singapore, but using a virtual experience and how people will solve these murder cases by going into these tourism attractions virtually. Stuff like that, Of course, we have contact tracing bracelets and QR code ordering. It's today we hardly touch anything. Everything is paid through card and our handphones, and the digitalization today. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So in Singapore, we have got these innovation launchpad. It's called Treehouse, and it's with the Singapore Tourism Board, where they are trying to get local companies to digitalize as much as they can and try to bring changes within our operation. So we test bait ideas here and to bring strong innovation in our hospitality and tourism organizations. That is why we have the Googles and the other tech companies coming in to support our organization. So this is another one where safety and hygiene, I put it down here, is going to be the new humanity. And I think this is something that is really critical at the moment to bring digitalization. So the next thing about in line with digitalization, we are moving towards a hybrid form of event, and this is one hybrid form of event, but it is going to be not 100% virtual, but no, this is virtual, sorry. Hybrid is where we will convene about 250 people, and Singapore is going to test bait 2 big ideas in September to bring in 2 large events. And the moment these 2 large events happen in a hybrid format, we are going to take this idea and share it with the rest of the world of what needs to be done to convene about 250 people or more into a physical space. And once that is done, I think we'll be confident to open up to foreign travel to come in for conventions. So the risk management framework is very important. It's there available for those of you who are interested to look at. These are some of the pointers that have to be there before any organization can go into a hybrid event in Singapore. Training is being done for this. Lots of support is given for this. And I suspect, I am confident that many of the companies in Singapore and are going to move into hybrid with physical presence of people in a area, and I think that's really critical for us. It's going to happen really soon in Singapore. The other one I want to really say to all of you here is that today I think we are plagued by what I use infoxication. It's not intoxication, it's infoxication. We really need to look at this info obesity, the info glut, whatever you want to call it. We've just got so much of information that is toxic. We need to get rid of that. That is so painful to look at. It brings the energy down in our industry as well. I've stopped watching news on the COVID as well. I look for possibilities. So I like this, where McKinsey says that let's not look at the new normal, but look at the new possible. Look at human stories of resilience, human stories of how we have come together to help people, human stories of how we have braved this COVID, how we have supported each other. People from all dimensions have come together to help one another. Our industry has helped so many people who have been contacted with COVID. And it's amazing, the spirit of tourism and hospitality. To me, coming 25 years in this industry, I'm so proud of the way that we have got every little story that we can paint the moment we come up. So put a fabric of these beautiful stories of paint the new possible when people come and show what is the inspiration? What is the heart of travel that we are made of in this industry? So tell stories of that, and in Singapore, we have this new incentive. We are asking people, come up with your SG stories of resilience, courage, and hope. And we want to put them together. The moment we are ready to advertise, we are going to take these stories and we're going to be advertising about how we wait for you here and what courage, resilience, and hope is all for us here in Singapore. So these are important things to think about. I like this by CNN. One of the things that CNN found out is that, while we are not traveling physically, many of us are nostalgic. People want to travel, not for the sake of, scaling the Everest or wherever it is, but sometimes it's a connection. There's so many beautiful people who are listening to me, and I can't wait to hug you guys. There are so many beautiful people that I want to see again. When I left OTM this year, and I told Shivani and Laboni, and I said, I can't wait to see you guys again. So many beautiful people of mine, my friends in the industry that I want to see, my family that I want to see. We miss each other, and for that reason, we want to travel. In being very sensitive in our marketing is very, very important. Let's not be insensitive when we talk to people, start traveling. But I think we need to tell people, we are ready, but stay safe for the time being. When we are ready, we are there to bring you in. So CNN came up with these memories, CNN. But important people always ask me this question, Nisha, we don't have money to do marketing. So we forget about marketing. The wrong thing to do. Don't stop your marketing. If you don't have money, that's okay. Go into free ways of marketing. There's so many free ways of doing your marketing using social media. But look at empathetic marketing. Looking at the emotional route, emotional connection of how are we going to get people coming into our country. So look at what CNN is doing. Yeah. So there was Morocco, and they were just using 30 seconds of looking at how to bring people to remember Morocco and feel nostalgia, feel the love for traveling again. I like this is Greece. I think Greece is another country that was pretty amazing, this video.
In our times, humanity is called upon to rise to a shocking challenge, with messages of hope and optimism being more imperative than ever. Life is an opportunity to contribute love in your own way. The root of joy is gratefulness. Embrace each challenge in your life as an opportunity for self-transformation. Do things to make your day precious. Open your mind to all possibilities and believe. Keep dreaming of all that Greece has to offer. The Greek sun, the beaches, the local traditions, and the smile of our people will be waiting for you to share many happy moments and memories as soon as conditions allow. When the time is right, we'll be there for you. Till then, stay safe.
Yeah, so these are some of the videos that I've been noticing. Greece from home. This I don't have much time, I think, but I love also what Club Med is doing. It talks about Club Med at home and very interesting videos you could watch. Every day they send videos of being in different parts of Club Med in different parts of the world. They send you yoga out. Workout. They show coloring pictures from different parts of the world where there is a Club Med. They show the recipes from their kitchen. They even have a dance party from one of their Club Med. I think this is really, really amazing, where you use your people. They're already there. Create experiences, share it to the homes of the people so that they will continue to remember you in a very positive way. And that is really sensitive marketing, empathetic marketing, and as well as nostalgia marketing. Now, I want to leave you, there's a lot I know, but there's a lot more we could speak about as well, but I want to leave you with two important thoughts. Let's take stock. How did we get here? Like I always say that the COVID is not the problem. It's symptomatic of many problems that have happened in our industry. The way we have been so mindless and insensitive to development, the whole climate change issue have not bothered us. The way that we have done cutthroat pricing doesn't allow us to have reserves today for the bad times. To have the repertoire of skills that could be usable in other industries. What have we done to get to where we are today? Where do we want to go from today? Are we future-proofing us so that we will be so resilient when we arrive in a rebound or recovery? What sort of resilience are we building up in our organizations? I just want to leave you to thinking about something. What is the road ahead? I know we are all in a rush. I know aviation is doing badly, but think about this. Is this the right thing to do? Qantas is going to have a flight to nowhere, and Singapore Airlines is also going to launch a flight to nowhere. Qantas had, within a few minutes, people have booked completely on the flight to nowhere. What about carbon emission? A flight to nowhere. I don't know. Are we really being very sensitive here? Environmental group says, no, this is not a good thing to do. What experience are we giving our people? So we might want to relook and recalibrate where we are moving from here. Are we really, really future-proofing ourselves? It is time that we collaborate. It's time that we come together. Thank you very much. I would love to hear from anybody who is interested to connect. And I can't wait to travel when it's safe, when it's ready, when we all can meet in face once more. And till then, stay safe. We are in this together. And one day, very soon, we'll be out of this together. Thank you very much. And goodbye. And stay for the next one. We're going to have a panel on sustainability and regenerative tourism in our destination. Thank you so much. Shivani?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and all our travel industry colleagues who have tuned in to our YouTube live today. Thank you for staying with us for so long. We have the last panel discussion for you, and it's yet again going to be moderated by our previous presenter, Nisha B. And this panel is on the new normal, sustainable and regenerative tourism. Over to you, Nisha.
All our travel industry colleagues who have tuned into our YouTube live today. Thank you for staying with us for so long. We have the last panel discussion, and it's yet again going to be moderated by our previous presenter, Nichapi. And this panel is on the new normal, sustainable and regenerative tourism. And all our travel industry colleagues who have tuned into our YouTube live today. Thank you for staying with us for so long. We have the last panel discussion, and it's yet again going to be moderated by our previous presenter, Nichapi. And this panel is on the new normal, sustainable and regenerative tourism. And all our travel industry colleagues who have tuned into our YouTube live today. Thank you for staying with us for so long. We have the last panel discussion.
There is a problem, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's just repeating content.
Let's wait.
Apologies for the disturbances to all our viewers who are tuned in. We will begin again. So, our last panel is on the new normal, sustainable and regenerative tourism. And the panel will be moderated by Nisha B, founder of Elevated Consultancy, who was with you just in the previous panel. So, Nisha, over to you.
Apologies for the disturbances to all our viewers who are tuned in. We will begin again. So our last panel is on the new normal, sustainable and regenerative tourism. And the panel will be moderated by Nisha B, founder of
Shivani, can we start? Okay, all right. Thank you, Shivani. Good evening, everyone. Here I am again, 3 minutes later. I just presented. Lovely to meet every one of you to the last panel. Thank you for holding on. The title of this panel is Less More in a Post-COVID tourism era. Should we be looking at the sustainable and regenerative forms of tourism that can bring the transformative force of our industry? I have been having several dialogues with people, and we feel that maybe the pandemic has been a very good opportunity for us to re-examine the insensible development development that we have engaged in the last decades, where we have focused so much on numbers and the trajectory of growth in our industry. Should we shift our focus towards something more flourishing, where we can look at how the communities can benefit from tourism? The new aspiration seems to be in travelers today to look at greener, slower forms of tourism and authenticity, something more meaningful. So there's been lots of dialogue today where people are examining what sort of traveler and not a tourist we would be in the future. So we have put together this panel to start to look at these forms of tourism. What is the transformative power of tourism in our industry? Should we move from sustainability to something called regenerative? What can we do as tourism stakeholders in our industry to bring about this transformative power of tourism to become better than what we were before the COVID? What sort of imprint are we going to have on our industries in the post-COVID era? So with me, I have 4 lovely ladies. It's always absolutely amazing to have ladies, and completely 4 ladies on a panel. I have with me Anna, Zeno, and the lovely Rashmi, and I'm going to give it up to them to introduce themselves, and also in the context of sustainability and where you and your organizations are positioned even before COVID. Over to you, Anna.
Hi, hello, thank you, Nisha. My name is Anna Alaman. I am the founder of Open Eyes. I founded this company. We are a tour operator in responsible tourism since 2011. So my dream was to create a company with a very strong vision of creating an impact, but at the same time sustaining as a company and making profits and making that difference in the market. And of course, in these 10 years, I have seen a lot of difference of what sustainability means and what's meaning before and it means now. I'm also do teach the last 4 years about concept of sustainability in the university in Barcelona. So, and now with this great opportunity that we are having, I think it's a big topic. Not see sustainability not only good also for the planet, also for the business. I think how it needs to be changing now.
Thank you, Anna, for the introduction. Over to you, Zina.
Okay, so hi everyone. So firstly, thank you, Nisha. So I'm Zina Doshi. I'm founder of the Flapper Life. And Flapper Life is all about women travel. We curate women journeys throughout in domestic, international. So it's been 4 years that Flapper Life has been into existence. And we've done a lot of journeys in India with, motivating women, encouraging them and empowering them through travel. So now, because sustainability is the buzzword, and I think it is the right buzzword because, it's impacting the environment. So we have to really focus on it. So we are making it from a women travel company to a sustainability women travel company. So that's what it is from us.
Thank you so much, Zena. And Rashmi, what about yours? Bon voyage. Rashmi's camera is a bit frozen, is it?
Yeah, it is.
It seems to be.
Yes.
Maybe we'll come back to Rashmi when she's able to listen to us and be with us. But maybe I'll just move on to the very first part where I would like to talk about destination resilience in terms of sustainable recovery. There are some academics that are talking about, or researchers as well as scholars are saying that, the pandemic, presents us with a wake-up call for us to examine and advance the agenda of decarbonization in our industry. While some are saying that maybe because we need to rush back to the business as usual, even the sustainability agenda that we used to have may take a back seat. And that's quite scary an option to think about at the moment. I was just reading through a UNWTO report when it talked about the planetary vision for global tourism, and it says that sustainability sustainability is going to be the new norm. And I love that, sustainability, the new norm. And the tourism operators, that we have a role to play in creating a more responsible and fair way of travel. I think this will resonate to many of us here who have already thought about how we could convert our companies and steer towards a more sustainable way of traveling or creating travel experiences. So Zinal, I want to ask you this question. When you think about the sustainability as the new norm as set by UNWTO, do you think our industry players are going to go back to business as usual, or sustainability can be the new norm? And what do you think companies like yourself are going to take this as a commitment post-COVID?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nisha, for this question. So firstly, sustainability, as we discussed, is the buzzword. The shift from your normal travel to sustainability is not going to be easy. It's a big mindset change, which we will have to bring in. And I think for any change or bigger change like sustainability, the first most important thing is to create awareness and educating the customer, who are the end users, right? So answer to your question is that yes, we can move to the new normal, which is sustainability, but the travel operators, say like experiential travel operators, everybody plays one of the most important role of creating the awareness and creating and educating the customers. Now, the first most important thing is that the way we do it, simple things like imbibe sustainability policies into your journeys, the way you travel, creating simple things like go green, plastic usage, like do not do it, kind of stop, encourage your customers, give them awareness that why it is not important. And I think it is more about getting that big change in doing small activities, what we have been doing in tourism. So when a travel operator decides that this is not like a normal exercise, I have to take it as a responsibility to maybe give back to your own business. Like what Anna said, I think that shift we have to get. And I think it's not difficult if we decide to bring in that change.
Right. So I've been reading some, research and so forth that we will see a trend happening, a dissonance among travelers at the moment who are kind of tired of a world that was dirty, congested, we couldn't breathe. Even view pollution was there, where we couldn't even see through the crowd and the congestion. And people are tired, where they want it to be safe and clean and now non-crowded. And also supplier side, people who have actually been troubled with things like this. So we might see that it is a relief at this point for people of travelers and operators who may start to now see a brighter future for our vision. And as you mentioned, it's a responsibility. And, Anna, I wanted to also, I've spoken about this with some of you. Suddenly we are seeing beautiful wildlife species. Like in Singapore, we saw otters. Parrots. Today I looked at about 15 beautiful parrots outside my house, and there is decline, carbon emission, beautiful air that we are smelling today, and therefore, there is some sort of the pain point that was in us, today we desire the continuity of this, right? We want to see this. So because of what is evolving, do you think our industry, what can we do to create this form of sustainable sort of experiences for people who are desiring this? This seems to be a trend. So Anna, can you tell me how could that be done on our daily operations with tour operators?
So from the point of view of the academic and the practical, as we have been on the ground for 10 years, first of all, I will continue what Zina said. You have, first of all, you have to have the willing to do it. So you need to have that willingness, which I sometimes, otherwise we use sustainability and it comes and it takes in the mainstream and it means nothing. Where you really want to have that impact and really create that business and move through sustainability, we really need to believe on it and to have the willingness to do it. I think that is the first step. Second, there are frameworks. We have to have also very holistic, really very holistic approach. I mean, only to go and try to reduce the plastic bottles of the traveler is not longer enough. It's not longer enough. We really need to see tourism as a very, 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 very holistic approach and try to really have different frameworks and structures. And I always recommend to have an expertise next to you if you really want to jump into that space, because it will be faster impact and also returns, because customers, they want to have serious, travelers, they want to find a very serious companies who are doing a right job. They don't want greenwashing. That smells, that really smells now in the market. So they really want to find those right ones. And you need maybe a mentor who can help you to do that faster.
Surely.
Yeah.
I think that's what I was trying to say earlier. It's time to do it properly, not a trial and error, hit and run kind of thing. A lot of people loosely use the word sustainability without really even understanding the true meaning of it. And you're right. Sometimes it's going back to coaches or to go back to consultants, to business advisors. And some of them are found out there, they're willing to come and help, right? And right now is to go in the right pathway and accept help, ask help, seek help if you really need to get yourself in order and not just get away with just a few words saying that you're sustainable, because today's traveler is so discreet. They know what you're talking about. If you're lying, they know you're lying. If they think that you're using loosely, they know you're using it loosely. Therefore, if you want to create a comparative advantage, then you better know what you're talking about. And today, it's a time for those who are serious to come above the rest, isn't it? Yeah. We have something out there, Rashmi.
Yeah. I'm sorry. There was
don't worry about it. I'm going to ask you a question, and since you're already here, and then introduce yourself in the context of my question, and please help me answer this. Earlier I was talking about in my talk about marketing, where we have to be a little bit more responsible in our marketing, but use empathetic marketing, responsible marketing. And I think social media or influencers or any form of marketing today can play a very important pivotal role in the way that we are going to create responsible awareness and sustainability as a form of travel in the future. So how do you think, each one of us can actually use social media or marketing to ensure that we could bring respect and awareness when we start traveling again, and bring in travelers a renewed sense of mindfulness, curiosity, and appreciation of local culture and nature as well. So over to you, Rashmi.
Yeah, so thanks for asking this question. And sorry, actually, there was some network problem, so I missed out. This is actually before COVID, also influencers were playing very important role. But after this, like it's you can see a lot of organizations like even Indigo did influencer marketing campaign. Airbnb did with Masaba that you can take different homes and do that. So it's very important. And then how you're impacting teaching your followers to follow sustainability and doing those things. And unique way of selling stories works well than just a country. I work with a lot of boards for content or airlines. So we suggest them you're selling stories which people can relate to you and connect with your brand, and they can buy that. So I think for sustainability also, and after COVID tourism, it's very, very important. And right now influencers playing very important role. They are taking a trip, like Madhya Pradesh tourism invited them, and they're just taking a trip, road trip, and they're covering it, showing people that how safe it is. And I'm interacting with local communities, I'm empowering them. So, and people like us who are watching them, following them, they want to do the same thing. So, yes. So yeah, of course, and content creation works really in another level, but it should be informative yet emotional. So that people connect to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, connection is very, very important, because with technology, price comparison, everything, mountains, beaches, you can find anywhere around the world. But
Yeah.
when you feel more connected to it, you want to travel there. So yeah.
Absolutely. I think that's a beautiful word that you talked about in terms of connectedness. I see this word coming up in blogs, to newsletters, to reports, to everywhere. Somehow the consumer have moved into a social connectedness, empathy, even leaders in the world. If you look at Jacinta Ardern to lots of leaders, they are using empathy in their address, in political speeches, and you are noticing human stories are coming up as well. And I'll talk about that in just a bit with you. So great. I think as all of us were listening to it, I think we need to bring a human dimension to our marketing, isn't it? Even when we use social media or So,
and in this COVID time, people want to feel more safer and secure. When somebody is showing that we'll take care of you, and you connecting in different ways. Like as a travel startup, as who we are, I want to I want to be very sure with my vendors, like women companies. I'm working with that. We wanna provide you business at this level, and then whosoever is traveling, they have to take care of the traveler, like traveling to a safe places, staying in a safe hotel, and so those countries or cities, because we are promoting more of our local tourism, like domestic tourism is picking up in India. Vocal for local is going around. In a lot of other countries, people are just traveling to neighboring countries. So I think showing that we concern about you, we will take care of you. That's what, in different ways, of course. Showing properties that it's safe. You're going in a car that is safe. Take more road trips. Of course, if not now.
Safety is our new amenity wherever we travel, and trust is our new currency. So
if not now, of course.
I'll come back to you and follow up on something very important that you just said earlier. But I want to go on to something a little bit more interesting that is trending at the moment, is that some people are feeling that sustainability is not enough for our planet and people. And the new frontier seems to be regenerative tourism. That means the place have to be better than when we entered. It got to be more flourishing than we entered. So it's very interesting, because today the places are better than what it used to be. And when we travel again, how do we ensure that we don't damage it? And how are we going to leave it to be better than what it is? So Anna, tell me, I know you love this word. You are so into regenerative tourism. I mean, I'm really impressed with the work that you're looking at. But what really is regenerative tourism, and how do you think our industry can be regenerative now?
I hope that also the regeneration is not going to be a label, again, a tendency, a labeling for the next few years, and people really, really understand and really do the work. I give you my personal history. Like a year and a half ago, I really felt really exhausted with the company, like trying to address all the impact that human beings they were doing in the destination, which is gender, animal rights, child, plastic, climate change, anything. So I felt that exhaustion. I mean, it's impossible to be putting that all the time of any human being impact. So I felt like, okay, this is something which is not working here. So regeneration has brought me a new dimension and really new worldview of the approach, which means, of course, it's not easy to implement. I can say that this is a new hard drive. It's an update of sustainability. Yeah, when you have a hard drive, you need to update it. So I believe that sustainability needs to be updated. It needs to be really integrate better the role of the travelers and the connection to the place. Really make also communities more resilient. And more connected to the place, and integrate nature in the design of our tour experiences. I think the integration of nature has been missing all these years, really integrating, being part, and we are nature. So that part of that sustainability maybe doesn't bring it in that perspective, that we are the observers and the nature is there and the nature, and we are using the natural resources. So in that aspects that we are one and we have to integrate it and we have to adapt with them, it's really, really, really interesting, really meaningful, and really create the impact that we want to create. Yeah.
I think it's really about the interrelationship, the very close interrelationship that we have with nature. And I think it's very spiritual in that sense, isn't it? Where we really look at how close we are interrelated. And that's why we see the impact of this disconnect and what has happened through this pandemic. And, I've been looking at a lot of writings and reports and etc. on how we take tourism forward. And some people are so active and they are turning inward and not outward. They are not looking at just the traveler. They're looking inward into the societies. They're looking at the local communities. They're looking at what are they like? What do they want? How can we get them more involved? So there seems to be a lot of turning inward. Inward within us, to look at consciousness, inward into society, to look at how to engage local community participation. I think that's something that is really going to be, for me, the new norm, where we are really beginning to respect local communities and how to get travelers to respect that as well. And that's really, I think, the essence of regenerative tourism as well. Yeah, and other thing, direct this at Zeno, because I know you're also looking at this. I have also been reading about, and I've seen that in myself and my fellow travelers, that people are looking for more meaningful, authentic, as well as what we call as slow tourism.
Right.
We want to move towards high value experiences but low impact.
Absolutely.
And also, how do you think we could move away from this high volume-based mindset to high value-based tourism? All the way we mentioned about volume mindset, but how do we turn that around to something that looks at high value mindset?
Right. So, Nisha, as what you just said, that the traveler mindset has changed. They want to really do different things, connect with local communities. I think as travel operators, it is very, very important to get that holistic experience to the traveler. So when I say holistic experience, it's not about just going and tick marking the bucket list and doing all the places. It is about involving the local community in your travel setup. So it could be the culture, it could be your art, it could be history. It is about actually knowing that how the local community is living. And that genuinely inspires a lot of people. Like if I have to ask you that what is the best travel memory do you have? You would say something where there is a local connect, where you've learned something, or you probably, most of us have the best memories with the locals.
Absolutely.
So I think that is very important, that whenever we are doing, any experience, locals also give you a lot of new learnings.
Yes.
You learn different things because they are a rural life, we are urban life. There's so many things we do differently. And I think because we are curating journeys,
yes,
we have that opportunity to bring that change, because we decide and we can connect and balance between the customer and the local communities, and of course encourage people to buy local. That's very, very important, because that would support them financially also. So that's how we can bring in the change.
Right. It's an interesting word that you use, in terms of curate experiences, and along with the word curation, we also tag storytelling. So when you look at, NetJob, to many of the very interesting organizations that have come up, including Singapore, we are coming up with SG Stories during the COVID, and hopefully post-COVID, we are going to share stories of human resilience, human courage, human hope, and possibilities. McKinsey was talking about human stories, because that's really what is going to sell destinations today. If you are going to be marketing and putting infographics about your destination or your tours, it's not going to go into the hearts of your consumer. It's only stories that are going to foster that closeness between community, traveler, and supplier.
So just to add, Nisha, we are, that's what we are recently doing. We are getting artisan stories. So what because rural is obviously one of the next tourism. Getting artisan stories that what a traveler means to them. So going right into villages, creating stories, how they kind of do their work and bringing it to people. So that's what we are doing in the background. That's like a project what we've taken to work with artisans and create as much opportunity for them virtually right now.
Oh, nice, nice. I think that becomes so meaningful, and creates a lot of understanding between the host community and the traveler. And I think this is really what regenerative tourism too, to get that trust. When I keep using the word trust, I think trust is also about being COVID free or to be safe, but trust needs to be fostered between the host community and the traveler too. I mean, why do you think the over tourism problem was a big problem in Italy? The trust was not there between the host community and the traveler. So Rashmi, tell me, as a social influencer, also someone who looks at social media and marketing, how can we use storytelling? Destination marketers, as well as tour operators, hotels as well are doing storytelling. How could we do that to bring the essence of a destination? You are mute.
Sorry. So in pre-COVID times, you have seen storytelling evolving, customers also, not just influencers. So they will be there. But right now, what happened? We don't have any customers. So we have to create that story so that we can make these customers comfortable to travel to those destinations. So I think again I mentioned that stories which connect with local unique offerings, and then of course the destination talking to with their videos, with their content to these future planners. So like Switzerland did dream now, travel later, and a lot of other countries focusing on that. So I think you can plan that kind of a content that people feel more connected. When things are normal, they'll feel more fine, they can travel to those destinations. And of course in this, like a lot of companies, even we play very important part in that, working with tourism boards, airlines, telling how to tell them that it's safer. Like one of the European airlines, we were doing that you can present how you're taking care of your customer inside, even your air hostesses, your pilot, so that people feel more comfortable booking with you. Right now, we are just not using platforms to book our travel tickets, but we have to do multiple things to feel more secure to travel somewhere. If you are not taking a road trip, even in road trip, people are searching about local dhabas and restaurants, like on the way they want to grab food. So and which hotel they're gonna they'll be staying. There's no like COVID cases around that or on that property. So that whole connection is there. If we are talking about one hotel property, hotel chains, airlines, tourism board, they can play all different roles to doing that. And with tourism board, we say they play a very very different and bigger role. What, like for example, in India there was a different perception. That's why Voyage came in. Women don't feel safer to travel in India, and that's why we came in, working with different women companies and women guides, women drivers, to make them feel safer. But right now in COVID also we can change that perspective, using our stories and going ahead. And of course audience engagement, that people feel that okay, I can relate to it, and they comment, and that's how it goes viral and people want to go there.
I think that's a very interesting word that you say, that the relatability is very important. It's not just about designing any story. So it's very interesting. People always ask me, Isha, how do I tell a story? But what really, when we think about our grandmothers or mothers and how they bonded with us to telling our story, and we get hooked on to that. And I think, that's nice if we tell stories at home. But I think when we do destination marketing and how we do storytelling, it's got to do with professionalism. It's got to have a finesse to it. And there is a style of storytelling. There is a sequence to do the storytelling. And it's not randomly just telling any story without looking at the learning of why we are telling this and how we tell it. I mean, personally, I am on an 18-month course on how to tell stories. You know,
so in this
transfer this knowledge.
I have one example. So what happened, like when you're traveling, exploring with local community, you don't need a consent. In a lot of countries, they did that. They just walk in. Of course, you need a good cameraman. Like if it's a smaller company, I'm just giving them tips. Get good product, like a camera guy who can record these videos. You are interacting with those local community, how they are working, right? And that's how, that emotions doesn't need concept or research. You have to capture it in a right way and show it in a right way. But yes, on a bigger level, if you want to run a series of stories, creating whole impact about a country, like Croatia did it after known in a soccer World Cup, and now they're marketing in another way. So I really like that. So and they're playing a series of storytelling, connecting with the audience.
Sure. But I'm also more concerned about, because we are really talking about sustainability and regenerative tourism. The way we script our story is very important. And therefore, I don't think it should be done randomly, callously, or irresponsibly. So how you write it, I think, as what Anna said, get somebody who knows how to be conceptualize storytelling. Like I said, I take it seriously. I take 18 months of a course on how to really write scripts and how to write stories for our tourism industry, because I am a firm believer that you do it properly, you do it professionally, and you don't do it randomly like what our grandmothers would have, but put emotions, put drama, whatever you have to bring the message to your audience, which is really, really important. But conscientiously and consciously doing it is so important. Also, I think, Rashmi, you brought a very critical point about the image of women and safe travel. And also the latest UNWTO report says that women have been more impacted than men during the COVID era. When we look at sustainability-wise, more women have borne the brunt of the COVID, and especially in the tourism industry, because women are doing the lower-end jobs. Although we are majority in the tourism and hospitality industry is driven by women, but in the lower end, we're also taking small, medium entrepreneurs, entrepreneurship. Also, because of school closure and all that, they have to stay at home. So many factors. I can't detail out the factors here, but there's the consciousness that the COVID has given a time to start focusing on the sustainability of women in our industry, and also to push the agenda forward. Anyway, UN's SDG goals is also the development and empowerment of women. What do you ladies think? Because I know that each and every of your organization, whether it's Open Eyes, Flap Alive, and Beau Voyage, has got focus on the elevation of women and the empowerment of women. So just one quick minute on your thoughts on this, ladies. Anna?
So, right, yes, this is true. And I think this is a sad part, that women has been, we have been in many communities, and we have been working in women in tourism. It has been our focus the last 5 years. And yes, women has definitely put a step back during even 3 months of COVID. So their priorities, women priorities, has been non-priorities anymore in the family. So, and those dreams that women had, and I have been working really hard the last years to get that independency, that work, that training. So it's been as a second side. I think definitely it needs to be come back in any company, and we really need to make that sensibilization in the market. I'm very passionate and I really believe that we really need to sensitize the market to really bring that topic again and again and again. So this is from our
industry got to be now more than ever sensitive towards the development of women, whether in your own organization, your own hotel, or whether in the industry, supporting women entrepreneurs, small businesses. At the moment, I think post-COVID, you think that sensitivity needs to be there. What about you, Zeno?
So I think just adding to what Anna said, what I believe is that what women need is equal opportunities. So they need an equal platform. So if you know that obviously men and women both have its own respective strengths and weaknesses, right? But we have to, I think, the overall world, whatever industry it could be, and specifically tourism, we have to leverage the strengths of women. I think
Sure.
that is very important. And when it comes to weaknesses, we have to upskill that. So
Sure.
when it comes to skilling, I think women are really lacking, and that's where it needs extra support. So the way I look at it is about giving equal opportunities and upskilling from where they are.
Okay, good. Thank you very much for that. And Rashmi, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so of course, we all are working for women empowerment. For me, like first thought was behind Voyage and whatever I want to do that uh, tourism needs best hospitality and women are best in that. It's just that we have to upskill what Zinal mentioned, uh, I find out like women everywhere they are extraordinary. It's just that we need to give them right platform.
Sure. Right.
So yeah, so it's that's what that thought behind women empowerment, women
Yeah.
travel and everywhere.
So while Anna talks about sensitizing and the industry being a little bit more conscious than ever before, so we need to have the voices and agenda out there. Zeno talks about reskilling and upgrading and opportunities to be given for the upgrade and skilling of women in terms even of entrepreneurs to have the professionalism and skills. And Rashmi, you talk about the platform where I think collectively, women can collaborate, come together, partnership, raise information and news and voices about the fact of the empowerment and development of women. So, and I think it's time to even share with the audience over here that are four of us, because we see there's a passion and the need at this moment for Asian women to come together. We have started an initiative called She in Tourism. And the passion of all of us is really to elevate the status and trajectory of women in Asia and to give a voice and skilling and, whatever ways that we could do. And watch the space in just 2 weeks on internet. 27th of September, we will be launching the initiative for women, by women, and the helping our industry collectively as a whole empower the status of all in our industry. And hopefully we push the agenda of sustainability in Asia, especially forward. I think we are lagging behind, but we will move forward. And COVID, I think, is an absolute wonderful moment in time that it has even brought the four of us together, that we have decided to push the agenda of sustainability and in women together. And if not for COVID, I don't think this would have been possible. So thank you very much for ladies that we are pushing conversations forward. And hopefully this forum today is also pushing the conversation on sustainability and regenerative tourism forward. I thank you all for your absolutely amazing insights and the passion in each one and every one of you in the work that you do. And I wish you all good luck. Thank you so much. Shivani, over to you. If there are any questions from the audience, we are quite happy to answer.
Hi, Nisha. We do have one question from the audience. So they want to ask that, because of COVID-19, of course, there's a lot of fear which has been instilled in travelers. So what should a destination or, people as tour operators do to take away that fear and make people travel again?
Sorry. The last part was not clear, Shivani.
So, what should a destination or even people working in travel do to take away that fear and make people travel again?
Okay, all right. So this is really about addressing fears. I think would you like to start with that, and maybe working from marketing side, you could also share what can be done.
Yeah. So okay, I'll take it. Yeah. So as perspective of marketing, of course, I'm sure you are all prepared with your itinerary and everything. Marketing again, you can invite an influencer like other agencies are doing that. And in this way, that person, influencer will travel and show other people, you can use as an example, that it's safe how they are traveling and they feel more comfortable. And if not now, right now they are not booking with you, to be stay in a business. I know that cash flow, everyone needs it. They can plan later, but then again you have to stay connected with your customers. So that's what actually, I'll give an example. Even we get every day queries, so we are picking up some closer queries where families or a group of friends or what, that they have their own group. They want to travel to different places and they want to book a villa in Goa. We did that booking. In Uttarakhand or Himachal, they want to travel and they want to stay for 15 days. Even in Delhi, we booked for a women, in a hostel for a longer stay. So that's how we are helping our travelers. So you have to figure it out and then stay. You can do the same campaign, like I shared. And it's working well. And I'm telling you, a lot of brands are doing that. Even we planned for some of the agencies, and it worked well. So yes, that's a suggestion.
So just adding to what Rashmi said, that when it comes to fears, both traveler and the travel operator, it is responsibility of safety plus the hygiene. So I think that is very, very important when you are planning something. You can plan future. You can decide. That's what we all are doing. We're doing these small journey curation for people who are wanting to take that risk. But of course, hygiene remains as the first most important piece. So plan for next year, go ahead with that, but also be prepared that, it might get cancelled. So you should have the second option too for it.
I agree with that here. I think, as I had also mentioned in the previous talk, fear is something that is psychological. It's just not about you marketing, but going into the psychology of a consumer and looking at it from their point of view. What is going to create that assurance, the trust? There must be consistency, not when the market picks up and you start to do aggressive marketing. It is something that you do from now, from the way that you post information, the way that you share what you are doing, the way that you focus on your people. Whether it's local community or your hotel, and what are you doing over there? I think the constant communication today, I think the very important key word is communication. If you are lost and you're in the background, waiting for a time to come, and then you start doing aggressive marketing, consumers are not stupid. All right. We want connection. We want the ability to relate. We want an organization that empathizes towards us and not force us to travel when we are not ready. So a lot of sensitivity today is so critical. And that's what we also see in the world leaders and the way that they're communicating to the larger public. Any leader that is sensitive, is empathetic, putting themselves in the shoes of the people, are the ones who tend to be doing really well and relating to that. Any final words, Anna, you want to add to this?
Well, I think that the book now, Travel Later, is something that we are also working on that, and it's working well. I mean, also the honesty. I mean, I don't think that we know where it's going, all this. There is a point when you have to be, I don't know. I don't know when the borders will be reopened in India. I don't know when we can travel again in India. I don't know, but I'm taking all the measurements right now, and if it has to be cancelled, we will move it. We are going to fix the price. You don't have to, worry about this. And I think that taking every request as a single thing, I think we are, all the world is going in the same stage. We have to accept it.
I think it's more about transparency also. So as communication is important, being as transparent with your travelers, it's equally important, because it's just about keeping them in loop and being honest about it. So I think that is very, very important.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much, ladies. Shivani, is there any other questions that we could address? I think somebody had a question on storytelling. I think that's a longer conversation. You could check us out on our LinkedIn. You can write to us on LinkedIn. That's Nisha. For me, at Nisha ABM, I'm there on LinkedIn. Or the company, you could email to us. And I'm happy to share any of the information that all of us here in our respective companies, we could give our point of view.
Thank you so much, ladies, for joining us today. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for the discussion. It was very insightful and more importantly, it was very, very inspiring. I am very sure that our viewers have gained a lot of knowledge from this, and we hope that we meet again at a better time under better circumstances where we are traveling without fear again, meeting each other, and continuing on with our lives like we were during pre-COVID times. Thank you so much.
Certainly, certainly. I can't wait to come back to India and see all of you, especially you. And the ladies out there, it's time that we meet again, and surely we will.
Yes, we will. We will. Stay
Thank you
safe
so
and
much.
stay hopeful. Signing off from ReConnect Conference. Thank you so much, ladies.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, good Lord. Showing right now.